Yo, legends! Welcome back to another banger. What If Deku was a Super Saiyan Part 2? You guys absolutely crushed it on the last one. So here we are with even more heat. Huge shout out to Mr. Narrative for bringing this story to life. Go show them some love. Your support keeps this series going strong. And I appreciate every single one of you. Let's aim for 100 likes to drop Part 3 even faster. If you're new, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. You won't want to miss what's next. Alright, legends, let's jump into it. Chapter 6, The First Glimpse of Evil. 13 and Eraserhead. Huh? The teacher schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. Kurogiri, villain made of purple mist, pointed out as he and the rest of the villains wondered where the symbol of peace could be as they were expecting him to be here. Aizawa said, "The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd. 2. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids." Tomura Shigaraki, the man with the fake hands all around his body, said with absolute malice in his tone as he was annoyed All Might wasn't present. And it wouldn't be on him if he were to kill innocent students to bait the symbol of peace, as he barely had regard for human life. Hearing this, Izuku tightened his fists hard as his knuckles turned white. What did he say? He would kill innocent students just to make Toshinori-sensei come here? How dare you? So this is what a rotten villain looks like. You won't get away with this. Izuku thought in anger as the thought of his fellow classmates dying at the hands of these scumbags enraged him to the core. He wasn't about to sit back and just let them do as they please. The scent of ozone filled the air as Izuku subconsciously activated One for All. Full cowl. Furious green lightning cackled around him as a sharp green aura enveloped Izuku, signaling that he was ready for battle. Aizawa's hair floated up as he undid his scarf, showing its long length. "Midoriya, stand down. I'll handle the villains, while you stay with the others," Aizawa ordered as he too prepared for a fight. "Wait a second. Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school," Kirishima exclaimed as he couldn't believe that a whole gang of villains just suddenly showed up out of nowhere talking about they're gonna kill a couple of kids. "Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors?" Momo asked 13 as she thought that the security alarms should have been went off. "We have them, of course, but..." 13 trailed off as he too questioned why the alarms hadn't gone off yet. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, said as he intellectually deduced the situation using various obvious clues. Izuku nodded his head. "Yeah, you're right. When the press managed to trespass, one of the villains must have used that as a distraction to slip in unnoticed and steal a copy of today's class schedule," Izuku said as he couldn't believe they were able to easily catch them off guard. They should have seen this coming from a mile away. It just made him all the more angry. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. Make sure that they are safe. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering, Aizawa said as he turned his head towards Denki. "Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk." 2. "Yes, sir," the blonde boy replied as he placed his hand on a device located near his right ear. "Wait a minute, Mr. Aizawa. What about you? You're actually going to go and try to fight them all by your lonesome? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks. Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing after erasing the enemy's quirk. A frontal battle would be putting you at a disadvantage," Izuku said worriedly as he knew that Aizawa's domain is more a one-on-one fight style, but trying to push and fight all of those enemies at once seems kind of crazy if you have a quirk like Aizawa. "You can't be a pro by being a one-trick pony, Midoriya," Aizawa said simply. Izuku grit his teeth. "That's not the point. I know you can handle most of these goons by yourself judging by their power levels, but those 3 at the end, especially the bird brain, will give you trouble if they all gang up on you. You better be careful," Izuku said mentally as he knew that Aizawa would have a hard time if all of the villains decided to just gang up on him. "I'm leaving it to you, 13, Aizawa said as 13 nodded his head. He then jumped down the stairs and thrust himself towards the mob of villains. "Shooting squad. Let's go." One villain with holes in his fingertips said as they observed Aizawa descending towards them. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who's that? A female villain with long gray hair floating upwards stated as she and the rest of the goons underestimated Eraserhead. I don't know, but if he thinks he can come at us from the font by himself, then he's a huge idiot. Another villain stated as they got ready to kill Eraserhead. Eraserhead responded by activating his quirk as his eyes turned blood red and stared at all the villains in his line of sight. One of the villains tried to shoot from his fingertips, but was confused as to why his quirk wasn't working. Huh? My quirk? The bullets won't come out. The other two villains experienced the same as their quirks weren't responding either. Eraserhead used this opportunity to grab all three of them with his scarf and throw them against each other, effectively knocking them out cold. Idiot, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. Erase? Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us, too? A large villain with multiple arms around his body said as he charged Eraserhead. No, I can't, Eraserhead said as he dodged his strike and punched him square in the face. But the skills of guys like you. Eraserhead wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg as he dodged another punch from another villain and countered it with a kick, are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. Eraserhead threw the villain that he wrapped around his scarf to a crowd of goons and made him collapse on them, which took all of them out swiftly. So I've taken measures against that, Eraserhead said confidently as he easily manhandled the cannon fodder minions. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together, Tamura stated as he observed Eraserhead manhandling his goons. He understood that a pro at his level completely outclassed these low-tier villains that he brought along. I see. I hate pro heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them, Tamura said annoyingly as he scratched his neck. Wow, Mr. Aizawa's actually good at fighting by himself against a lot of people. Huh. Izuku said in amazement as he watched his homeroom teacher handle the mob of villains. It made him excited as he too wanted to get a crack at fighting some villains. This is no time for analysis. Hurry up and come back to the group, Tenya yelled towards Izuku, who nodded and ran back to where the rest of the students were heading. As they neared the exit, a purple mist appeared in front of them as it grew in size. I won't let you lot get away, Kurogiri said as he blocked their path. Damn it. I just blinked once and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away, Aizawa thought as he got surrounded by the mob of villains preventing him to go anywhere else. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath, Kurogiri said, revealing to them their motives for being here. Izuku narrowed his eyebrows. So you want to kill All Might, huh? Humph. Good luck with that. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1am to play, Kurogiri stated as he prepared to take out 13 and the students. 13 was about to use his black hole quirk but stopped as out of nowhere. Both Kirishima and Bakugo were in front of him as they charged Kurogiri head-on. Bakugo blasted him in the face with a loud explosion. What in the hell are those two idiots doing? Izuku said as he wiped the smoke away from his face. Did you consider that you'd got beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima yelled as he taunted Kurogiri. Oh dear. That's dangerous. When the smoke completely cleared, Kurogiri was shown to not have a single scratch on him. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs, Kurogiri said as he praised the young and talented students. No. Move away, you two, 13 said as he tried to warn Kirishima and Bakugo. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death, Kurogiri yelled as he enveloped the entire class with his purple mist, created a big circular shield around them made of smoke. What's going on? Damn it, I can't move, Izuku yelled as he tried to fly away and take the others with him to safety, but the mist was just too much. The purple smoke created a portal which forced Izuku to go through whether he wanted to or not and completely separated him from the group. Shipwreck Zone. Izuku came out of the purple portal as he descended towards the water. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was underwater. He deduced that he landed in the Shipwreck Zone. A warp? Is that his quirk? They want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? What the hell? Izuku thought as he began to swim back up to the surface. However, he noticed an energy signature with ill intent coming towards him. He saw that it was a villain with shark-like features, which was probably due to a fish mutant type quirk. He was heading straight for Izuku at high speeds, not slowing down at all. Here I come. I don't have anything against you, but see ya, is that so? Izuku thought as a yellow ki blast formed at his fingertip as he prepared to fire it at the shark villain. But right before either could deal their blow, Tsuyu came at the last second and kicked the shark villain away as she held Mineta in her arms. Midoriya, rib bit, Tsuyu said as she wrapped Izuku with her long tongue and dragged him out of the water. Tsuyu placed Izuku on the boat carefully as Mineta said groggily, "For a frog, your boobs are pretty big." This caused the frog-like girl to blush in embarrassment as she threw Mineta on top of the boat roughly as he landed on the floor hard, very much unlike she did with Izuku. As Tsuyu was climbing up the boat, Izuku said, "Thanks for getting us on the boat, Azui. I told you to call me Tsu," she replied as she made it on the boat. "Oh, sorry again. Thanks, Tsu," Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "This has turned into a bad situation though," Tsuyu said, referring to the fact that the entire class was split up in groups. "Yeah, they planned this right from the start. They split us up and separated us from the teachers so it would be easier to get rid of us. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki said." Izuku told them as he assessed their current predicament and had to admit that it was a pretty clever plan. But it's not like they can actually kill All Might, right? Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys to the ground, Mineta said confidently as he tried to lighten the mood. "Mineta, don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Guys that strong just told us they are going to torture us to death, you know? I wonder if we'll be able to even survive until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out in one piece," Tsuyu said as she herself didn't know if they were going to even to stay alive through all of this. Mineta began to sweat as he absorbed Tsuyu's words. Midoriya, what the heck is that?" Mineta pointed towards the water. "Rib bit, you bastard. I'll kill you," the same shark villain from earlier shouted as this time he brought a couple of his friends along with him. Mineta screamed in horror. "There's a ton of them. Those guys have a way to defeat All Might. She's probably right about that. If I were a betting man, then I bet that the key to defeating All Might has something to do with that huge bird brain who has the highest power level out of all of these villains. They most likely want to kill him because he's the symbol of peace who keeps this superhuman society in balance and control. If he were to be killed, villains would be motivated to go out and commit crimes with no fear. I cannot allow that to happen," Izuku said mentally as he tightened his fists. "If these villains have a way to defeat All Might, then right now we must put a stop to whatever they're planning. By fighting and winning," Izuku said with courage and determination as he finally put on and tightened his red headband. His emerald green eyes lit up as his milky white ki aura flared up, showing that he was ready to fight. "What do you mean, fight? Are you stupid? These guys might be able to kill All Might, the #1 hero for crying out loud, and you expect us to be able to fight them? You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to come save us, of course." Mineta cried out as he feared for his life and didn't want to fight when he knew that these villains could possibly kill All Might. "We don't have time to be sitting around and doing nothing. As we speak, our classmates are fighting for their lives against these villains. Now is not the time to be a coward, Mineta. Man up and face your fears or else it could cost you your life. We can't allow them to win and get away with it. We have to put our lives on the line and do the best we can so that we can live to see tomorrow and put a stop to their evil plans. That is part of what it means to be a hero," Izuku replied with absolute seriousness. As he was saying that, he sensed everybody's energy signature and came to the conclusion that most of these villains are just low-tier cannon fodder. Students like himself, Todoroki, and Bakugo should be able to handle all of them by themselves no problem, while the rest of the class can beat them as long as they have a partner or two that can help fend them off. Mineta accepted the fact that they did indeed have to fight, so he sucked it up and asked, "Okay, so what do you think we should? What's your plan?" "Mineta, those guys down there are clearly assuming we'll fight in the water. They are just floating there doing nothing. They are waiting for us to make the first move," Izuku said as they observed the villains below them in the water. "Does that mean they knew what was in these facilities before they gathered people?" Tsuyu asked. "Exactly. For people who gathered that much intel so meticulously, there's something strange. They sent you, Su to the Shipwreck Zone. This means, in other words, the villains probably don't know what our quirks are. Izuku finished. Ribbit. That's true. If they knew that I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there. Izuku nodded. They probably separated us because they didn't know our quirks, so they planned to overpower us with numbers. We have inferior number and less experience. Our only hope lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are. The enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That supports my hypothesis, but that probably means they aren't underestimating us either. Izuku said as he analyzed the situation as much as possible in order to come up with a sufficient plan to get past these villains. I'll tell you more about my quirk. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. Tsuyu said as she finished explaining all of the abilities that her quirk gives here. I already kind of knew, but you're really strong. My quirk gives me the ability to use the energy within myself to gain super strength, flight, and energy blasts. I can control it pretty well to a certain extent, but if I use too much power at once, I will run out of stamina and the bones in my body would probably break due to the recoil of using too much power. It also gives me this brown monkey tail, but I have yet to figure out the uses of it. I also have the ability to sense other people's energy signatures. Izuku said as he produced a blue key ball on his right for a little demonstration. My quirk creates balls on my head that grow as fast as I can pull them. They stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. But if I pull off too many balls, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. Silence followed Mineta's explanation of his quirk as both Izuku and Tsuyu just stared at him, not uttering a word. Mineta's eyes began to water as he cried out, "That's why I said we should just wait quietly. My quirk is totally unfit for battle." Izuku's sweat dropped at Mineta's childish antics. "No, it's not like that. It is an amazing quirk. We can actually do something with it. Please don't get discouraged," Izuku said calmly as he tried to calm down his grape-haired classmate. But right as he said that, one of the villains used his quirk to manipulate the water in such a way so that it can become sharper than a sword, and used the water to slice through the ship the three students were on cleanly in half. "I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly." The ship rumbled as it began to slowly sink. "What power? The ship's broken," Tsuyu said. In response to the attack, Mineta ran to the edge of the ship and began to rapidly throw his purple balls down to the water towards the villains in absolute panic. It was a desperation move as he thought they were going to die anyways. "Don't just give up like that. What are you doing? The enemy will figure out your queer dash," Izuku began to say, but didn't finish his sentence as he saw that the villains were being very cautious of Mineta's purple balls and tried to move away from them. "What the heck are these?" one villain said as he tried to shoo away the grape-colored orbs. "They're being cautious and not touching them?" Izuku thought as suddenly an idea popped into his head. Mineta said they can stick to anything besides himself. That means the boat will sink in less than a minute. "Once they get into the water, we're sure to win," a villain said as they prepared to end the three students' lives as soon as the ship sunk. "Oh no, they're right," Mineta said as tears were still present on his face. "Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero?" Tsuyu asked blatantly as his cowardly attitude was kind of pathetic in her opinion and not fitting of a student who wanted to be a hero. "Shut up. It's weirder to not be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? Oh, man, I'm going to die before I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's boobs first," Mineta yelled as he cowardly accepted the fact that he was going to die before he even reached the age of 18. "Oh, will you please shut up and listen? Nobody is going to die. It's going to be fine. Trust me. I've got an idea," Izuku shouted as he formulated a plan in his head that he was sure would get them out of their current predicament safe and sound with minimal injuries. He now had both of their attention as they waited to hear what he had to say. "When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. All Might said so before on TV. They don't know what our quirks are, so we'll use that to our advantage. I'm gonna jump and get their attention and blast them away so they can become discombobulated. When that happens, you both jump out of the ship and Mineta will spam purple balls at them as much as he can. This will keep them immobilized. As they are distracted, I'll land the final blow in order to secure the victory. Got it? We don't have much time anyways. Izuku finished explaining the plan as both Tsuyu and Mineta nodded their heads, signaling that they understood. You really must be kids, with all of the chirping and screaming, one villain said as he taunted the young first years. Hey, Shigaraki said to not let your guard down, remember? Don't judge them by their ages. Look at their quirks. It's common sense, isn't it? Because our quirks will definitely have an advantage in the water. Izuku then flew in the air as he yelled out a loud battle cry that reverberated throughout the Shipwreck Zone, reminiscent of the roar of a beast. His white milky aura enveloped him as he did so. On both of his hands, blue-colored key balls formed. He then launched them repeatedly at the villains, doing as much damage as he could but at the same time, not trying to kill them. Full power energy blast volley. Izuku yelled out his technique as he kept launching the blue key blasts from his hands non-stop, each one creating huge impacts in the water. The villains didn't know how to react as they have never seen a quirk like Izuku's before. The blasts pushed them away as some of them were hit directly and the energy blasts burned them like boiling hot water and caused devastating pain. Seeing that now, they were distracted. Izuku yelled, "Tsu, Mineta, now, rib bit." Tsuyu carried Mineta in her arms as she jumped out of the ship. Mineta tightened his fists. Damn it! What the heck, Midoriya? Why are you so brave? Even though we're probably in the worst situation possible, you still jump and act. You don't back down and you don't give up no matter what. How did you become so strong? I'm nothing but a coward, Mineta thought as he gripped a purple ball on his head. But no more. I'm no longer going to be afraid. I want to be a hero just like everybody else. I'm going to become strong and cool, just like you. Mineta yelled as he found new motivation within himself as he kept throwing as many purple balls as fast as he could towards where all of the villains were. I'm getting dragged in, yelled a villain as they were all getting sucked up towards the middle and were getting dangerously close to each other. Mineta's purple orbs began to stick to each and every one of them. What is this crap? I can't get it off. Izuku floated above them as he observed the sight. If a strong force is applied to the surface of the water, it'll spread, and then converge back in the middle. Izuku yelled as he saw that all of the villains were squashed up together smack in the middle, courtesy of Mineta's purple sticky balls that made them all stuck and unable to move and get away from each other. Move! Get away from me! I can't move! We're too close, numerous villains said as they were helpless and pretty much stuck together. Now for the final blow, Izuku said as green electricity gathered in his right thumb and index finger. Delaware Smash. Izuku yelled out the name of one of his signature moves as he flicked his finger. The result was a huge typhoon of force that was sent directly to where all of the villains were grouped up. The villains widened their eyes in fear as the smash completely blew them all away at once, knocking them out of commission as they were finally dealt with and knocked out unconscious. Izuku smirked as he saw the beauty that fell before him. Perfect combo. Good job, Tsu and Mineta. Izuku yelled out in victory as he flew towards where Tsuyu jumped in the air. Well, looks like we cleared the Shipwreck Zone. You two are amazing, Tsu said as she was grateful that she had classmates as strong and courageous as them. Landslide Zone. Scatter you and kill you. Huh? I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know what to do with, Shoto Todoroki said as he breathed out a breath of cold air. All around him were villains that were frozen still. They were completely immobilized as the ice-cold frost that trapped them didn't allow them to move a step, as they were completely at Shoto's mercy. Catch this guy. The instant we warped here, we were destroyed. Is he really a kid? One villain as he shivered from the extremely low temperatures of Todoroki's ice. Killing All Might. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. One villain tried to sneak up from behind Shoto, but he caught him right before he could get hit and freezed his entire body save for his head. Another villain tried to move in on him while Shoto was distracted, but he effortlessly freezed him as well. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ratag bunch of thugs that even teenagers could beat, Shoto thought as he disarmed the thug that came up from behind him. From what I saw, there were only 2 or 3 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is... Shoto turned to the frozen villain in front of him. Hey, at this rate, your cells will slowly die. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. The villain's eyes widened as small hints of tears could be seen forming as he feared that his life right now is at the hands of a 15-year-old kid. Shoto placed his right hand in front of the villain's face as cold frost air came out of it, signaling that he could make the ice he needed at any moment he wanted. I'm only going to say this once. Tell me, how do you and the rest of your so-called League of Villains plan on killing All Might? Shoto asked as he threatened the poor villain. Mountain Zone. Kaminari screamed in fear as a huge bulky villain thug aimed a punch at him. He narrowly dodged the devastating blow and began to run away from the thug. Scary. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx, seriously. What the heck is up with these guys? What's going on? Worry about that later, Jiro said as she and Momo fended off a couple of thugs. Right now, we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people. Then give me a weapon, too, Kaminari pleaded as they were surrounded by a mob of low-tier villains. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them, Jiro replied as Kamienri's quirk should be more than enough to handle these cannon fodder. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge electricity, but it's not like I can control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal. Listen, you two. Right now, you can't count on me. I'm counting on you, Kaminari finished as he gave the two girls a thumbs up, encouraging them to their best as he thought he was completely helpless in their current situation. Jiro just rolled her eyes. You're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining. Jiro kicked him in the back towards the thugs. Then, I'll use you as a human stun gun. Wait, what? Kaminari yelled as he landed in front of the big villain who he was running away from earlier. On impulse, he activated his quirk and yellow lightning enveloped the villain as he was knocked out. Oh snap, it's working. I'm strong. You two can count on me. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky, Jiro replied with a sweat drop. Stop messing around, kid, a villain in yellow spandex said as he charged towards Jiro with a large boulder above his head. Jiro connected her earphone jack into the speakers in her legs as it created a large and loud sound wave that completely pushed the boulder back. Kaminari electrocuted that same villain as well. Another tried to ambush him with knives aimed for his throat. Momo saw this and quickly threw a net over at the villain and trapped him. This allowed the blonde-haired lightning user to electrocute him as well. It's done, Momo shouted as from her back came out a large sheet that covered both her and Jiro. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari smirked as he understood. I see. In that case, now I don't need to hold back anymore. Kaminari proceeded to aim yellow lighting at the ground as it spread and electrocuted all of the villains present. Momo and Jiro were unaffected due to the insulation sheet they were under. Now then, I am worried about the others. Let us join them quickly, Momo said, but little did she know that Kaminari's blast was strong enough to tear apart a bit of her costume, leaving her chest exposed. Wait, your clothes got super punk, Jiro said as she was quite jealous of Momo's rather developed bust as her body was mature for her age. Oh, it's fine. I can just make new clothes again, Momo replied. Jiro heard footsteps as she immediately hugged Momo to cover her wardrobe malfunction. Kaminari, don't you dare look! But when she looked out, she saw that Kaminari had a stupid look on his face as he spoke incoherent words and walked around in a daze as he held both of his thumbs up. This was the drawback of his quirk. If he goes over his what limit, then his brain short circuits, making him a literal retard for a bit. As they left the sheet, with Momo having already repaired her costume, they were ready to head out and try to regroup with their other classmates. But before they took another step, they heard something that completely stopped them in their tracks. The power behind that demonic roar was so strong was that it created strong winds and pushed them back as they struggled to keep their balance. What in the world did that come from? Momo asked in shock. A couple of minutes earlier. Hey, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, right? Mineta asked nervously as he, Tsu, and Izuku came out of the Shipwreck Zone and into the main plaza where Aizawa was dealing with the huge mob of villains. Earlier, after dealing with the goons in the Shipwreck Zone, Izuku suggested that the three of them go check up on Aizawa. Mineta was hesitant at first as he didn't think it was a good idea. But Izuku was worried for his teacher as he believed that he may have taken up too big of a load. He decided that he was going to go help Aizawa. However, he reassured Mineta and Tsu that if things got too dangerous or out of hand, then they would leave immediately. Yes, don't worry. We'll run away the instant it seems dangerous. I wouldn't intentionally put you guys in harm's way. Izuku replied as they hid away from the villain's sights and observed the battle that was transpiring. Multiple bodies laid across the floor as Eraserhead kept on effortless dealing with all of the cannon fodder thugs that stood in his way. After typing up 2 people with his scarf and knocking them out, he looked up to see Tomura Shigaraki charging straight for him with his right hand. 23 seconds, Tomura said as he ran towards Eraserhead. Final boss, Aizawa said as he threw his long scarf towards him in attempt to immobilize him. 24 seconds, 20 seconds, 17 seconds. Aizawa attempted to elbow Shigaraki in the chest, was blocked at the last second as Shigaraki held Aizawa's elbow in a tight grip. Damn, Aizawa said as he realized his attack was stopped. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls, Shigaraki began to say as Aizawa widened his eyes, them being red and dry due to using his quirk too much. That's when you have deactivated your quirk, and the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Tomura finished as the skin of Aizawa's elbow tore apart, revealing gory red blood bone as cracks appeared throughout the skin of his right arm. Aizawa jumped away from Shigaraki as he felt the pain in his right elbow. My elbow's crumbling. The fodder villains took this as an opportunity to get the jump on Aizawa. He dodged all of their attacks as he panted, feeling the fatigue for fighting a big group for a long period of time. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Tomura said as he taunted Aizawa, who was able to take care of the other villains who tried to ambush him even with one arm. He readied his scarf as he stared at Shigaraki, ready to fight him head-on. You're so cool. You're so cool. By the way, hero, I'm not the final boss. Aizawa gasped as he turned his head to see the huge black-colored villain with an exposed brain right behind. He moved so fast that Aizawa never even heard him make a sound. His name is Nomu, and he's the one you really need to worry about, not me, Shigaraki said as Nomu brought his claws down towards Aizawa. He tried to erase Nomu's quirk, but it didn't seem to have any effect as Nomu still brought his hand down and pushed the erasure hero to the ground and smashed his head. He broke Aizawa's arm as he screamed in pain. Nomu's level of strength is absurd. How could somebody have this much power? You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive in the face of overwhelming power. You might as well be quirkless, Shigaraki said as he smiled in delight seeing the scene of his toy man handling the erasure hero. Aizawa's eyes turned red as he activated his quirk again and stared straight at Nomu, attempting to erase his quirk again. But just like last time, Nomu was completely unaffected and snapped Aizawa's other arm as he grunted in pain. It's like he's breaking a stick. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that powerful naturally. He's as strong as All Might. Aizawa thought in his mind as Nomu picked his head up and smashed it through the ground, created cracks in the concrete, inflicting even more damage to the erasure hero as the battle was completely one-sided. Mineta grimaced as he tried to cover his face. Midoriya, I can't take it anymore. I can't watch, it's too much. We gotta get out of her before we get hurt. Ribbit, Sue said as she too was having trouble watching the gory scene in front of her. There was just so much blood. She didn't expect a villain to be so strong that he was able to completely destroy their homeroom teacher. Like it wasn't even a warm-up. Izuku grit his teeth hard as he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles were turning pale. He looked on in absolute rage as his teacher was getting pummeled to the ground. Sickened him to no end. He restrained himself from jumping in and trying to save Aizawa because Tsu and Mineta were with him, and he didn't want to endanger their lives. However, his patience was running extremely thin. Any second now, he was about to snap and destroy the villains that dared lay their hands on his sensei. At that moment, Izuku widened his eyes as he felt a familiar energy signature enter the area. A purple mist appeared as Kurogiri stepped out of a portal. Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri spoke, getting said man's attention. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Kurojiri stated, referring to Tenya, who was able to escape the USJ and call for help from the pros. Ha! Tamura began to scratch his neck angrily. Kurojiri, if you weren't a warp gate and our ride out of here, I would have crushed you to pieces. Tamura said angrily as he realized that now that pros were coming as backup, it just made their situation a whole lot more complicated. Izuku was surprised at the reveal of the new situation. Somebody was able to escape and call for help? If I were to guess, then it must have been Ida, since his quirk makes him run really quick, so it would make the most sense for him to be the one to do it. This means that backup is on their way. Izuku thought happily as now the situation was turned in their favor. Tamura sighed as he stopped scratching his neck. We can't win against dozens of pros. It is game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home. Mineta gained a hopeful look on his face. They're going home? Did he just say they're going home? Mineta asked shakily as he thought his ears were deceiving him. That's what I heard, Sue said as she too now was getting hopeful at the fact that now the villains would leave them alone and they wouldn't have to worry no longer. However, Izuku was skeptical as he didn't believe them for a second. He kept his guard up, waiting for their next move. For them to simply retreat after doing all this, don't they want to kill All Might? If they leave like this, UA will just beef up their security. Game over? No, I don't believe it for a second. What's going on? What are those guys planning? Izuku said in his head as he anticipated whatever next move the villains were about to make. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at them intently. Shigaraki turned his head a little. Oh yeah, before we leave, let's smash some of his pride. In the blink of an eye, Tamura ran towards the three hiding students at transonic speeds, with his hand aimed straight for Tsuyu's face, as the symbol of peace. But before he could land the killing blow on Tsuyu, he was immediately countered by a 5% Detroit smash to the side of the head, courtesy of Izuku Midoriya, as he was able to react in time with equal transonic speeds. Tamura was blown back due to the force of the amazing smash as he was sent tumbling down back to where he was beside Kurojiri and Nomu. He got up and rubbed high shed as the punch really did a number on him. It will hurt in the morning, that's for sure. Try to lay another finger on her again, and I'll give you a smash that will give you far worse than a bruised head. Izuku yelled defiantly as he stood protectively in front of Mineta and Tsuyu. Tamura stared at the green-haired bearer of One for All in fascination and interest. You move well. You're smash. Are you a follower of All Might's? Tamura asked as Izuku's punches were quite similar to All Might's. Izuku just ignored him as he looked towards Nomu, who was still leering over Aizawa, his blood spreading across the ground every second. Izuku sensed his life energy and gasped in horror. Mr. Aizawa is slowly dying. If he doesn't get medical treatment soon, it will be too late. Izuku looked Nomu dead in the eye with his most serious face as he shook in rage. Get your hands off of my teacher, you damn bird brain. If you don't move this instant, I'm going to make you pay. Aizawa raised his head as blood trickled all over his face. He was so injured that it was difficult for him to even speak. Midoriya, forget about me. You and the others need to run now and save yourselves. You're too young. You have a long life ahead of you. Please go. It's too late for me, Aizawa said as he was slowly dying by the second. He didn't want his students to have to die this early in their careers. He is all right in dying as long as his students are safe. Izuku shook his head. No, it's not too late. How can I call myself a hero if I let one of my comrades die when I could have done something? I refuse to run, Izuku said as he couldn't allow his teacher to die at the hands of these villains. Aizawa widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that his student was actually disobeying his orders just for the sake of saving him. He thought that was the height of irrationality. Izuku was just like All Might in his eyes, always going out of their way to do what they believed was right and save others while at the same time sacrificing themselves in the process. While it was a truly noble act, nobody can deny that, it doesn't mean it is always the smartest thing to do. Especially when you know you're outmatched. Izuku is smarter than he gives himself credit for, so Aizawa knows that he realizes that he is going to a battle that Izuku knows that he cannot win. But he will still rush in to battle anyways. Aizawa is pretty sure that Izuku will try to buy him and Class 1A enough time until the pros arrive. But who knows how long that will take. Aizawa, who is a pro hero, was taken down in mere seconds by Nomu. So how long will Izuku, a freshman with no hero experience, last against a monster that was just as strong as All Might? Izuku looked at Nomu again. Move! Nomu said nothing as he stared at Izuku, not moving an inch, remaining in the same position as he awaited Tamura's orders. Izuku's patience ran out as he gripped his fists in absolute rage. I said move! Music! Gohan fights Frieza theme. Izuku flew straight towards Nomu at a speed that easily surpasses sound. He landed a devastating kick to the head that actually made the black monster move back as the kick was much stronger than expected. What? Tamura yelled out in disbelief as he didn't expect the kid to actually attack Nomu head-on with no hesitation at all. Izuku proceeded to land a series of furious punches towards Nomu's midsection. Each punch had more than enough power to level a whole skyscraper with no problem at all. The punches made Nomu tumble as the blows were actually doing a considerable amount of damage to him. Izuku then threw a huge uppercut that connected right at Nomu's jaw. Izuku kicked him away and launched a small yellow ki blast at Nomu's face. Nomu blocked it with his two hands, but Izuku quickly appeared in front of the monster and blasted him right in the face with an even stronger ki blast. The blast sent the anti-symbol of peace flying as Izuku threw a mega-sized yellow ki ball that connected with said monster and created a huge explosion of energy that was spread around the area. The people present were in absolute shock at Izuku's strength. They had never seen anyone fight like that before. Tsuyu, Mineta, and Aizawa looked on in amazement of Izuku's raw power, while Shigaraki and Kurogiri could not believe that a 15-year-old kid was powerful enough to actually push Nomu back. Tamura began scratching his neck in nervousness. Where is all that power coming from? We didn't know that UA had a brat that was strong enough to fight Nomu. Not fair. Not fair. Not fair. He's using a cheat code. Izuku turned around and picked up Aizawa and carried him over to Tsu and Mineta. You two take Mr. Aizawa and get out of here now. It's gonna get too dangerous for you guys to be here. I can't allow you two to get hurt. But Midoriya, what about you? Don't tell me you plan on taking them on by yourself. Mineta cried out as he was worried for his green-haired classmate's safety. Do not worry. Backup will get here any minute. But I'm going to buy you and the rest of our class time and keep these villains busy until the pros get here. If I don't, then they will just go and kill as many as our peers as they can until help arrives. I can't let that happen. So please understand and just go. Izuku yelled with a lot more seriousness as he needed for the both of them to leave immediately. Tsuyu nodded as she took Aizawa. Okay. We're counting on you, Midoriya. Please stay safe. Mineta wiped his tears as he and Tsu began to leave and regroup with the others. You better not die, Midoriya. Survive this. Izuku smirked. I promise I will. As they left, Tamura stepped up and said, You must be foolish if you think I'm just going to allow them to get away. In a burst of supersonic speed, Izuku appeared right in front of Tamura as he grabbed hold of his right wrist and squeezed it hard enough that he could hear the bones crunching. Don't you dare. Izuku then swung him by his arm and threw him towards Kurogiri as they both made hard impact to the ground. Right as that happened, Izuku sensed Nomu's power level as he jumped straight back to where Izuku was in super high speeds. There was no scratch on his body at all as Izuku's series of attacks seemed to have no effect on him at all. Izuku then put on his fighting stance. Looks like you're a lot tougher than I thought. I'm going to have to go all out if I want to even stand a chance. In response, Deku powered up to 20% full cowl as the fierce electric green energy surrounded his aura. Here I come. Deku jumped into the air and fired a full-power Delaware smash towards Nomu. Nomu shrugged it off with ease as he ran at supersonic speeds ready to claw Deku. Deku saw this coming from a mile away and dodged Nomu's attack. He powered up again and yelled, Texas Smash. Deku aimed a punch at Nomu's head and connected as it sent the beast flying. Deku followed him as he wasn't done with his attack. He kept on sending a flurry of one for all punches that created huge shockwaves that could be felt throughout the entire USJ. When Nomu landed on the floor, Deku flew up and placed his hands over the other on his forehead as a yellow energy wave began to form. Masenko Ha! The yellow beam of energy came crashing down towards Nomu as it hit him head-on. The resulting collateral damage were mini earthquakes and explosions that made the whole USJ rumble. Smoke was all over the place as a result of Deku's Masenko. He waited as the smoke cleared, expecting to see a knocked-out Nomu, but what he saw shocked him. Nomu was standing there, completely unfazed, acting as if nothing happened at all. It was like Deku's attacks were pebbles to him. Izuku had his jaw hanging low as he couldn't believe it. What? How in the hell did you not take damage from that? What are you? Deku yelled in disbelief as all of his smashes and key attacks didn't do a damn thing to Nomu. His quirk is shock absorption. He can take all of your punches and then some and not be hurt at all. Hee, Shigaraki said as he laughed evilly. He enjoyed the look on Deku's face when he told him that there was nothing that the brat could do to even hurt Nomu, let alone defeat him. Deku took a deep breath as he tried to recompose himself. It is fine. He has shock absorption. I can work with this. I have to buy as much time as possible. He can absorb attacks, but that doesn't mean he negate them. There must be a limit to how much exactly he can absorb. And I'm going to find that out. All right, let's try this, Deku yelled. His left arm was enveloped with one for all green electric energy, while his right arm was enhanced by ki energy. Deku then flew towards Nomu and began Hail Marrying him with punches using ki and one for all separately. Each punch was as strong as his current limit as he put 100% effort into each of them. He ended his barrage of attacks with a blue energy wave right to Nomu's dome. But when the smoke cleared, Nomu was revealed to have taken absolutely no damage. Deku's sweat dropped as he couldn't believe that none his blows did jack squat. Oh, come on. Shigaraki made an evil smirk. It's no use, kid. There's nothing you can do that can even scratch him. Just give up and accept your death with grace. Deku narrowed his eyes as he prepared to fight again. There's no such thing as give up in my damn vocabulary, Tamura sighed. So be it then. Nomu then charged towards Deku as he completely pierced through his Saiyan armor and destroyed the top half, leaving Deku shirtless and his upper body exposed. Nomu grabbed Deku into a tight bear hug and proceeded to squeeze the life out of Deku. Ha-ah-wa-ea. Deku screamed in utter agony. The pain was just so unbearable. He can already feel his ribs were getting snapped effortlessly like twigs. He tried his best to escape the bear hug of death, but Nomu was just too strong. He could barely breathe as his lungs were getting squished. Those screams of pain are music to my ears. Yes, Nomu. Squeeze him to death. Shigaraki yelled in delight as he loved the fact that Nomu was torturing Deku to death. Damn it. He won't budge. I guess I'm gonna have to use it. I was planning on saving this for later when I had better control over it, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Deku thought as he took a deep breath and yelled with all of his might. Kaioken, KO what? Shigaraki said as he was confused by what Deku shouted out. Deku's body was surrounded by a fierce and strong crimson aura of ki. His muscles bulged as his body became even more muscular than before. It covered him from head to toe as Deku was able to forcefully break Nomu's bear hug hold on him and send him flying with a super enhanced punch then connected to Nomu's jawline. Tamura began scratching his neck nervously again. What? How? Where is that power coming from? Explain, you damn brat. Deku smirked as he began to answer his question. Oh, it's Kaioken attack. It's like a massive upsurge of energy. Everything is heightened. Power, speed, even hearing and vision improve dramatically. You sort of become a super self. It is a really useful technique if you want to get the edge over your opponent. This is my trump card, but the downside is that it puts a massive toll and strain on the body and makes you vulnerable to an enemy's attacks. And given that I haven't trained much with it or mastered it, it will be hard for me to keep it up for any longer. I'm going to have to finish this quickly, Deku said in his mind as he analyzed his current predicament and powered up his crimson aura to prepare his attack on Nomu. Shigaraki was livid. He couldn't believe that the kid had something up his sleeve that was this big. This boy, he's too strong, way too strong. He couldn't allow him to live or else he will be a huge pain in the rear for any of his future plans. Nomu, finish him quickly now. We have to kill this brat or else he will be a problem for our future plans. Hearing his master's orders, Nomu charged Deku at full speed as he prepared to finish him in one strike. Deku grinned as he dodged Nomu's attacks with ease. He countered his claw strikes quick but strong jabs at various places of his body. Deku fired a bunch of ki blasts as he used that as distraction to reappear behind Nomu and roundhouse kick him as the black beast was sent towards the air. Shigaraki scratched his neck in irritation. How is he easily toying with Nomu like that? The Kaioken doubles my strength, speed, power, agility, durability, and basically any other attribute that is related to fighting. I'm now twice as powerful as I was before, so don't think that you can kill me so easily now. Deku replied as he saw Nomu get right back up and charge him again. You know, I'm having a lot of fun fighting you, But I think it's time to end this. Deku powered up as he charged up his crimson ki. Along with it was the green electric energy of One for All. The two auras merged as Deku's power increased even more. He focused as he brought his hands in front of him and began combining the powers of his two quirks. This next move will surely put me out of commission, so I can't hold back an ounce of my power. I have to put my all into it to make sure that Nomu gets taken out. He's the biggest threat, and he's their plan to kill Toshinori-sensei. If he's taken out, then the rest will be easy and Toshinori-sensei won't have to worry about a thing, Deku said in his mind as he finished gathering every ounce of energy that remained in his body. This is his last chance. It is all or nothing. He put his hands together sideways in front of him as a yellow energy blast began to form in his hands. It finished powering up as Nomu got back up and began pacing to him. Deku smirked as he yelled, "It's over. Let's see you absorb this bird brain. One for all 20%. Final flash. Deku fired the huge yellow energy wave with infused One for All power coursing through it, and it was also enhanced by the Kaioken. The blast made direct contact with Nomu as he did his best to block it, but the final flash was very powerful. However, with some effort, Nomu began to walk and push the energy wave slowly as he began to overpower it. Deku grit his teeth in frustration. "Are you on steroids or something? Jesus Christ. How in the hell are you so ridiculously strong?" Deku yelled out as he poured more power and effort into the blast. However, it all proved for naught as Nomu kept on walking through the blast as if it were a plastic door. "And no, I won't lose," Deku cried as he strained his arms into putting in more power into the final flash. Nomu just kept on getting closer and closer to him with each passing second. "I won't let you win. I refuse to lose. You will not have your way." As Nomu came closer and closer, there was only one thing that Deku could say at the moment. "KKK Kaioken ×3. Deku's muscles bulged even more as his muscles became even larger and the extra energy pumped from his arms all the way to the final flash. That extra power made all of the difference as Nomu was pushed all the way back almost instantly. The yellow blast finally served its purpose as it created a huge explosion that almost blew the roof off the entire USJ. But Deku made sure to focus the attack on Nomu and Nomu alone. The recoil of the yellow ki wave pushed Deku back as he collapsed on the ground. Deku panted hard as he waited for the smoke to clear. I did it! Finally, he should be taken care of. The main threat is gone. The rest should be easily cleaned up by the pros when they arrive," Deku said as he gasped for breath. His arms were an ugly mix between red and purple as they were broken. Blood came with Sen coming out as the strain of using the final flash, One for All, and Kaioken was just too much for his body as bits of his skin and flesh tore itself apart. Tomura was now scratching his neck hard enough to draw blood. "No, this can't be possible. Nomu cannot be defeated by a single UA brat who's only a damn freshman. Nomu is supposed to kill All Might, not get beat by a damn kid." But as the smoke cleared, Deku almost puked from the sight. Nomu could be seen as his entire right half was blown up. He was missing his arm and torso as blood was all over the place. It was a horrific sight. "Oh no, I didn't mean to do that to him. I only wanted to just knock him out. Crap, I hope he doesn't die," Deku said worriedly as he never meant to kill Nomu. But what happened next shocked Deku. The entire half of Nomu's body that was blown up began to regenerate slowly as he regrew an entire arm and torso. After a few seconds, Nomu looked good as new, with no signs of injuries ever happening to him. "What? No way. You said that his quirk was shock absorption, not regeneration," Deku yelled as he wanted an explanation to what was happening in front of his eyes. Shigaraki smirked, as he was relieved that Nomu still wasn't beaten. "I didn't say that was his only quirk, boy. He has shock absorption, regeneration, and numerous other types of quirk fused into him. You see, Nomu is not a regular person. He was bioengineered and was made for one sole purpose, and that is to kill All Might. He is the anti-symbol of peace." Deku couldn't believe it. This guy, Nomu, had multiple quirks injected into him, and it was made so that he could kill the #1 hero. Deku put absolutely everything he had into that final flash. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't strong enough. He was too weak. And now, both of his arms are broken and his stamina has completely drained. He could barely move. And now Nomu was back to full strength. How was he going to survive this? "I think it's time we put this to an end. Don't you think? You put on a hell of a fight, but we've got more important matters to deal with. The main one being All Might. We can't allow you to live. You're just too powerful. You'll prove to be a pain in the butt later on. I would invite you to join the League of Villains, but I already know you will decline. Such a shame, but such is life. Nomu, finish him, Shigaraki yelled as he gave his order to his puppet. Nomu reacted by walking towards where Izuku was standing. He was completely defenseless, so it would not be difficult at all to dispose of the green-haired one for all user. Deku grit his teeth as he tried to move but couldn't. Damn it! I can't fight back? What should I do? The pros are still not here yet, and I told Mineta and Tsu to regroup with the others as I bought them some time. Damn it! Deku said in his mind as Nomu kept walking closer and closer to where Deku was. Tamura smirked. Don't worry. As soon as we're through with you, we'll make sure to give the rest of your classmates a nice, painful, and torturous death. So when you die, you won't have to wait too long before you can see them again, Tamura said as he laughed maniacally at the thought of killing all of the young first years. Deku's eyes widened as he heard Tamura's words. He grit in teeth in anger. What did you say? Did I stutter? I said that I'm going to kill all of your friends, you damn brat. Deku gripped his fists tightly. He didn't care that his arms were broken or that he was an excruciating guy just threatened the lives of his classmates. No, he refuses to let that happen. Not on his watch. As Nomu kept on coming closer and closer, Deku closed his eyes as he tried to find something. Anything inside him that will help. He just needs a little extra more power. In order to protect his comrades, he can't just die here. He has so many things that he still needs to do. All Might is counting on him. He can't leave his mom alone in this world. He still hasn't even met his own father, damn it. What would All Might do? Izuku thought in desperation as he tried to think what his mentor and Ito would do in a dire situation such as his with barely enough power left to even stand. Both of his arms were broken, his ki was depleted due to using Kaioken X3, and his stamina was sapped to pretty much zero. But he will not give up. Knowing All Might, no matter the odds, he would still pull through and somehow find a way to win. Like how he always did. He promised to Mineta and Tsuyu that he would come back alive. And Izuku Midoriya doesn't break a promise no matter what. If he doesn't do something now, then Momo, Achiko, Kaken, everyone is going to die. Izuku kept on concentrating on the rage that he felt, the anger that he felt. All of the negative emotions he has felt in his life. He used that wrath to fuel him. He felt something hot inside of him. As Nomu reached him and prepared to deliver the final blow to Izuku, little did they both know, inside of Izuku's subconscious, the golden door that had the mark of the Roman numeral of I was shaking violently. The locks on the doorknob were loosening as portions of the energy and power that resided inside the sacred door was leaking. Deku kept on thinking about the rage before his entire body was hot as the leaked energy of the sacred door enveloped him. I won't die. I won't let you hurt them. Nomu aimed his left hand straight for Deku's throat as that blow was meant to kill him in one shot, but right before Nomu could connect and murder the boy on the site, Izuku caught Nomu's hand. Tamura was shocked, as was Nomu, who looked on curiously. Izuku lifted up his head. His eyes remained closed. He opened his mouth and said something that will change everything and his life for good. Ru-ar. Chapter 7 Monster. Ru-ar. Izuku yelled out a deafening and demonic roar filled with rage and anguish. That roar alone was enough to send ridiculous amounts of shockwaves that knocked everyone off their feet. Even Nomu. Everybody in the USJ froze as they heard that roar. It was so bone-chilling. Many people wondered what exactly was that. Whatever that was, it doesn't sound friendly, Shoto said as he stood in the landslide zone. The monster roar interrupted his interrogation of the low-tier villain, who he was trying to get information from. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to go check it out, Bakugo told Kirishima as he began running from the collapse zone to where he heard the roar was coming from. Hey, wait for me. I sense trouble from wherever that came from, Kirishima said as he followed right behind Bakugo. Back with Izuku, his body began to emit a huge amount of heat. His body was burning up as the excess energy of the sacred door of number I completely flooded his entire being. A dark yellow ki aura surrounded him as his muscles began bulking up, similar to when he used Kaioken. His hair became more spiky as it flew upwards and stood on end, completely defying the laws of gravity. /N. If you want a visual image of what his hair looks like, then go to My Hero Academia opening 4. and skipped to 041 timestamp. Izuku's spiky mane then turned into a tint of red, with the majority of it still having its dark green color, only difference being that the highlights of red shined through his hair. His skin color began to gain a slight yellow hue to it. He opened his eyes, and they were revealed to be completely white as his pupils were non-existent, showing that he has completely lost control over himself. His power skyrocketed many times over as his dark yellow ki became very unstable, spreading around the entire area. The presence of his ki alone was enough to put fear into Shigaraki's heart as Izuku emitted a huge amount of killer intent. His rage completely took over. That's right, Deku has transformed into the false Super Saiyan. Music, Monster by Skillet. Deku crushed Nomu's hand, completely snapping and breaking it in the process. Nomu howled out in pain as he detracted away from Deku and held his broken hand as he tried to regenerate it to normal. What? Nomu shouldn't feel pain. This should not be possible. Shigaraki cried out as he couldn't believe that his toy, Nomu, is actually howling due to the brat. What's with that yellow aura and spiky new hairdo? Deku stared at Nomu with his empty and emotionless eyes. Those same eyes that are currently giving the anti-symbol of peace fear. Nomu is a genetically engineered mutant. He shouldn't know what fear even is. But here was Deku giving him the biggest death stare and aiming all of his killer intent towards him. He then flew at a speed too fast even for Nomu, going over hypersonic as he created multiple sonic booms as he did so. With a mighty roar, Deku punched Nomu in the jaw, shattering the bones as his dark yellow ki was stained in it, doing more damage over time. For some reason, Nomu's regeneration was going very slowly compared to before. One reason may be because Deku's attacks were so strong that they were too much for Nomu to absorb. As a result, it halted his regeneration process by a lot. Nomu is taking damage? What is this kid? He's a monster! Shigaraki yelled out as he continually scratched his neck in irritation. Nomu was meant to be able to kill All Might, but here was this kid from UA High, completely wrecking up the anti-symbol of peace. It took a couple of seconds, but Nomu was able to regenerate everything that Deku broke. Nomu was now furious as he charged Deku and decided that he was through playing around with the brat. He charged Deku again, but Deku beat him to the punch. He fired a barrage of yellow-stained punches. The thunderous punches had more than enough force to crush entire mountains with ease. Deku's fury knew no bounds, as he kept pummeling Nomu angrily, each blow eradicating Nomu's cells one by one. Nomu tried to use his shock absorption quirk to counter Deku's punches, but the young false Super Saiyan was just way too powerful for the anti-symbol of peace. Ha-ha-ha-wa-ea. Deku yelled in pure rage as his body was moving entirely on his own. He was out of control and he was ready to eradicate anybody that was in his path. Deku fired a Kamehameha wave towards Nomu. The blue energy wave connected with the black monster as it pushed him back and burned his skin. When the smoke cleared, Nomu was missing his entire upper half of his body. Nomu slowly regenerated as with each regeneration, took more and more effort. It seems to be due to Deku's overflowing ki that was causing damage over time to the anti-symbol of peace. Kurogiri, we can't let this brat kill Nomu, Shigaraki said as he and Kurogiri rushed towards Deku from behind hoping to catch him off guard. However, Deku was just way too fast for any of them as he quickly dodged Tamura's attack without any effort and attempted to counter with a ki-infused fist that had the power to destroy Mount Everest. Kurogiri stopped Deku's punch by appearing in front of Tamura and using his warp quirk to direct Deku's fist away from him. Deku saw this and decided to focus on Kurogiri as he jumped towards him at high speeds. Kurogiri chuckled seeing what the false Super Saiyan was trying to do. Your attacks will have zero effect on me. I will just warp away whatever you throw at me. But right as he said that, Deku was already in front of the purple mist that was Kurogiri and attacked a piece of metal that was connected to his physical body. Deku grabbed it and punched Kurogiri in the stomach as the purple warp user gasped in pain. Impossible. He exploited my weakness. Deku then fired a simple yellow ki blast and it connected to Kurogiri as he blew him away. As he was distracted by Kurogiri, Deku failed to notice Tamura who was sneaking up right behind him. Tamura grabbed Deku's arm and smirked in victory as he believed that he was going to make Deku's entire body crumble to dust and end his life once and for all. Or so he thought. It's game over for you now. Tamura said as he waited for cracks to appear through Deku's body. However, that never happened. Deku remained unfazed as his dark yellow aura focused around where Tamura's hand was. Deku turned around and stared at him with his pale white eyes full of inconceivable rage and fury. The one who threatened the lives of Deku's fellow classmates shivered in fear at the sight of those eyes. He couldn't believe that someone had enough power to completely shrug off the effects of his decay quirk, like it did the same amount of damage as a snowball. WH, what are you? Tamura shrieked as he tried to put more pressure on Deku's arm, but there was no effect. Deku let out a mighty roar in response, as the only thing that was fueling the young false Super Saiyan was pure anger and bloodlust. He had completely lost all sense of reason as he didn't have any control of his body. The only thing that he wanted to do right now was destroy and annihilate everything he saw. He kicked Shigaraki away as he added in a little extra yellow ki into his strike. Shigaraki was sent flying towards Nomu as the beast caught him in his arms, making sure that his master doesn't get hurt by any means necessary. Tamura turned around as his body was sore due to Deku's thunderous kick. And Nomu, finish him off. I don't care about anything else right now. Screw all Might. He's not here anyway. Torturing and murdering that spiky-haired brat is your #1 priority now. Kill him quickly. Nomu nodded as he understood perfectly of what his master's order were. Exterminate Izuku Midoriya. Nomu went towards Deku at supersonic speeds, breaking the sound barrier as he did so. The resulting sonic boom blew Shigaraki off of his feet, but Deku didn't even bat an eyelash towards it. As soon as he was directly in front of him, Nomu launched at fist at full power right between Deku's eyes. Deku stood still as he didn't make any defensive move to stop the beast's attacks. Nomu connected with his punch as he hit him right between the eyes. However, Deku didn't even flinch as Nomu's punch did absolutely zero damage to the false Super Saiyan. Deku pulled his right fist back as he punched Nomu right at the side of his face and sent him flying back to his master. Why you? What are you? Tamura repeated his question from before. Deku slowly walked towards where Nomu was as he stared at Shigaraki dead in the eye, his uncontrollable yellow aura flaring around him. I know what you are. Nomu got back up as he regenerated the injury that he sustained from Deku's mountain-busting punch. You are a monster. Tsuyu and Mineta made it back to the main gates where the other students that didn't get warped away were. The other students were relieved to see that their classmates were alright, but they immediately grimaced as they saw the state that their teacher Aizawa was in. Oh my god! What happened to him? Mina yelled out in horror as she saw the gory state that Aizawa was in. That big bulky villain with the exposed brain happened. He completely destroyed. He tried to beat him, but that thing was just too strong for him. He's just as strong as All Might. Mineta replied as he still had tears in his eyes due to the traumatic experience of watching his homeroom teacher almost be literally ripped limb from limb. The other villain with the hands all over his body would have killed us if it wasn't for Midoriya blitzing him and knocking him back. He was also able to save Mr. Aizawa from the other villain, Tsuyu said as she was grateful for the fact that the young green-haired Saiyan saved her life. Deku-kun? Wait a minute, where is he now? Why isn't he with you guys? Is he safe? Achiko asked worriedly as she didn't want to fear for the worst of her savior and friend. He's holding off and fighting the 3 main villains as we speak. He told us to come and regroup with all of you as he bought time for the backup to arrive. He's doing his best to protect all of us. We have to go help him, Mineta said as he pleaded with the rest of his classmates. He didn't want Izuku, who is willingly sacrificing himself for the sake of his peers, to be murdered by those 3 guys when he knows that the rest of them can help. You're right. We can't just stay here doing nothing while our class rep is literally fighting for his life right now. Let's go, guys. Sato yelled out as he pumped his fist up. Zero nodded his head as he agreed with him and got ready to fight. As they ran towards the main plaza, Achiko still had her mind on a certain one-for-all user. Deku-kun, please be alright. If anything bad happens to you, Achiko's heart aches at the thought of her savior getting hurt badly or worse. Deku made no response to Tamura calling him a monster. His empty white eyes filled with fury just stared straight as Tamura with no other emotion present except for pure wrath. In a speed even faster than before, Deku broke the sound barrier many times over as blitzed Tamura and appeared right in front of him faster than the human eye can blink. Deku prepared a ferocious punch infused with overwhelming amounts of yellow ki as a lot of veins were visible in his arm. Deku made contact as a loud BAM was heard throughout the main plaza, but he missed his target. Instead of hitting Shigaraki, He instead landed his punch towards Nomu's midsection, completely tanking it for his master. However, it did come at a cost. Nomu cried out in pain due to the damage that he suffered through the false Super Saiyan's punch that can crush whole mountain ranges. Deku narrowed his eyes at this as he pulled his arm back and began to charge up a dark yellow ki blast strong enough to murder Tamura. However, before he had the chance to, Nomu grabbed him by his arms and pounded him to the floor as cracks began to form everywhere. Deku just looked up at Nomu with a face that said, "Is that all you got?" and kicked him up in the air as he was sent flying. Deku followed and attempted to land a series of blows on the anti-symbol of peace. Nomu reacted by dodging as best as he could while not trying to fall towards the ground since he couldn't fly like Deku could. Deku managed to land a kick to the side of Nomu's face, as that sent him flying back towards the floor. When he landed, it made a huge impact due to the force of the kick. The ground shook as Deku descended back to the floor. Nomu decided that he was through playing games with the young green-haired Saiyan. He drew his claws and opened his mouth as his shark-like teeth were exposed, ready to pierce through flesh. Nomu flew to Deku at maximum speed and started to aim his claws and teeth towards the Saiyan's vital areas and organs. Deku blocked all of Nomu's attempts at his life as he began to get serious as well. With each strike that came from the anti-symbol of peace, Deku matched it with an equal force to nullify the power behind Nomu's monstrous punches. Nomu was having trouble absorbing Deku's strikes while Deku was throwing punches left and right without even breaking a sweat. Nomu tried to use his size over Deku to his advantage as he attempted to bear hug him once again and try to overwhelm with his brute force. But when he did that, unlike last time, Deku easily and effortlessly broke out of it by pushing Nomu away from one hand as he crushed Nomu's arms. No Kaioken needed. Nomu tried to overpower him, but Deku shrugged off the attempts and just blasted him with a mountain-shattering ki blast. Impossible. Not only is he much faster than Nomu and has more range techniques, but he also is straight up has more raw power. There is no way. The only person that should be able to fight Nomu on equal footing is All Might. But this kid is just playing with Nomu like he's no challenge at all. Yuck. This makes my head hurt, Shigaraki shrieked out as he now began to scratch his head repeatedly. Deku stared at Tamura as he blasted towards him at hypersonic speeds. He was aiming to kill the leader of the League of Villains, but Nomu came out of nowhere and blocked Deku's path. Deku was now getting extremely annoyed by the anti-symbol of peace. So now he was through playing games with him. Deku grabbed one of Nomu's arms and threw him over to the other side of the plaza. He then hit Nomu with his knee to the face. While Nomu was busy with the pain in his dome, Deku decided to grab a hold of one of Nomu's arms. He then squeezed them very tightly until he pulled them towards himself with all of his force. There was a loud snap as Nomu's arms were completely pulled out of their sockets. Blood dripped everywhere as Nomu howled even louder than before as he felt the horrific pain of having two limbs forcibly ripped out from his body. The anti-symbol of peace isn't supposed to feel this much pain, but he has met his match against the false Super Saiyan known as Izuku Midoriya. Deku proceeded to incinerate Nomu's broken limbs with small yellow ki blasts. Blood made contact with his skin as his entire exposed and buff upper half was covered in bits of red. Deku decided to power up and torture Nomu some more, but a hand came out of nowhere and tried to choke Deku to death. It didn't have any effect. As Deku turned around, he saw Shigaraki desperately trying to kill the young false Super Saiyan. "Why won't my quirk work on you, you monster?" Shigaraki yelled out as he did his best to prevent Deku from doing any further damage to Nomu. But it seems it was all futile as Deku's overwhelming ki was just too strong for the decay quirk user. It was almost absurd as to how Deku was able to shrug off Shigaraki's poor attempts like it was a baby trying to fight him. Deku simply removed Tamura's hand from his neck and kicked him away. Deku followed to where he went and began to unload a series of blows on the leader of the League of Villains. Tamura began to cough as he bled in various places due to the young false Super Saiyan's demonic onslaught. Deku prepared to end his life with a medium-sized ki blast, but Nomu came back and tanked the blast for his master as he saved his life once again. Nomu was able to regenerate his arms back, but they grew back weaker than they were before due to Deku's ki weakening the regeneration process. Tamura got up as he was panting in pain. "Nomu, you must finish him now before it is too late. If he keeps stalling us, then the pros will arrive and we will all be doomed. Finish him now." Hearing his master's orders, Nomu got in battle position and roared as loud as he could, creating a large boom as he did so as the entire main plaza shook due to the force of the roar. Deku just stared at the anti-symbol of peace with no emotion whatsoever. His roar didn't make him move an inch. Deku then got into his fighting stance and began to raise his ki as it expanded all over his figure. Deku gave out another monstrous roar as it was more loud and demonic than Nomu's could have ever been. It shook the entire USJ as the ground shook, knocking some people off of their feet. Shigaraki and Nomu sweat in fear as they felt the sensation of Izuku Midoriya's overwhelming demonic energy. The force of his aura alone was enough to strike fear in their hearts as they fell victim to Deku's killer intent. Nomu, however, didn't care and rushed towards the false Super Saiyan, following his master's orders. Deku saw Nomu coming in slow motion as the anti-symbol of peace was not on the false Super Saiyan's level in regards to speed. So, as a result, Deku began to casually dodge all of Nomu's attacks, counterattacking whenever he had the chance since Nomu couldn't stop him. Nomu tried to absorb all of Deku's counterattacks and reduce their impact to zero, but the power behind them was just way too strong and they actually did damage to him. What was more apparent was the fact that Nomu's regeneration didn't seem to be noticeable anymore due to all of the punishment that the anti-symbol of peace had to suffer from the false Super Saiyan. Deku decided that it was his turn and began to unleash a series of medium-sized ki blasts at Nomu, each with the potency to completely eradicate whole cities in one shot. Nomu was able to dodge all of them, having to move as fast as he could due to the velocity of the raging ki blasts. When the barrage ended, he looked up to try to find Deku, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Nomu, behind you!" Shigaraki yelled. Nomu dumbly turned around and was met with a vicious uppercut courtesy of the young false Super Saiyan. The uppercut was so thunderous that it sent Nomu across the plaza and hit the wall hard. Nomu got back up weaker than before and charged Deku again. Nomu did his best to wail on Deku and threw his strikes as fast as he could and as strong as he could, but it just wasn't enough. Deku was superior to him in every way. He couldn't even land a single hit on the false Super Saiyan. When Nomu was done, it was noticeable to see that Nomu was getting a lot slower and slower as time went on. His strikes didn't have the same impact as they did before, and his shock absorption just wasn't having an effect anymore, and neither was his regeneration. It was at this point when Deku decided that enough was enough, and caught Nomu's hand as he tried to claw him in the face. Deku crushed the hand just like he did before and began wailing on the anti-symbol of peace and punishing him with punches that were capable of destroying whole mountains. He finished his combo with a roundhouse kick that sent Nomu tumbling all over the place. Deku grabbed him and flew up into the air as he used his flight advantage to disrupt Nomu's movements as he repeatedly punched and kicked him in the without any effort. Nomu could not do anything about it. It was like taking candy away from a baby for the young false Super Saiyan. As Nomu came flying back to the ground, Deku descended with him back towards the ground as well. Deku then gave out a huge battle cry as he charged up his remaining ki as dark yellow aura enveloped him. Deku brought his hands together as a purple energy wave began charging in his hands. Shigaraki saw this and immediately widened his eyes as he shouted, "Nomu! He's charging up another one of those laser beams from before. You have to dodge it. You cannot allow him to hit you with that. If he does, he'll win. And we cannot allow that to happen." Shigaraki knew that his puppet Nomu was outmatched by the young false Super Saiyan. He was a witness to the damage that a Kaioken X3 Final Flash did to the anti-symbol of peace. So he didn't even want to imagine what a false Super Saiyan Izuku Midoriya could do with all of his overwhelming and demonic power. Deku finished charging up his attack as a purple energy orb glowed in his hands. He then fired it at max power using all of the remaining ki he had. Super Gallic Gun. The purple energy wave went straight towards the ant symbol of peace at max speed. Nomu attempted to dodge it, but it was already too late. It was just way too fast. The Super Gallic Gun made contact with the anti-symbol of peace as it pushed him back. Nomu tried to fight back like how he did with the Final Flash, but this attack was just on a whole other level. It was much stronger and denser, and its velocity was many times greater. Nomu could feel his skin being burned by the large purple energy wave. Deku was growing impatient and finally finished it off by pumping in more ki into the attack. The result was the blast sending Nomu upwards through the roof of the USJ at max velocity. He was sent through the sky across the city as the Super Gallic gun continued to fly off in the distance towards the sky. It created a twinkle in the sky above as the blast continued to fly overhead to outer space right before it reached its limit and disappeared in the black void of space. Izuku Midoriya, the false super, has finally defeated Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace. Music end. Shigaraki shrieked out in anger as he realized that his puppet Nomu had been defeated by Deku. No, 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 no. This can't be possible. How could Nomu lose? Why? He is the anti-symbol of peace. He was supposed to kill All Might and end him. He shouldn't be losing to a damn UA. First-year student. Ugh, that damn brat. He cheated. There is no other way to explain it. He cheated with his damn spiky hair. As Shigaraki was throwing a temper tantrum, Deku's dark yellow aura faded and completely disappeared. His power dropped. His hair flowed down and went back to its regular color and shape. His eyes regained his green pupils, also returning his eyes to normal. Izuku reverted back to his base form, as his eyes rolled to the back of the head and collapsed to the ground as he passed out to unconsciousness due to breaking many bones in his body and using up all of the energy available in his body. Tomura gasped as he saw Deku's almost lifeless body collapse to the floor as he was completely passed out and out of power. And completely defenseless, Shigaraki decided that he may never get another chance like this in a long time. Knowing that all hope was lost due to losing Nomu, he had to retreat back to his lair and live to fight another day. However, he absolutely cannot allow Izuku Midoriya to live. He was just too powerful. If he was strong enough to completely dominate Nomu and actually defeat Nomu, whose strength is on par with All Might at age 15, then who knows how powerful he will eventually become in the near future. Hell, he may even surpass All Might himself, for all he knew. And if that were to happen, then his future evil plans would never see the light, since the hero Deku would crush all villains that dare come out of the shadows. Whatever, fine. Since you want to beat Nomu and ruin my plans of killing All Might once and for all, then let's make an equivalent exchange. You beat my Nomu, and I kill you, Shigaraki shouted as he ran full speed towards Izuku's unconscious body. He stretched out his palms with an evil smirk on his face as he neared the green-haired Saiyan. His fingertips were inches away from Izuku's neck and completely disintegrating it along with his life, but out of nowhere, an ice wall blocked the leader of the League of Villains' path. It was right on time, because a millisecond later, Shigaraki's palm touched the ice wall as it began to disintegrate. Who created the ice wall? It was none other than Shoto Todoroki, who was followed closely behind Bakugo and Kirishima as they went over to Izuku. Oh no, you don't. Sorry, but you won't be laying a single finger on our class, Republic, Shoto said as he stared at Shigaraki, as he had his ice already forming on his right arm, carefully watching the villains move. Whoa, what in the hell happened to Midoriya? He's all bloody and beat up, Kirishima exclaimed as he looked over Izuku's injuries to see over a dozen broken bones and many gashes on his flesh and skin. Thankfully though, he was still breathing. Bakugo saw the state that his rival was in and grit his teeth. He couldn't believe it, while he and the others were dealing with small fry and cannon fodder villains. Deku was over here fighting against the main guys and risking his life to protect the rest of the class. And it seemed that his injuries were not just little bruises. The thought of these villains being responsible for this just made him mad. Bakugo began to ignite a small explosion on his palm. So I'm assuming it was you guys who did this to Deku over here. Well, if that's the case, don't think we're going to allow you to get away with it. I'll send you straight to hell, you bastard. Shigaraki sighed in annoyance. These damn brats just keep on coming and coming, don't they? When will they learn? Kurogyri. Purple mist appeared right beside Shigaraki as it materialized into Kurogyri, as he had his portal quirk active just in case any of the three UA first-year students tried anything. Yes, Shigaraki. I'm here. Lend me a hand in taking care of these damn UA freshmen. We lost Nomu thanks to that spiky-haired bastard over there. But he's unconscious and out of commission, so the main threat is gone. Let's just kill these four and get a move on already. There's no point in trying to kill All Might since Nomu is gone, and we must get rid of the green-haired one, Shigaraki stated as his words caused Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki to get into their battle stances as they prepared for what the villains had in store for them. So Midoriya was able to get rid of that large black creature? From what I gathered from the lowlives that I interrogated, That monster was the perfect weapon to kill All Might since he was supposedly just as strong as All Might. And he was able to beat that? Just how strong are you, Midoriya? Shoto said in his head as he glanced toward Izuku, who was passed out behind him and being protected by his ice. If you actually think we're going to allow you to escape, much less kill our class rep, then you're sadly mistaken. Shoto launched an ice lance towards the villainous duo. Shigaraki easily caught it with his hands and disintegrated it until there was nothing left. Bakugo then followed up with a medium-sized explosion that attempted to burn the two villains to ash. However, Kurogiri simply just teleported the explosion blast away as the blast had absolutely no effect on his portal quirk. Damn it! Taking out these two are going to be a serious pain. Bakugo yelled in frustration as he witnessed his attack just have zero effect on the villains. Yeah, these two are almost like perfect compatible duo. One turns you to dust just by touching you, and the other just warps away anything you throw at him. And he can send his opponents to different locations as well. It's like they got the perfect defense and offense. Kirishima yelled out as he activated his hardening quirk and prepared to do battle. It doesn't matter. I don't care how overpowered their quirks are. I'm still not losing to these goons no matter what. You two better either fight with me or support or just stay out of my way. And make sure DKU stays safe. Bakugo exclaimed as he shot forward using explosions to propel him forward towards Kurogiri. That idiot! Shoto said as he slid behind him to give him some support against the villains. Kurogiri smirked as found the explosion quirk user's offensive attempts against him amusing. You teenagers these days just never learn, do you? Your attacks will do absolutely nothing. Kurogiri said as activated his warp quirk and prepared to send Bakugo away. But right as Bakugo was about to land inside Kurogiri's portal, Bakugo grabbed his neck where he saw that a metal object was hiding. Kurogiri widened his eyes as he felt his weak spot be exploited yet again as Bakugo pinned him down hard to the ground, completely immobilizing the warp quirk user. Uwug! Damn it, not again! Kurogiri grunted as he remembered when Izuku did the same thing when he was in his false Super Saiyan form. Ha! You thought I was gonna fall for the same stupid trick again. I'm not retarded, you know. I knew that you must have had a physical body. So all I had to do was just find your weak spot. How does it feel to be completely defenseless? Ha villain. Bakugo taunted as he made sure that he maintained a tight grip on Kurogiri so that he had no way to escape. Shigaraki scratched his neck in anger. Damn it! Kurogiri again? Really? First you let a student escape and call for backup. Then you allowed the spiky-haired brat to throw you around like a ragdoll slash, and now this. Shigaraki yelled out in frustration as he dodged Todoroki's various ice attacks. You should be focused on your opponent, instead of complaining to your allies, Shoto said as he launched various ice spears towards the leader of the League of Villains. Shigaraki just touched and they all disintegrated to dust. Shoto tried to fire another ice attack, but when he looked up, he saw that Shigaraki wasn't where he last saw him, and instead he was already near Bakugo with his palm aimed for the blonde's face, ready to kill him in one shot. Damn, he's fast, Shoto thought as he tried to protect Katsuki and prevent Tamura from ending his life, but he just wasn't fast enough to make it there in time. However, before Shigaraki's hand made contact with Bakugo's face, something hard blocked the hand from hitting its desired target. Crap, I just made it in time. Kirishima grunted as he blocked Shigaraki's hand with his arms that were activated with his hardening quirk. However, the hardening could only do so much as his defense was slowing, wearing down as Shigaraki's quirk began to slowly make the skin on Kirishima's arms crumble to dust. Kurogiri saw his opportunity as he slipped out of Bakugo's grasp the second he was distracted and warped Shigaraki away from Kirishima. Bakugo was irate. Damn it, I let my guard down for 1 second and this crap happens, Belugo said as he charged up more explosions in his hands. Shoto went back towards where Izuku was located to make sure that he was safe and that the villains didn't try to pull a fast one on them. Shigaraki, these students are stronger than the average, just like the one who managed to defeat Nomu. We must finish this quickly or they will overwhelm us and catch us off guard, Kurogiri said as he tried to let his leader know that they were not going up against cannon fodder. I know, Kurogiri. I'm not dumb, you know. Let's take care of these brats so that we can finish off the spiky green-haired one and we'll be on our way. Huh? So you must think that we're weak enough to let you kill Deku? Oh, you got a whole other thing coming for you, buddy. Bakugo yelled as he fired even larger explosions from before. each with the power to blast away whole building with ease. Kurogiri teleported the dangerous explosions away, but Bakugo was already one step ahead, as he already had flown overhead and aimed to exploit Kurogiri's weakness once again. But Shigaraki was already one step ahead of him, and was already in position to intercept the blonde explosion quirk user's attack. Bakugo saw this and immediately ignited an explosion sideways so that he could get out of Tamura's reach. As Shigaraki was distracted, Shoto took this opportunity to try to hit him with an ice attack from behind. But Shigaraki noticed this and teleported Shoto's ice away. However, Kirishima speared Shigaraki away from his partner, completely catching him off guard. This allowed Bakugo to go for Kurogiri, who was now all by his lonesome. "I've got you now, you damn purple ball of crap," Bakugo yelled out as he propelled himself forward and brought his hands together to create a large explosion ready to burst out and destroy the villain made out of purple mist. However, Kurogiri had already teleported himself to appear right behind Bakugo in mid-air. Bakugo was already in the motion of firing his blast, so he couldn't do anything to dodge or get out of the way of Kurogiri's attack. This is what happens when arrogant brats such as yourself drop your guard in the middle of a life and death battle. Now you will pay the price, Kurogiri said as he prepared to deliver the final blow that would end Katsuki Bakugo's life. But right before a horrible tragedy like that could transpire, a yellow electric shock stunned the Warp Gate quirk user as it caused him to fly back towards the ground as he tumbled on the floor until he was right beside Tamura, who he himself was still recovering from Kirishima's spear. "Phew! Looks like we were able to make it just in time," Denki Kaminari said as yellow bits of electricity trickled down from his fingertips. "We would have gotten here much faster if you weren't acting like a retard," Jiro said as she laughed at the image of Denki with his two thumbs up and having the stupidest look on his face that one could have. "Hey, listen, I couldn't help it, alright? That's the drawback of my damn quirk," Kaminari replied as he grew very annoyed at the fact that Jiro kept bringing up the after effects of going over his volt limit while using his electric quirk. Momo walked up from behind them and immediately ran towards where she saw Izuku was passed out. "Izuku-kun, oh my god, what happened to you?" Momo cried out as she held the green-haired Saiyan in her arms. "Holy crap, what happened to Midoriya? Those injuries look a lot more serious than a broken arm or finger," Denki said as he was also worried for his class rep. He was fighting one of the villains who was the biggest threat and was the key to killing All Might. Midoriya was able to defeat him, but it looks like he overdid himself and was forced to go over his limit in order to defeat the villain, Kirishima said as he tried to lessen the pain that came from the bits of flesh that Shigaraki disintegrated. "Well, we're here now, so none of us will have to get hurt anymore. Let's not put Midoriya's sacrifice in vain," Jiro said as she got her earphone jacks ready to do battle. "These kids just keep on coming and coming. You guys just love fighting back against the inevitable, don't you? Well, then let me show you what happens when you try to fight against somebody who outmatches you in every single way. Kurogiri, let's finish these brats quickly so that we can kill the green-haired one as quick as possible. Those pros can get here any minute," Tamura yelled out as he ran forwards the students, who widened in shock at just how fast Shigaraki was. He was definitely faster than anybody in their class excluding Izuku and Tenya. But as Shigaraki was making his way towards the students, gray tape got in his way, which made him flinch as he hopped back to where he was. "Wow, so it looks like we are late to the party. We hope we didn't keep you waiting long." A voice boomed loudly as it belonged to none other than Rikido Sato, accompanied by Hantasiro and the rest of Class 1A minus Tenya. They were all able to group up after hearing Izuku's monstrous and demonic roar while he was in his false Super Saiyan state. The roar was so strong that it was able to knock out all of the low-tier villains. Then the students regrouped with each other and made their way towards the main plaza to go help Izuku, only to find that Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima had already made it there. "Why, you guys? What are you doing here?" Kirishima asked as he thought the rest of his classmates were still scattered around the USJ thanks to Kurogiri teleporting them and separating away from each other. "We were able to take care most of all the villains that were sent to our locations, and the rest that we couldn't get rid of were cleaned up by that huge roar that we heard earlier. It was so loud, so we all decided to come here and see what all of the commotion was," Ojiro said as he explained how in the world the entire class was able to group up together just like that. Achiko wandered her eyes looking for Izuku until her eyes on Izuku's unconscious and passed out state filled with blood and injuries that seemed fatal. He was held by Momo, who was watching over him. "Deku-kun, oh my god, what happened to him?" Achiko said in horror as small amounts of tears began to build up in her eyes. The one thing that she didn't want to happen to her savior was about to happen. He was fighting the strongest villain. Thankfully, he managed to win, but at a great cost. It seems that he may have pushed himself way too far, and as a result, he suffered injuries far worse than a broken finger or arm. Momo told Achiko as she too was worried greatly for her green spiky-haired Saiyan friend. She just hoped that he can make a good recovery once this was all over. Hearing what Ojiro said, Shigaraki began to scratch his neck again for the umpteenth time. "Oh my god, you have got to be kidding me. So you're telling me all of those villains we gathered up were nothing but no-life cannon fodder. They weren't able to even get rid of a bunch of high school kids. Today is just not my lucky day. Absolutely nothing has gone our way." Shigaraki was completely livid as one after another. Each phase of his plan kept on getting foiled. Phase 1 was to cut communications from the USJ to UA and make sure no reinforcements come to aid the heroes. Well, that obviously failed since Tenya was able to escape. Phase 2 was to have Kurogiri separate the entire class and have the villains keep them busy and finish them all off. Welp, that failed because apparently the villains they rounded up were so trash and garbage that they couldn't even handle a bunch of high school students with barely any training. And Phase 3 was to have Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace, eliminate All Might and end the symbol of peace once and for all. Except for the fact that Deku decided that he wasn't having any of that and transformed into a false Super Saiyan and completely annihilated the anti-symbol of peace for good. Yeah, Tamura Shigaraki was having a really bad day. Shigaraki sighed as he calmed down and stopped scratching his neck for once. "So, Kurogiri, what do we do now? It is us 2 against 18 students. I'm pretty sure we can easily take out most of them, but there are a couple of students that can give us a lot of problems. Mostly the first 3, and if that green spiky-haired brat that beat Nomu wakes up, then it is pretty much game over. So should we retreat?" Shigaraki finished as he asked his partner that was made of purple mist. "Well, how about you look around, Tamura Shigaraki?" Kurogiri replied. "What in the hell are you babbling Abu Dash?" But before Shigaraki could finish his sentence, he saw that the majority of the villains that Aizawa was able to take care of were getting back up on their feet again. They were slowly rejuvenating as it took them a minute to realize just exactly where they were at again. "Look around you, Shigaraki. Our allies that were taken out earlier are getting back up on their feet again. Izuku Midoriya and Eraserhead have both sustained injuries that will not enable them to fight against us for the time being. The pros and backup still have not arrived yet. We should take this opportunity while we still can. We can still win, Tamura Shigaraki." Tamura looked around and began thinking, until he made his decision. "Yes, let's do it. All right then, all of you scumbags that just woke up, we have a new mission for all of you. Kill all of these students." Shigaraki shouted as all of the cannon fodder thugs looked at their leader in shock. "Wait, so we have to kill the brats now? Sounds easy enough to me. They're all just teenagers. Ha! This will be a piece of cake. Don't worry, boss. We got you. We'll take care of these kids." One after another, more and more villains began to get back up as they heard their new orders. They focused their sights on Class 1A as they got their weapons ready to murder the UA. First-year students. "Oh great! Now we have to fight these lowlives. They just keep on coming and coming. It never ends," Kirishima said as he readied his hardening quirk, ignoring the pain that he felt in his arms that he received due to the wounds thanks to Tamura Shigaraki. "Looks like we're going to have to fend for our lives once again. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Watch each other's backs." Tokoyami shouted as dark shadows sprouted from his body as he was ready to lash out against more villains. "Hee. Come and get some, you villains, if you want to get fried," Kaminari said as a smirk grew on his face and yellow electricity sparked from his hands. "Get ready, everyone," Sato said as he stuffed his face with sugar to regain his energy. Bakugo turned his head to look straight at Momo and Achiko. "HEY ponytail, round face, make sure to protect Deku, will ya? Don't let any of these villains get their dirty hands on him," Bakugo yelled. "Right," both girls said simultaneously as they were ready to protect the Saiyan with their lives. Bakugo turned his attention back to Shigaraki and Kurogiri. "All right, listen up. Me, Frozone, and Weird Hair over here are going to take care of the 2 main bad guys. The rest of you guys will handle the other cannon fodder villains. And whatever you do, don't die. You guys got this, okay? We got it." The rest of Class 1 simultaneously as they prepared to fight for their lives. Oh, isn't that cute? You're motivating yourself to make yourself think that you actually stand a chance. Well, no matter. The end result will be the same either way. Boys, go get them, Shigaraki said as he ordered the villains to go attack the students. I'm going to make you eat those words, you ugly blue-haired bastard, Bakugo said as he charged Shigaraki and Kurogiri head on, followed by Shoto and Kirishima, who granted him support. Yuwak, I hate kids with my entire being, Shigaraki yelled as he dodged Bakugo's attack and aimed a counterattack by reaching with his palm towards the explosion quirk user's face. But before Shigaraki could land the critical blow, Shoto freezed Shigaraki's hand right before he could touch Katsuki's cheek. Kirishima followed this up by a hardened punch to the side of the decay quirk user's face, which sent him skidding away from them. Kirishima was about to go for another attack, but Kurogiri teleported in front of him, making the red-haired student stop in his tracks and move towards to his allies. Shigaraki got back up and used his quirk to disintegrate Shoto's ice that was on his hand. He rubbed the side of his face that Kirishima punched before he growled in anger. You damn brats just like making people mad, don't you? Well then, let me show you why no matter what you do, you will never be able to stop the League of Villains. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1A is busy taking care of the other low-tier villains that were ordered to kill them. They weren't having much trouble except for the fact that they were fatigued from fighting other villains from before, but that was cancelled out by the fact that the villains were also a little fatigued by getting beat up on by their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Hey, I kinda need some assistance over here, Kaminari shouted out as he kept on firing electric blasts left and right from the numerous villains that decided to all gang up on him for some reason. You always need help, don't you? Jiro said before she plugged her earphone jacks into her speakers and created large sound wave that blew all of the villains that were around Denki and effectively knocked them out. Thanks. And hey, what do you want me to do? It was like 50 against 1. Denki yelled out as he got annoyed at Jiro's constant teasing. Dark Shadow, help us get rid of these scumbags, Tokoyami told his partner as he grew in size to handle the villains that were charging him and his other classmates. Yeah, whatever, Dark Shadow said as he easily and effortlessly took out the cannon fodder that charged Tokoyami. The villains were horrified at seeing a being like Dark Shadow come out of nowhere and thought that he was like a demon or something. None of their quirks had any effect on Dark Shadow since none of them didn't have any light-based powers, and that was Dark Shadow's weakness. So as a result, the villains were thrown around like ragdolls by Dark Shadow. Hey, get those two kids, one villain shouted as they charged Zero and Sato. Humph. Keep on underestimating us. Watch it be your downfall, Zero shouted as he wrapped all of the villains that were going after him and Sato in his gray tape. Sato took this opportunity to attack the villains while they were tangled up by Zero's tape. They didn't know what hit them as Sato knocked them all out with a sugar-powered fist. Wow, these guys are pretty dumb, Sato said as he sweat-dropped at how easy it was to take the bad guys out. I know, right? Zero replied as they laughed about how trash these cannon fodder villains were. They then went to go help out their other classmates. Damn all of you. You guys just keep on causing so much trouble for us. Well then, take this, Mineta yelled as he spammed his purple balls towards the villains non-stop. What the hell is this purple crap? Why is it so sticky? I can't get it off. One by one, the villains kept on getting stuck by the grape-colored orbs. They were all stuck together and couldn't get away from each other, much like what happened in the flood zone. Kaminari saw this as his chance to get rid of those group of villains. Whoa, nice job, Mineta. I'll take it from here. 1.2 million volts, Kaminari said as he fired an electrical blast that fried all of the villains that were stuck together by Mineta's balls. However, as a result, Denki went over his volt limit and short-circuited his brain once again. Well, it looks like he has gone into his retarded state yet again, Jiro said as she couldn't control her laughter. Shigaraki kept on witnessing this and how his other minions were getting demolished by the UA students. It angered him to no end. He was about to yell something until he heard a loud crash at the front gates of the USJ. Everyone directed their attention to the front gates as they saw none other than All Might with smoke emitting from himself as he ripped his tie off. And he was not smiling. All Might saw that his students were fending off against the numerous villains who kept on increasing their numbers more and more. In a blink of an eye, All Might one-shot all of the cannon fodder as he took care of them at massive hypersonic speeds. Yay, it's All Might. We're saved. Class 1 shouted in unison as they witnessed the number 1 hero and symbol of peace mop the floor with all of the villains that they were having trouble with. All Might glanced over to where Deku was and saw his successor in an unconscious state with many fatal injuries. The sight made him furious. "All of you stand down. I'll take it from here." All Might boomed as he stared straight at Shigaraki. "So you finally made it, huh? You're kind of late to the party. But no matter, I'll still destroy you all the same." Shigaraki yelled as he ran towards All Might in a burst of speed with his palm ready to disintegrate the symbol of peace, once and for all. But right before he could make it to All Might, Shigaraki felt an insane amount of killer intent that made him stop dead in his tracks. He looked up to see an awakened Deku staring straight in his eyes without any pupils as he was in his false Super Saiyan state, yellow ki overflowing as it made Shigaraki sweat in absolute fear. "Don't you dare lay a finger on him," Deku shouted with a monstrous and demonic voice that even made chill run up All Might's spine. Deku proceeded to deliver a punch to Shigaraki that sent him flying all the way back to Kurogiri. After that, Deku dropped out of his false Super Saiyan state as he passed out and fell from the air. All Might caught him in his arms before he touched the ground. Deep within Izuku's subconscious, the locks of the sacred door of number I were no longer loosened as he used the last remnants of leaked energy. The locks were now back to the way they were and the door was completely closed. But now Izuku had one more clue as to how to completely open the door. Everyone then heard a gunshot that came from the pro-hero Snipe, who was with the rest of the UA faculty along with Tenya who brought them here. "Enough games. This is the end of the line, villains. Surrender now or we can make things a lot harder for you." Principal Nedzu shouted as all of the UA students sighed in relief as they now knew they didn't need to fight any longer. Kurogiri immediately teleported himself and Tamura way back to their hideout as he knew that the jig was up and they could no longer fight. They had lost and they needed to live and fight another day. The UA invasion officially came to an end. Chapter 8. Realizing the reality. 11 years ago, the fateful day Izuku Midoriya found out he was quirkless, Inko Midoriya slowly sat on the couch in her living room. She clasped her two hands together tightly as her clothes were slightly wet. Her eyes and face were red as dry streams of tears were evident on her young and gorgeous face. She was still crying fresh tears as they dropped towards her lap. Her emotions were set to an all-time high. The tears were filled with so much angst and depressed sadness that it could make the most positive and happiest person become enveloped with an unforgiving dose of absolute sorrow and misery. Inko and her 4-year-old son, Izuku Midoriya, went to the doctor today to see why the young green-haired boy has yet to manifest his quirk when everybody else in his age group have already done so. It was strange. When she was her son's age, she had long gotten her quirk. The same goes for the young boy's father. So why was it taking her Izuku so long to get his own power? She aimed to find out why. Also, it was her son's dream to become a great and righteous hero like his idol All Might. So he was even more anxious to find out what his quirk will be. He wanted to start working on it as soon as possible so he can train his power to the best of his ability so that he can be ready to become a hero once he was of age. However, fate had different plans. When they arrived to the doctor, he analyzed Izuku's x-rays and revealed to the Midoriyas that there was an absolute 0% chance of Izuku ever manifesting a quirk. The reason being that Izuku's toe was double-jointed. That extra joint isn't present in any person with a quirk. They were only in people who were quirkless, meaning that Izuku's body hadn't gotten through the evolutionary phase needed to be able to acquire a quirk of his own. The doctor told the mother-son duo that there was no chance that Izuku will ever become a pro-hero. He told the young boy that he should just give up now as there was no point in chasing an impossible dream. Izuku didn't even know how to react. He just stared in shock as his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 0% chance? No chance? Give up? Impossible dream? And no. He didn't want to hear any of those words that came out of the doctor's mouth. From then on, it was a completely silent trip back home. As soon as they arrived at their house, Izuku immediately went straight to his bedroom. Inko, who was worried deeply about her son, went inside Izuku's room to see that he had the video of All Might's debut playing on his computer. Izuku turned around to face his mother as his eyes were completely full of tears and were trapped within his majestic green orbs. Izuku pointed towards the computer screen as it showed an image of All Might smiling as he saved over hundreds of civilians as he inspired peace and justice with his smile and presence alone. You see, Mom, he's always smiling. No matter what. He never gives up. Izuku said as he stuttered due to the emotional turmoil that no boy as young, innocent, and pure as himself should never ever endure. "See, can I become a hero, just like him?" Izuku asked quietly as he indirectly pleaded for his mother to give him the hope and reassurance that he so desperately needed at the time. Inko stood there as her legs began to wobble and tears began to manifest from her green and beautiful eyes. She wanted so terribly to hug her beloved son and reassure him that yes, he can become a hero just like All Might, to reassure him that no matter what, with or without a quirk, he can become a great hero as long as he works harder than anybody else. He wanted to make sure that no matter what, he will always have her as support when the entire world will be against his and his dreams. But she just could not do that to her son that she loved and cared for so much. As a mother, she couldn't bring herself to give Izuku false hope. She loves the fact that he dreamed big, but she also wanted for him to dream realistically and not chase something that is unattainable. Inko understood just how dangerous a line work such as the pro-hero job can be. There are countless villains out there with unbelievable quirks. Inko didn't want her son to get hurt, or worse, she doesn't want her son to try so hard and yet to fail all the same. The disappointment would be unbearable for Izuku and herself. As a result, she proceeded with the action that she truly believed would be of best interest for her son's well-being and for herself as well. Inko hugged her son as hard as she could without hurting him, of course. She too cried her own set of tears as she said, "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different." Izuku's own set of tears began to flow down his face as he said in his mind, "No, that's not it, Mom. That's not what I needed you to say." After crying in his mother's soft arms for about an hour, Izuku got too tired and fell asleep as Inko was hugging him. She wiped both his and her own tears and tucked Izuku into bed. She turned off his computer and closed the door as quietly as he could to make sure she didn't wake her son up. She then made her way to the couch in the living room, where she is now. Even though she was tired and stressed out, she still cried small drips of tears. She couldn't help but feel a part of this was her fault somewhat. She blames herself because she couldn't pass down and give Izuku her quirk so that he can become a hero. Even though her quirk of attracting small objects isn't much, she had full faith that if that was the quirk that Izuku was born with, he would still find a way to become a great hero no matter how weak his power may seem. She understood that 20% of the world still doesn't have any type of quirk or superpower, but almost all of those people are of the elderly. She knew there are still quirkless children out there. So it goes without saying that Izuku had a very slim chance of turning out quirkless. But why did it have to be her son? Why did it have to be the person who wanted to be a hero more than anybody else in the world? Inko sighed sadly. The world truly can be merciless and heartless, even to innocent children. Inko then heard the front door knob of their home turning as it was unlocked. She heard giant and strong footsteps full of authority make their way into the living room. At first she was shocked and scared at the same time since she left the door locked and didn't lend any house keys to anybody. Not even her best friend Mitsuki Bakugo. She was about to use her quirk to attempt to defend herself against the assumed house invader, but as soon as she felt the presence of the person walking towards the living room, she calmed down as she knew exactly who it was. "I'm home. Why are almost all of the lights off? Don't tell me you two fell asleep at 9 p.m. A strong, masculine, but gentle voice said as the man arrived at the living room where Inko was sitting on the couch. "Sorry for coming here without letting you know first, honey. But when you texted me the other day that Izuku was going to the doctor today to find out what his quirk is, I immediately dropped everything and came to Japan as fast as I could. What kind of father would I be if I didn't come to see firsthand what power my beloved son Izuku is blessed with?" The man that stated this was a humorous person with the happiest and most gentle and genuine smile a man could have. He stood at a monster height of 6 feet 8 inches, 203.2 centimeters, and had a physique that could rival All Might himself. He had broad shoulders and pecs with biceps and triceps the size of thighs. He wasn't completely bulky like a certain symbol of peace, but he maintained a lean and muscular frame that didn't make him too big, but not too weak. It was an almost perfect combination of strength and speed. From his body alone, one can infer that this giant of a man had trained very diligently for nearly all of his life, practically from the age he could walk. He was a true powerhouse. He had the body that other men envied and would kill to have and that women would dream to be under. He had curly and spiky dark green hair that was unkempt and flowed in all directions. His eyes were a bright emerald green that could entrap pretty much anybody into their beauty and calmness. It almost seemed like they were glowing as they screamed, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I will protect you." The intensity was fierce but gentle at the same time. As he breathed through his nostrils, small amounts of smoke could be visible coming out of his nose. And his overall body temperature was higher than normal as every room he stepped into just felt warmer all of a sudden. This is a side effect of his fire-breathing quirk. He wore a bright green sweatshirt with the symbol of a golden Chinese dragon embedded on both sides. The golden dragon was breathing crimson flames as the flames materialized into a giant fist, and under the fire fist were the words, "Dragon Fist," and around his waist was brown monkey tail. The name of this adult male is none other than Hisashi Midoriya, the husband and lover of Inko Midoriya and the father of Izuku Midoriya. There was no question about it. Izuku is the spitting image of Hisashi, minus the freckles. Izuku inherited those from Hisashi's father. But even with a minor difference like that, Hisashi is exactly what Izuku would look like if he was an adult. When Hisashi heard the news that his son, Izuku, will be finding out what his quirk this Friday, he dropped all of his work and immediately booked a flight to Mustafu, Japan. He couldn't wait to see what quirk his son was blessed with. He hoped that it was especially his quirk so that he could train him, personally help him master it just like Izuku's grandfather did to him. He also wanted to visit his wife and son, who Hisashi hasn't seen in such a long time. Even though he isn't around much since he works abroad, he still loved his family more than anything in the whole universe. It hurts him every day in his heart that his son is growing up without a father to raise him and show him the love only a father could to his son. But this isn't a perfect world, and sacrifices had to be made. And Hisashi had to be willing to make those sacrifices for the benefit and safety of his family, even if it hurts him more than any villain could ever dream of. But when he stepped through the front door, he already knew something was wrong. All of lights of the home were turned off minus the living room. When Hisashi came through the door, he expected to see a mini version of him with freckles running around the house, breathing crimson flames from his mouth or pulling small objects to himself as he created a huge mess in the home. Or hell, even a combination of both. But instead, he saw his beautiful wife sobbing as she sat alone on the couch. He saw the dried tears all around her clothes as her eyes were red from all of the crying. She had a face seeping with sadness and sorrow. He didn't like that, so when his wife looked up to see him, Inko immediately did her best to dry her tears and put on a happy smile. "Hisashi, you're home. What a pleasant surprise. I'm happy that you were able to make it." Hisashi stood silently as he witnessed the love of his life attempt to dry off her warm tears and erase the evidence of her ever crying. He saw through the smile, and under it, he can still see the sorrow that consumed her. Hisashi sat next to Inko and hugged her as tight as he could while making sure not to hurt her. Inko sighed in relief as she relaxed into her lover's arms. It has been so long since she felt the strong arms of her lover, so she wanted to enjoy it as much as she could. "Inko, honey, what's wrong? Where is our son?" Hisashi asked calmly as he still needed to figure just what in the world happened before he arrived. Inko sniffed sadly as she began to remember the events of the day. "Izuku is in his room, sleeping," Inko said as she laid her back against the couch while her husband still remained sitting up straight, patiently waiting for his partner to tell him what had been going on. "Sleeping? Izuku? At 9? Now listen, I may not be around much, but I know my own son. It doesn't matter if it is a school night or not, but around this time, my son is either studying, playing video games, or working on his hero journals. That boy is too smart for his own good. He simply can't just sleep at 9 p.m. Who does that? Not my kid." On occasions, he would stay up all night evaluating and analyzing both heroes and villains and their quirks. He's too stubborn to do anything different, and I'm to blame for that. He inherited most of those qualities from me. I was exactly the same when I was his age after all. Hisashi replied to Inko as he could tell from her eyes that something was not right. He wanted to know why his son is sleeping at 9, damn it. Inko smiled sadly. Hisashi is as perceptive as ever, but she really should have expected that. It is part of the reason why she grew to love him. Izuku went to bed early. He is sad and very hurt, Inko said as she thought of when Izuku began crying in her arm. Hisashi frowned as he heard this. What? Why is he sad, and how did he get hurt? Was it that Katsuki kid again? I'm going to head over to his house and speak to his parents right now. Hisashi said as his voice suddenly got louder and sat up and began to move his feet to the front door. He knew about the bullying and abuse that Katsuki Bakugo and his goons made his son go through. When he first found out about it, he was going to go strangle the ash-blonde-haired boy. But Inko begged him to calm down and to not do anything stupid like strangling a 4-year-old kid, which would surely get him sued and arrested. Hisashi didn't end up actually strangling him. Thank God. But that didn't mean that he let it slide. Hisashi was very overprotective of his one and only child. The thought of somebody even laying a finger on his green-haired head made Hisashi want to burn that person's face off with the hottest and reddest flames in existence. Inko grabbed Hisashi's arm to prevent him from starting something that would surely begin a mess. No, wait. This doesn't have anything to do with Katsuki or any type of bullying for that matter. So please relax. Inko pleaded with her husband as she knew how impulsive and reckless he could be whenever somebody messed with those he cared about. It is another reason why she grew to love him. Hisashi sighed as he sat back down on the couch. Okay, honey, I'll calm down, but please tell me what's going on. I can't help you if you don't tell me the problem. And you know how I hate seeing both you and our Izuku cry. Pains my heart. I don't ever want to see the ones closest to me suffer like that. So tell me the problem, and I promise that I will fix it, Hisashi said with a smile so bright it could be mistaken for the sun itself and the warmth it produced. Inko smiled as she was truly grateful that she was lucky enough to find a great man like Hisashi. He is truly a man any woman would kill to have. She could only hope that their son, Izuku, will turn out the same or hell, maybe even better. Who knows? Inko looked down towards her lap as she shook her head. I'm sorry, my love, but I'm afraid that's a promise you won't be able to keep no matter how hard you try. Inko told Hisashi as she still felt sadness throughout her entire being, as she couldn't do anything about it either. Hisashi widened his eyes when hearing this. What do you mean, Inko? What could possibly be the problem that he couldn't fix no matter how hard he tried? Inko sighed as she began to explain what happened. Me and Izuku went to the doctor to figure out what his quirk was. He's already 4 years old, and all of the other children in his age group have already manifested their own quirks, while our baby hasn't. So I scheduled an appointment to find out why our baby boy hasn't developed a quirk yet. But when we met with the doctor, he did an X-ray on Izuku and he revealed. Inko began to choke on her words as she still found difficulty in reliving the horrible, fateful events that transpired today. Okay, and what did he say? Did he say what quirk Izuku got? Hisashi asked as he was now worried about what the doctor told his family. When Inko heard her husband's words, she looked him right in the eye. That's exactly what the problem is, my dear. At first, Hisashi was confused, but after a few seconds, his super genius brain began to work at light speed. He then connected the dots. Hisashi had a horrified look on his face as he couldn't believe it. Oh no, please, don't tell me. Inko saw that her husband had finally put 2 and 2 together. She nodded sadly as she said, Yes, dear, it is exactly what you think. I'm very sorry, and I wish it wasn't true. But fate had other plans. Inko took a deep breath as she prepared to finally say it. Our son, Izuku Midoriya, is quirkless. Hisashi was just shocked. How could this even happen? His father, grandfather, and plenty before them all had quirks. The same goes for Inko. Why in the world would their son be quirkless? It should be impossible. No way. He should have at least inherited one of their quirks. But then, Hisashi remembered the family secret that his own father told him many years before. No, he is not. Inko widened her eyes as she didn't expect an outburst like that from Hisashi. What did he mean he is not? That's not what Izuku's doctor had said. What do you mean he isn't? He didn't inherit either of our quirks, Hisashi. He can't breathe fire and he can't attract small objects to himself. He doesn't even have a tail like you do, Inko said as tears again started to trail down her face. The doctor said that because of a double-jointed toe, Izuku is quirkless. Only people who are quirkless have double-jointed toes while everybody else's is single-jointed. Hisashi rubbed his temples as did his best to remain calm under such a stressful situation. Well, then that doctor doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't care if he said that Izuku is quirkless or not. Izuku is still my son, and I will always love him no matter what. He isn't a weak, quirkless person. You and anybody else may not see it, but I and maybe a few others are able to see it. I can see the infinite potential that genius boy possesses. It is hidden and locked away tightly, but inside him is a massive amount of incredible power that you can't even begin to comprehend. Hisashi said as he stood up and began to look for something in his pockets. What are you talking about? He's just a little baby boy. He wouldn't even hurt a fly. Where is the power that you are speaking of coming from? Inko asked as she honestly had no idea what Hisashi was talking about. Ever since Izuku was born, he had never showed any signs of massive power or whatever Hisashi was talking about. If her son really has something like a hidden power, then she would know it. Hisashi smirked. That's because it is still not time. His body isn't ready. If he were to awaken that power the way he is now, then his physical body would be way too weak to support. His limbs would go flying straight off and his body will explode. He is still too young. He needs time to develop into a young man. Hisashi then found what he was looking for in his pockets and then pulled it out. Inko widened her eyes in terror. What? Why didn't you ever tell me? What if he accidentally awakens that power and it destroys him? Hisashi sighed as he knew this day would come. Listen, I never told you because it was for Izuku's safety. If word got out that he had all of this power stockpiled up inside of him, do you have any idea what the government or a villain would do to him? They would attempt to abuse him and try to take that power away from him and use it for their own personal and selfish gain. I couldn't let that happen to my own son. I, as a father and a husband, have to do what is best for you and him. That is my responsibility. That is why I have to work abroad. I can't stay here because if I do, they will find out that Izuku is my son and the power that he possesses. There are also other reasons, but I still can't tell you. Sorry, my love. Hisashi said in his mind as there were still things that he was keeping a secret. But Hisashi, Izuku still thinks he's quirkless. And you know more than anyone how much he wants to be a hero. When the doctor said that he was quirkless, it destroyed him from the inside. You know how much he admires and idolizes All Might. He wants to be a hero just like him. Matter of fact, the first thing he did when we came back home was watch the All Might debut video. The same one he has watched over 10,000 times. He asked me if he can be a hero just like him. I wanted so badly to tell him that yes, he can be a hero. But couldn't. I didn't want him to follow such an impossible dream, Inko said as she began sobbing again. Hisashi immediately went to comfort her as he said whispered relieving words to her. Izuku, our son. Your son needs you, Hisashi. Why you need to be there for him. Right now, the only person that can help him is his own father. You have to teach him and raise him on how to be a man. You need to prepare him for the real world and the dangers that come with it. He needs you more than anything else. Inko sobbed as she knew that she herself couldn't do much to help her son since she broke the boy's spirit already. She hoped that her husband can help rebuild that spirit. Hisashi was having an internal dilemma. He wanted nothing more than to stay with his beautiful wife and son and raise and protect them like any father should. But he knew he couldn't do that. If he did, then Izuku and Inko would have to pay the ultimate price. But that still didn't mean he didn't want to stay with them or that he doesn't care for or love his family. Life was just unfair. Why does the world have to be so cruel? At the moment, Hisashi remembered one of the most important lessons that his own father taught him so long ago. Sometimes, in order to protect the ones we love the most, we have to make sacrifices that we may not want to make. Sometimes, we have to give up the things that we want the most. Hisashi looked at Inko with so much love and sadness. I'm sorry, Inko, but I can't. Life is unfair. But as heroes, we have to balance that unfairness by doing the best that we possibly can. I want nothing more for me to stay with you and our son. Believe I really wish I could. I love the both of you so very much. You two are the most important people in my life. And that is why I must go. Because I love you two so much, I can't allow myself to put you two in danger. Both of you are just too precious to me. That's why I must leave. Please understand. I know I have been a terrible husband and father, but I am doing the best that I can. That is why I must go. Hisashi stood up as he prepared to leave, but Inko stood up with him and hugged him from behind. Wait, I understand. If you truly have to leave, then that's fine. But could you please stay the night? You have been away for so long, and I have not been able to make love with you in years. I'm a woman and I have needs, you know? Hisashi smiled as she did have a point. Up to that point, Hisashi had not touched a woman's body in so long. He had remained loyal to Inko and reserved himself to only Inko no matter how many women tried to seduce or flirt with him. He was loyal to a fault. He couldn't help it, it was in his blood after all. The same can be said for Inko. Anything for you, my love, Hisashi said as he put whatever he had in his hand back in his pocket where he found it. They then made their way to their bedroom and proceeded to undress as they experienced a night of pleasure. Hours later, Hisashi woke up to find himself lying next to a naked Inko under the covers. He saw the clock on the nightstand and it read, 4:30 a.m. He looked towards his left to see Inko sleeping peacefully. So with that, he got off the bed and began to put his clothes back on. He used the bathroom and took a new toothbrush from the pack under the sink. He brushed his teeth and tidied himself up, made sure that his hair didn't look too crazy and that he didn't smell like sex. Hisashi walked out the bathroom and walked towards Izuku's door. He was conflicted on whether or not to open the door. He hadn't seen the boy in so long, and wanted to see just how much he has grown since the last time he saw him. Hisashi stood there for a good 2 minutes before he heard a voice from behind him. What are you so scared of? He is your son after all. You need to see him. Hisashi looked behind him to see Inko standing in the hallway with a night robe on. She smiled at him and ushered for him to go. Hisashi opened the door to Izuku's bedroom as silently as he could. When he walked in, the first thing that he noticed was the plethora of All Might merchandise, from action figure to posters, backpacks, hell, even pajamas. What a fanboy, Hisashi thought as he silently chuckled, finding his son's admiration for the #1 hero amusing but at the same time, cute. Everybody needs a hero to look up to after all. Hisashi walked to Izuku's bed as he saw his beloved son, sleeping peacefully with his back lying on the bed and his head on the pillow and his face facing towards the ceiling. Hisashi was about to tear up seeing this sight. My baby boy, you have gotten bigger since the last time I have seen. I'm sorry that I missed your birthday. I am such a terrible father. Hisashi gently placed his hand on Izuku's green hair and rubbed his head slowly. You're the spitting image of your grandfather and great-grandfather. You even have their freckles, Hisashi whispered as he looked at Izuku's face. While Izuku did inherit all of his looks from Hisashi, in his own opinion, Izuku still reminded him of his father and grandfather. Hisashi didn't completely inherit all of their looks, because he got some from his mother. But Izuku got the whole package. He got all of their looks, including Inko's and Hisashi's mother's. Someday you're going to grow up, and when you do, you're going to become great. No matter what, I know that you will become a hero. You will be the greatest of them all. You will be special kid. Hisashi then took his hand off Izuku and went through his drawers. He found a piece of paper and a pen. He then began jotting down a letter. After he was done, he folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. On the front of the envelope, he wrote in big bold letters, "For Izuku." He proceeded to leave the room, but before he did, he decided to take one last look at his son. He walked back towards him and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Stay safe, my son. Become strong, be good, and protect the innocent. Never give up, no matter what others might say. Don't let them bring you down. Even if the world goes against you, always know that I will always support you. You can become a hero even if you're quirkless. And please just be yourself. Those who mind don't matter, and those who do matter don't mind, Hisashi said as he went back towards the door. I love you, my son. We'll meet again one day. But until then, take care. And with that, Hisashi finally closed the door to Izuku's room. Unbeknownst to Hisashi, Izuku had a smile on his face as he felt a gentle warmth around his body. He was having a good dream as he talked in his sleep. Papa, as Hisashi closed the door, he walked towards where Inko was standing and waiting. So you're leaving now, right? Inko said as her happy smile turned into a sad frown. She wanted her husband to stay, but life just has other plans. Hisashi nodded as he too wanted to stay, but thus it was the sacrifice he had to make. But before I go, I need you to listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you, Hisashi said as his face immediately transformed into a serious expression. Inko gulped as she nodded, ready for what her husband was about to tell her. In about 10 years from now, Izuku's power will awaken. It will happen at a time when he will most need it. After a full night's of sleep, he is going to grow a brown monkey tail just like mine. He will grow to be about my height, if not taller, when I was that age. His overall muscle mass will grow and he will gain extraordinary powers. Powers that would seem unthinkable even by today's standards. He will use these powers to train to become a hero. He will have the purest heart than anyone could ever imagine. He will fight for justice, truth, and he will protect the innocent. He will strike fear into the heart of villains and hope into the heart of heroes. I have no doubt that he will apply for UA High. Once he makes it in, he will be pushed past his limits to get stronger and stronger in order to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. Even after all of that, he still wouldn't have even scratched the surface of his true potential. Hisashi then held up the envelope that was in his hand. This letter is for Izuku to read when he experiences his first ever transformation. Transformation? Inko asked as she didn't understand. Don't worry, you'll understand when it happens. It will most likely happen against a powerful villain that will push our son past his limits and even further beyond. When he gets his first transformation, he will most likely be out for a couple of days. That's when you know for sure that he did undergo a transformation. Each transformation will make Izuku even stronger and stronger than he was before. It will take a lot of hard work and dedication, but I know for sure that Izuku will master each and every transformation. He is our son after all. Hisashi then handed the envelope to Inko. Keep that in a safe place. Hisashi then went digging back into his pockets and pulled out 2 capsules. Both capsules had the Capsule Corporation logo printed on them. One was bigger than the other. Hisashi handed the capsules to Inko, who grabbed them carefully. Those 2 capsules contain extremely valuable items that have been passed down from generation to generation in my family. Give those to Izuku along with the letter. Oh, and make sure that he opens the smaller one first. Put those in a safe place as well. Okay, you can count on me. I'll make sure our son gets these items, Inko said as she saluted to Hisashi. Hisashi chuckled seeing his wife's antics. He then hugged and kissed Inko on the lips. When they separated, Hisashi put a hood on to conceal his face. I have to go, my love. Remember to protect Izuku with your life. Make sure he stays safe. He needs to stay alive. The world is going to need him one day, and he is going to save all of our butts one day. That's for sure. I'll bet my life on that. Inko smiled sadly. Goodbye, Hisashi. Make sure to call and text, okay? Hisashi smiled. I will. If anything happens, let me know first, alright? I love the both of you dearly. When Izuku is of age, I will come back. But until then, goodbye and I love you. Hisashi then stepped out of the house as he saw the sun begin to rise. He looked up towards the sky as the sun shined down on him. Father, grandfather, and all of my ancestors, please watch over my son. Guide him towards the right path. He will have a tough life ahead of him, full of hardships and suffering. But I know that he will be able to get through all of that. I know that he will be able to transcend anything that comes his way. But he won't do it alone. He is going to need help. And with that help, he will succeed. He will succeed because that boy is our last hope. The human body really is something, isn't? A wide majority of people don't realize it, but they are much stronger than they think. If you look at it in face value, then the human body really isn't that impressive compared to many other species. Humans don't have claws, fangs, venom. Their average running speed isn't that impressive compared to the fastest beings on the planet. A human infant can't survive on its own at all. The baby must be nurtured and taken care of by another human being. If not, then the human baby will sadly and unfortunately not live very long at all. Every human has emotions. These emotions can be both positive and negative, and sometimes the negatives can outweigh the positives, resulting in men and women allowing their emotions and feelings to overrule their logic and rationale. This in turn will lead them to make bad decisions and ruin their relationships with the ones that they care about and the ones that truly matter. And that's just one of the things that limits humans from thriving, unlike other species that don't allow things like that to get in their way. Human beings truly do have many limitations that hinder their growth and evolution as a race. But what would happen if someone were to overcome those limits? While it is true that the human race does suffer from a load of limiters that stop them from thriving and ascending as a race, what over 99.9% of the population are not aware of is that there is actually a way to break those limiters. Yes, almost everybody in the world just accept what their limits and just go on with their lives. They don't strive to go beyond those limits and transcend whatever issues or obstacles that get in the way of their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. They either give up midway through because they don't have the guts to keep on working hard and sacrifice the necessary blood, sweat, and tears, or they get so close but fail one time and they just decide to give up right then and there. However, that less than 0.1% of the population are the opposite. They are aware of the potential that they possess. They are aware that yes, It is possible to break those limits that prevent human beings from evolving further as a race. They fight for their dreams and aspirations and don't let other people tell them that they can't achieve their dreams. They will keep fighting. They will keep clawing. They will not stop until they achieve their life's purpose. Which why this less than 0.1% is able to transcend and surpass their limits and evolve into the best versions of themselves. However, with the introduction of quirks to the world, it changed humanity and the Earth so radically that it shook the whole foundation of the previously established principles of human nature. Humans were now superhumans and could now do things that weren't possible in real life. Things that were only found in comic books. Mankind was living in a superhuman society. So one would think, well then that means the previous limitations that the human body had are non-existent now, right? Well, I'm sorry to say, but it isn't that simple. You see, here's the thing. Humans cannot choose what quirk they are born with. They can't change it either. So whatever quirk you get, you're stuck with it for the rest of your life. So if someone is born with a weak-ass quirk, there's not much that they can to improve themselves as best as possible. They would have a pretty low ceiling, and that would place a huge limit on their power and evolution. The same thing with people that are born with extremely powerful quirks. Yeah, they could achieve a lot more and have a much higher ceiling. But then again, a ceiling is still a ceiling, and you can't go past it. And don't forget about the people who are born quirkless. They don't even have any powers. They are just average humans like back in the old days. So their ceiling is really low, and that just shows how messed up the world really is. Everything about a person is defined by your quirk. It is as if a quirk makes the person and not the other way around. Hell, one could argue this just limits humans more than before quirks emerged onto the scene. But who knows? Maybe there is a way to surpass your quirk's limits. Maybe people just don't know how to, or maybe they just never tried. Nonetheless, our favorite green-haired Saiyan and One for All user is about to embark on a journey that will have him learn how to surpass his own limits. The hard way. Izuku Midoriya was back into his deep subconscious, which is above the Earth's orbit in space. He opened his eyes as he found himself floating above the Earth's atmosphere. He looked in front of him to see the giant green sun alongside the 4 sacred locked doors. Huh? I'm back here again. Izuku asked as he looked around and confirmed that he was indeed back inside his subconscious where the power of One for All was stored and where the 4 doors were which were locked and held something unknown behind them which Izuku wanted to know. Izuku floated to where the green sun was located which represented One for All. It still read 20% complete until full mastery, but something about it felt different to Izuku. It looked a lot bigger to him. And also it felt hotter and he felt a lot more power and energy emanating from the humongous green sundae. Maybe it was just him, but something did feel a lot more different than last time around. Izuku then turned his attention to the first locked door to the right which had the symbol of the Roman numeral of I. It was still golden in color and it was still huge, but Izuku also noticed a couple differences. He saw that the locks seemed like they were loosened and that the door actually opened a little before it was closed back. There was also something written on the door which read, "One step closer to achieving this power." This had Izuku scratch his head a little. He didn't remember doing anything that would cause something like this to happen. It was weird. He had so many questions. How is he one step closer? What is he one step closer to? What is this power? Why in the hell does he keep dreaming about a green sun and for random doors? I don't even know what this is even referring to. This is all just so random. I keep getting more and more questions, but not even one simple answer. Izuku yelled in annoyance as he punched the door as hard as he could. He immediately widened his eyes as he felt probably one of the most painful experiences in his life. Ah! Izuku screamed in agony. His fist was burning in hot pain as he tried to relieve the pain by blowing and massaging the injured hand. Oh my god! What is that door made of? That thing has to be harder than steel. Izuku yelled as he tried to take care of his now red hand. You're right. It is harder than steel. Which is why I wouldn't recommend punching the door. Izuku widened his eyes as he heard a voice very similar to his. He looked behind him to see who it was, and then he had one of the biggest shocks of his life. Floating there was himself. He was staring at an exact copy of Izuku Midoriya. Everything was exactly the same. From the hair to the eyes, the height, weight, arms, legs, and even the same freckles. The only difference being that this new Izuku was wearing his hero costume in full Saiyan armor. Izuku found it hard to from words in his mouth. WW what? W who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Izuku asked as he was absolutely baffled at the fact there was literal clone of himself floating in space with him. The new Izuku smiled as he replied to Izuku's question, "Oh, that's easy. I am you. And you are me." Izuku hung his mouth open as he thought he was hearing things. "Okay, you lost me. You just said that you are me and I am you. Can you please explain what you mean by that?" Izuku asked as he scratched his head in even more confusion. The other Izuku sighed as he knew that it wasn't going to be that easy for Izuku to understand. Alright, so here's the rundown. So there's you, Izuku Midoriya. Your regular self. But inside of you, there's a special place called your subconscious. Think of it as like your own little inner world where you are completely cut off from the outside world. Nobody can see nor hear us right now as we speak to each other in the subconscious. When you go into your little muttering rants, you start to lose awareness of the outside world and focus more on your own self and your inner thinking. But when you enter the subconscious, that's when you fully go into your inner world. Get it so far? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it makes sense. I have always felt isolated, so it doesn't surprise me that I have my own world inside my mind. I'm just surprised I didn't find this out sooner. Yes, that is true. Now, let me explain to you what exactly I am. When I said that I am you and you are me, I meant it. You see, I am the inner Deku. Basically, I am the manifestation of what you truly are inside. All inner thoughts that you have ever had or things that you keep tucked away, I am all of it. I was created for the sole purpose of assisting you on your journey to becoming a hero and whatever you decide to do in life. Inner Deku said as he finished his explanation. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Izuku said as he held his chin and began thinking. Then a light bulb lit up in his head. Oh, I get it now. So I can think of you like the twin brother I never had, Izuku said, excited at the prospect of having a sibling-like version of himself. I guess you can think of me like that. The only difference being that twins are 100% alike. However, me and you are technically the same person, just in different forms. Inner Deku replied as he honestly kind of liked the idea of having a twin brother. He has never had siblings and has been socially isolated for most of his life, so it was a huge reliever. Izuku's eyes then widened as he remembered an important fact. Wait a minute, you just said like a minute ago that you were created. If that is true, then who created you? Izuku asked as he was really curious about who in the world would create an exact copy of him. Inner Deku smirked as he knew Izuku was too smart to not ask a question like that. You want to know who created me? Oh right, it was your father. Inner Deku replied. Now Izuku really thought he was losing it. He just heard that his father created an inner version of himself. And my father? Are you sure you're talking about my father, Hisashi Midoriya? Izuku asked as he now was starting to believe this is all a retarded dream. That's the one. Okay, you lost me again, bro. Can you please explain what you mean by that? Izuku nearly yelled as now things were starting to sound crazy. Inner Deku laughed as he saw Izuku's reaction. What is so funny? I'm sorry. Just the way you react to things is just freaking hilarious. You should see your face, Izuku sighed. Great, now his own self is laughing at him. Inner Deku began to calm down as he now adopted a serious face. Alright, so when you were born, your father, Hisashi Midoriya, saw that you had what seemed like an endless amount of power brewing inside of you. He realized that if he kept you like that, the power would soon become too much for your small body and you would die of too much energy overflowing within you. So to prevent that, he locked away all of the excess energy that was too much for your small body to handle. He locked the power away in these 4 doors. Inner Deku stated as he pointed to the 4 giant doors with the Roman numerals. My purpose is to help you unlock these doors and to guide you in your journey of becoming a hero. He made it so that the only person that has the keys to these doors is me. I open the doors when you are both physically and mentally ready for the gargantuan amount of powers that these doors hold. They are locked right now because you are still not ready. You have not gotten the proper training yet to handle these transformations. If you were to, let's say, unlock door number 1 right now, then your entire body would explode due to the amount of power overloading. Izuku widened his eyes as he began to process all of the information. It all makes sense now. The reason why I didn't have this power until almost a year ago. My body was just too weak to handle all of this power, and I didn't have the proper training in order to utilize it. And my dad did all of this to protect me. Inner Deku nodded. You're finally beginning to understand. Your father entrusted me the keys to all of your power. power that you wouldn't even begin to dream of. He knew how dangerous power like that can be, so he decided that the best course of action was to lock it away until you were ready. And that's why I'm here. When your father created me, he implanted me all of the memories of our ancestors and all of their powers and techniques. That way, I can show you them and learn from them like how I've been doing for almost a year. Izuku then realized something else. Wait a minute. So all of those dreams and visions I have been getting all of these past months, they were all of your doing. Ding ding. You got it. You're smarter than you look. Yes, you are correct. All of the dreams and visions was me. I chose specific memories that would help you and ones you needed to know the most. You had to learn all of the things you learned, because if not, you would just be a huge brute with absolutely no techniques. You have to expand your arsenal and versatility if you truly want to become the greatest hero in the world. Inner Deku stated as he was revealed to be the cause of all of the visions that Izuku had been getting all of these months. Wow, this is a lot to take in. Izuku said quietly as began to rub his temples. Learning all of this new information was kind of taxing on the brain. But Izuku made sure to strengthen both body and mind. Indeed it is. But there's still one more thing we have to talk about. Izuku's sweat dropped. There's more. Inner Deku then floated towards the first giant door. Remember when I said that the only person to unlock these doors was me? Aha, well, it seems that you are an exception to the rule. Izuku's green eyes widened as he was confused with what Inner Deku was talking about. How am I an exception? I don't have the keys. Inner Deku pointed towards the door. During your fight with Nomu, you went all out. You even used Kaioken X3 combined with a 1 for all final flash. It did a number on him. But it still wasn't enough. Your arms were broken, you had several broken ribs and other bones. You were completely exhausted. You couldn't even move. Nomu was coming to give you the final shot. But you didn't allow yourself to give up. Your unrelenting will and iron drive forced you to even push farther past your limits. You refused to lose. Inner Deku began to swipe his hand around the door. As a result, through your own willpower alone, you were able to forcefully crack open the first door and it began leaking its energy and power. I immediately noticed this and was about to close the cracks completely, but then I saw that you were in a very dire situation. So I decided to only allow a small portion of the energy to leak out because you needed the power. It was necessary to beat Nomu. However, I couldn't let all of the power escape since it would have killed you, especially in the state your body was. Even the amount I allowed you to use was a little pushing it. But it all turned out good in the end. Inner Deku said as he made sure there wasn't any cracks left in the door. Izuku absorbed all of his words before asking another question. Wait, so what happened to Nomu? Is everyone safe? You don't remember? You defeated him. Inner Deku said as he snapped his fingers, making a portal appear showing the fight between false Super Saiyan Deku and the anti-symbol of peace. It showed Deku completely dominating the fight with minimal effort as Nomu stood no chance against the false Super Saiyan. Then it showed the final blow, which the Super Gallic gun that shot Nomu out of the USJ and towards the sky. Izuku was aghast. He never would have thought that he would have so much power to completely blow away a being that was specifically created to kill All Might. He didn't know what to think. And that's only a taste of your true potential. Inner Deku stated as he snapped his fingers again, and that portal that showed the fight vanished. What you did to Nomu will be child's play compared to the power that you will have access to in the future. You can't be serious. What could possibly be more powerful than that? Izuku asked in disbelief. There can't possibly be anything stronger than what Deku did against Nomu. Right? Inner Deku just snickered. You'll find out in due time. For now though, you should wake up. You have been out quite a while now. They're getting worried for you. So talk to you later, alright? Izuku started waving his arms around. Wait. I still have a lot more questions. Inner Deku snapped his fingers and Izuku vanished from the subconscious as he was now going back to the real world. Don't worry, friend. All of your questions will be answered in time. You just have to be patient. Izuku's body began to slowly stir as his eyes became lighter and lighter. His body felt weak and very heavy. He didn't feel like moving at all as he wanted his eyes to remain closed. He just felt like staying in bed and not waking up at all. He felt so tired for some reason. His body just felt broken, he could barely move. But right as the green-haired Saiyan was about to once again fall into a deep slumber, he remembered. Izuku immediately widened his eyes as he sat straight up so fast that he nearly broke his neck. He panted very hard as he tried to move his arms in his defensive fighting stance. but immediately winced as he did so. He felt an incredible amount of pain in his left arm, while his right arm was relatively normal. He looked to see that his left arm was in a cast and the majority of his body was covered in numerous bandages. This was most likely due to the injuries that he suffered from the fight with Nomu. Oh shit! Crap! Where's Nomu? Did I pass out? Oh no! Then that means my classmates need help. I have to move fast before I'm too late. Wait a minute, this isn't the USJ. Izuku stuttered in shock as he looked around to see that, in fact, he was not currently located in the unforeseen simulation joint. He was actually sitting on a bed located in a white room, more specifically, Recovery Girl's office. Izuku then slapped his forehead as he realized his own stupidity. Wait a minute, of course this is not the USJ. Inner me showed me the fight between me and Nomu. I took care of Nomu. He also said that everybody is fine. And here I was thinking that it was all a dream. So you finally woke up, huh kid? Sheesh. You had us worried there for a minute, man. I know that voice. Izuku looked to his right, only to see Toshinori in his skinny form alongside Recovery Girl, who was sitting down near her desk with various documents in her hands. All might? Recovery Girl? What happened? Wasn't I just in the USJ? Is everybody safe? Oh, or was it all just a bad dream? Izuku said rapidly as his mouth began to move a mile a minute. Both Toshinori and Recovery Girl sweat dropped as they witnessed the ninth bearer of One for All go on his long stutter rants as he talks to himself quietly and isolates himself from the reality. Enough! Relax. Young Midoriya. Don't worry, everything is fine. Your classmates are safe. Besides the ones who managed to escape, all of the villains were taken care of. You don't need to worry, Toshinori said as he snapped Izuku out of his trance. He calmed down and sighed in relief. There weren't any major injuries excluding yourself, 13 and Eraserhead. Thankfully, everybody else was safe and sound as soon as the pros arrived. Recovery Girl added as she shuffled the stacks of documents on her desk. That's a relief. But then suddenly, Izuku remembered an important detail. Wait a minute. What about Nomu? He's the villain with the beak and with his brain exposed. What happened to him? Did he escape? Izuku asked erratically as he remembered the battle he endured against the anti-symbol of peace. He already knew from what his inner self told him that he had already defeated Nomu, but he wanted to make sure that Nomu didn't escape and was in police captivity. He didn't want a monster like that roaming the streets. You mean you don't remember? Toshinori asked in confusion. Izuku decided to play dumb for a little bit. What are you talking about? Remember what? Izuku, you were the one that managed to defeat him. Quite badly, might I add, Toshinori stated as he remembered of how the police and investigators managed to find the anti-symbol of peace. They described it as if somebody jumped into a volcano and came out and actually managed to survive. So it seems what Inner Deku was saying is the truth. Okay, good. Now this means that wasn't a dream then. I'll make sure to speak with him when I get home. For now, I need to relax and get healed, Izuku thought as he began planning on how to get more answers from Inner Deku. That isn't something we should ignore. You should be able to remember something like that. It is weird to simply not recall any details regarding defeating something as dangerous as Nomu. From what I've checked, you don't have any severe brain or head damage. Very strange indeed, Recovery Girl said as she hummed in thought. In any case, what matters is that you're alright and safe and sound. However, you most likely wouldn't have had to suffer such traumatic injuries if I would have made it there in time. You were all fighting for your lives while I was here doing nothing. Some symbol of peace I am, Toshinori said as he gripped his fists in frustration for not being able to do his job in protecting the students when they were attacked by the League of Villains. It is not your fault, Toshinori-sensei. Nobody had any idea that villains would just randomly attack us out of nowhere. We did the very best we could to defend ourselves and look, we turned out just okay. Don't beat yourself up over something that you had no control over and that turned out fine in the end, Izuku said as he didn't want All Might to feel ashamed over something he knew he wasn't at fault for. Villain attacks can happen at any time. Heroes have to do the best that they can in order to deal with those villains for when they come. The boy's right, you know. Lighten up, will ya? Just be happy you didn't have to overexert yourself and make your time limit in your hero form even shorter than what it already is. If you ask me, it all turned out for the better, Recovery Girl said as she also didn't want to see All Might get all depressed over nothing. Toshinori sighed. Alright, fine. I won't blame myself. But that doesn't mean I'm exactly happy either. Understandable, Izuku said. By the way, Toshinori, did you see the files on Nomu and his quirks? Recovery Girl asked, as she wasn't sure if All Might was up to speed on what the police was able to find out. Q quirks? As in more than one? Toshinori asked in disbelief with his blue eyes widened. Take a look at it yourself. Recovery Girl handed Toshinori the documents regarding Nomu's powers. As Toshinori went through them, his levels of shock kept on increasing and increasing with every single page he read. By the time he was finished, he almost found it impossible to form words in his mouth. He was speechless to the core. What is this? Abomination. From what the investigators had gathered from the villains they were able to capture, they learned that Nomu was specifically constructed to kill you. He had quirks implanted in him that were supposed to be direct counters for you. It is a miracle that no other student had major injuries besides Izuku, Recovery Girl said, as she too couldn't believe that a being like Nomu existed. It seemed as though he wasn't even human anymore. Toshinori handed the documents back to Recovery Girl as he stood up from his chair. I think I need some time to take all of this in. You should heal and patch young Izuku up and make sure that he's ready to go home. His mother is worried sick. It has been 2 days after all. What? I was out for 2 days. Izuku shouted. Ash didn't know he was out cold for that long. Well, your injuries were very serious. When we found you, you were barely even breathing. I'd say it is a miracle you woke up after only 2 days and not 2 weeks. Recovery Girl said, as she was a little suspicious on Izuku's fast recovery. Normally, if a person undergone the amount of injuries that he did, they would be out for weeks, maybe even months. But Izuku was able to wake up after only 2 days. Very strange indeed. Well, I'll see you later, Recovery Girl. Also, Izuku will talk later, alright? Toshinori said as he gave him Izuku a certain look. Izuku knew that look. It meant, we have serious things to talk about later. Toshinori walked out and closed the door. He stood there in the hallway for a good minute as he thought about all that has happened in the past few days. So you're still out there? All for one. Are you sure you're okay? Yes. How many times do I have to tell you, Recovery Girl? I'm good as new. I promise. You healed me up nicely, Izuku said as he took off the bandages around his body. After Toshinori left, Recovery Girl decided to use her quirk on Izuku. All of his injuries were immediately healed. He then began jumping around and doing kicks and punches to the air, testing out his body to see if it was alright. And to his surprise, he was back at 100%. Hell, he even felt a lot stronger than before. That made Izuku wonder on why that happened. He decided to ask Inner Deku later about it. Alright, but if you feel any type of pain, you come straight to me. Got it, Recovery Girl said. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said as he saluted. Okay then, you're free to go home. Izuku smiled in delight. Alright, let's go. I'll see you when school starts again. Izuku then ran out of the office, towards his locker to go pick up his clothes and book bag. That boy really is troublesome. Izuku went home as fast as he could. It was getting late after all, since the sun was already setting. He didn't want to worry his mother too much. He arrived at his front door and opened it. As he stepped in, he shouted, "I'm home." Inko immediately came running to Izuku and crushed him in a motherly hug. Oh my Izuku. I was worried to death. When the school called and informed me that you were injured from a villain attack, I feared the worst, but they reassured me that they would be all right. But I still couldn't help but fear for you, baby. Mom, it's okay. I'm fine now. See, I'm all healed up. I have no broken bones, no pain, no nothing. Everything turned out all right. I appreciate you being worried for me, but you don't have to be anymore, Izuku said as smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Inko stared into her son's eyes before she spoke again. Izuku, I have something to give you. Something from your father. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of his father. Dad left something for me? I'll go get it. Give me a minute. Inko went to her bedroom and came back 5 minutes later with an envelope and 2 capsules. The envelope read on the front in big bold letter, "For Izuku, your father told me to give this to you after you experienced your first transformation." Izuku looked at his mother in disbelief. How did you? Call it woman's intuition. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Your dad said to read this letter, Inko said as she handed Izuku the letter and 2 capsules. Izuku took the items and walked to his bedroom. He opened the letter first. He began to read it. Dear Izuku, hi Izuku, it's me, your dad. By the time you're reading this, you have most likely gone through your first transformation. I don't have much time, so I won't be able to explain to you everything in this letter. All I'm going to say is that I'm proud of you, my son. I truly am. I know that you will become a great hero someday. I truly believe that. I'm sorry I have not been around in your life, but it is for reasons that I cannot say in this letter. But I know you will grow up to become a great man someday. You will be strong. Just keep training hard, and you will be able to do anything you put your mind to. Anyway, listen carefully. The small capsule is what you will open first. In there, you will find priceless items that have been passed down from generation to generation in our family. I know you will use them well. The big capsule you will not open in your room. Open it in a big space where there's a lot of space. You will be using this to train your body in order to become stronger to handle your transformations. If you have any question, ask your inner self. He most likely has the answers to them. Well, time is running out, I have to go now. I want you to know that I love you, my son. Become strong. Protect the innocent and fight in the name of justice. You must tell yourself, no matter how hard it gets, I'm going to make it. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Sincerely, your loving father, Hisashi Midoriya. By the time Izuku got to the end, the letter was already wet from his tears. Izuku couldn't help it. It was just too much. My dad. He believes in me. He didn't care that I was quirkless. He still believed in me no matter what. He believes that I will become a hero, Izuku said as he sobbed. Izuku then dried his tears as he calmed down. Papa, Izuku looked up, his face void of tears. It was now full of fearless determination. You put all of your faith in me, and I won't let you down. Izuku pushed down on the capsule. It made a poof sound as smoke came out. After the smoke cleared, it showed a large briefcase. Izuku opened the briefcase slowly, and what he saw made his jaw drop to the ground. This is no way. Inside the briefcase was a brown bean bag and a long red pole. But that's not what got his attention. What got his attention was what was in the middle of the briefcase. In the middle of the briefcase were 3 sets of clothing. Izuku picked up the one that was on top of the pile. It was an orange and blue martial arts GI, with blue shoes and wristbands. It was the GI of Son Goku. Izuku just held the GI in his hands in shock. He couldn't help but admire the ancient apparel. Izuku gripped the GI tightly. Dad, you have put so much faith in me. Thank you very much. I promise it won't be in vain. And I also promise. Izuku lifted the GI up and yelled at the top of his lungs. I will be the strongest hero in the world. League of Villains hideout. Sensei, you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. There was this boy with spiky hair. He beat Nomu. Shigaraki yelled as he slammed the bar table. If I may ask, what was the color of his aura when he was using his quirk? Electric green. Shigaraki replied. From purple to yellow to green. How amusing. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, Sensei. Oh, don't worry about it, Tamura. I'm getting old. Anyways, just keep following the plan. This was a minor setback. I'll talk to you later. Shigaraki then disconnected the audio call. So you have chosen a successor, Tashinori? About time. But it doesn't matter. Neither you or him will be able to stop me and my plan. All I have to do is kill both of you and end one for all once and forever. After that, I will rule the world, and nobody will be able to stop me. Chapter 9. Tell the world, I am here. Haya Iowa. Izuku yells as he punches the air with monster force as the air around him gusts backward due to the power of the strike. Those punches are weak. Put more effort into your strikes. Izuku, I'm trying my best, damn it. Izuku yells back as he begins to launch even harder deadly strikes, all while sweating profusely due to the massive strain his body is currently undergoing. Do or do not. There is no try. It's harder than it looks. Izuku said as he does a front flip and strike up with a huge kick that creates more gust of wind. Come on. I know you can do much better than that. I'm you after all. Punch and kick as if your life depended on it. Well, maybe I would if you just let me use my quirk. Izuku grunts as pants heavily due to the extreme training regime that his inner self has put him through. It felt as though his body was about to drop dead any minute. Inner Deku sighs. Come on, Izuku. We've talked about this. You can't always rely on one for all to get you out of every situation and every fight. You have to broaden your arsenal and learn to fight without a quirk by training your physical body. When you have done that, then the effects of One for All will increase even more as soon as your physical body is trained enough. Inner Deku says he watches Izuku continue to practicing his combos, making sure each punch and kick had equal amount of force and were precise, fluid, and not sloppy. Yeah, I know. I completely understand your point. But don't you think training my physical body alone without a quirk under 10 times Earth's gravity is a little... oh, I don't know. Overboard? Izuku sarcastically replied as his movements began to get slower and his strikes got weaker because of the huge amounts of energy the green-haired Saiyan has used up during the training session. Also, don't forget that I have to wear these ridiculously heavy weights while training since you told me to specifically wear the orange GI. Izuku said as the training weights in Son Goku's GI made it even harder for Izuku to train under 10 times Earth's gravity, all while not being able to use One for All. You need to wear that GI in order for your body to adapt to the massive weight and mass that it is put through while training under 10x Earth's gravity. Like I said, this will make your own physical body even stronger, which will allow you to even use One for All more efficiently and unlock the hidden power inside of you. Inner Deku said as he understood what Izuku was trying to say, but it was all for his own good. Also, didn't you say that you were going to be the strongest hero in the world? Inner Deku asked as he remembered precisely what Izuku said as he yelled at the top of his lungs the day before when he opened his briefcase. The guy yelled so loud that his mother immediately came running to his bedroom to ask why he was yelling so damn loud. Izuku stopped mid-combo as he heard the words of his inner self. Yes, I did. And I meant it with every fiber of my being. That is my dream, and I'll stop at nothing until it becomes a reality, Izuku said as his eyes glowed green with pure determination seeping from them. His face now adopted a serious and genuine look, reinforcing the fact that he truly did mean what he said. Inner Deku nodded as he expected that to be Izuku's reply. Well, if you're going to become the strongest hero in the world, like you said, then you can't play games and take the easy path. In this life, if you want something, you have to work hard in order to achieve it. Your dreams are not just going to be handed down to you, and neither is the power that is necessary in order for you to make those dreams come true. I am not Santa Claus, you know. I am not just going to give you powers, techniques, and transformations just because you're a nice guy. You will have to earn all of that, and once you do earn those things, you will have to undergo much more intense training than now to master your new powers. Even with One for All, you had to prove yourself and do something to earn that sacred torch that has been passed down for generations, didn't you? And just getting the quirk was the easy part. Now you have to master it. It is the same exact concept. Absolutely nothing will be served to you on a silver platter. You will rightfully earn everything that you will get in life, just like your ancestors did. Izuku took a minute to take in all of what Inner Deku said. Izuku agreed with him 100%. If he didn't start working now and push himself to the limits, then that childhood dream of becoming the #1 hero will stay exactly that. A childhood dream. He couldn't let it stay just a dream. He needed to make that dream into a reality. His father put all of his faith and the faith of his ancestors into him. Even when he was quirkless, he still believed in him when nobody else, including his own mother, did. He also couldn't forget about All Might. All Might passed on One for All, because he truly believed in his heart that Izuku was the one to become a true hero for the people and become the next symbol of peace. If he started to slack off now, it would be a spit in the face not only to All Might and his father, but to all those who came before them who placed their faith on them. You're right. I apologize for complaining about the workload. That was very childish of me. I should know better. It's hypocritical of me to whine about harsh training conditions when it was me who signed up for all of it. I am the one who wants to become the #1 hero, and I have inherited the power of All Might and my ancestors. So I have no right to say that the training is too much. I have to be a man and own it. I can't act like a spoiled brat who expects everything to be handed down to him. I have to show and prove why I deserve to be a hero, and why All Might did not make a mistake in choosing me as his successor, Izuku said as he got back into his fighting stance and felt a new surge of power and adrenaline going through his veins. It's just like what Dad said. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Inner Deku smiled widely as he heard the words of the green-haired Saiyan. Yes, that's the way. Give it your best. As Izuku began to train his body once again under 10x Earth's gravity, Inner Deku relaxed as he got lost in his thoughts. Goku, Vegeta, I wish you can see how your descendant turned out. I know you two would be nothing but proud. 3 hours later, Izuku did one last uppercut to the air before he collapsed to the ground due to complete and utter exhaustion. The young hero in training was panting hard as his lungs demanded oxygen. He felt sore all around. The pain was comparable to when Nomu gave him that bone-crushing bear hug a couple of days ago, although he would say that the current pain he felt was slightly worse due to the fact that his muscles and bones were working non-stop with extremely heavy weights on and had to move under 10x Earth's gravity. This was probably the hardest, toughest, and most painful workout he has ever done in his entire life. It even trumps the spars he had against All Might, who was definitely no pushover. But the symbol of peace never made Izuku go through the hell that Inner Deku made him go through today. Inner Deku saw that Izuku's body was practically broken, so he decided to call it a day. Alright Izuku, that's enough for today. Clean yourself up and let's head on home. We did good progress today. We will continue your training tomorrow. Izuku placed his palms on the floor as he used his arms to bring his face off of the floor, which caused more pain than it should. WW8 can still go on. Inner Deku sighed as he knew he was going to have to deal with Izuku's stubbornness. Listen to me. You can barely move. If you keep on going, then you'll only be destroying your own body beyond repair instead on making it stronger. That is the opposite effect of what we want. How exactly are you going to be a hero if your body collapses and can no longer function? Inner Deku asked as he was rubbing his temples. He understood and commended the tenacity of Izuku Midoriya. But there is a limit to everything. He has to learn that just because he keeps on destroying his body over and over again, it doesn't mean it is always going to make him stronger. It can actually have a very negative effect, which is something that they could not afford at all. Plus, don't you have school tomorrow? It isn't ideal for you to go to school all beaten up. You need rest. You have to give time for both your body and mind to recover so it can be ready to train and fight the next day. You're still human, you know. You're not perfect. You did well today, so give yourself the break you deserve. By the time Inner Deku finished speaking, Izuku had already gotten back up on his feet and his breathing was slowly going back to normal. His body was soaking in sweat, and he had a couple bruises here and there. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot that I had school tomorrow. I guess the training had gone to my head and made me solely focused on it. I can't wait to see everyone again. I hope they're doing all right. I haven't seen them since the whole USJ incident, Izuku said as he walked over the gravity machine. The display showed 10G. Izuku pressed the off button and the display then showed 1G. Izuku sighed in relief as he could finally relax as the environment finally returned to Earth's normal gravity. It turns out, inside the larger capsule that Hisashi left for his son, was a giant gravity chamber made specifically for Izuku to train in and master his powers. When Izuku first saw it, he was in shock. He never heard of such a structure that can actually change the gravity of the environment at will. It is perfect for training the body past its natural limits and make it stronger over time. Inner Deku stated that this is where the beginning of Izuku's training will start. He will begin with 10x Earth's gravity and will continue on from there, gradually increasing the difficulty as Izuku grows stronger and stronger. When Izuku first turned on the gravity chamber, he immediately collapsed to the ground, due to not being used to the extra weight that the chamber inflicted on the green-haired Saiyan. In order to be able to actually stand up, Izuku had to use one for all in order to handle the massive strain that the extra gravity put on his body. After a little bit, Izuku got used to it and was even able to run, fly, and fight in the gravity chamber, although with a little difficulty. Then, Inner Deku ordered Izuku to not use his quirk at all, while training in the gravity chamber until he told him to and to put on Goku's orange and blue GI. Izuku thought that he could not do it, claiming it was flat-out impossible to move under such harsh conditions without a quirk. Inner Deku reassured him that he would be alright as long as he doesn't go over 10G. Inner Deku told him to focus on strengthening his physical body as well as his ki control. Izuku had trouble at first controlling his body and ki at 10G, but he didn't quit and persisted until he was able to move and use his ki normally at 10x Earth's gravity. He still had some trouble and it still caused pain and strain, but he had without a doubt made brilliant progress and was definitely going to get better over time. Man, I'm beat. Who knew that 10 times Earth's gravity could be so damn heavy and taxing on the body? It could kill somebody if they are not careful and if their bodies are not strong enough, Izuku said as he walked over to living room area. The gravity chamber also had enough space to be a living quarters. It had its own living room with couches, chairs, and flat-screen TV. It also had essentials like a bathroom with a shower, and a kitchen with water, food, and dining table where one could eat. Hisashi made sure that his son was comfortable as Izuku was doing his vigorous training. Izuku grabbed a bean bag that was placed on the couch. Izuku opened it to find a bunch of green beans inside. He took one out and then threw it into his mouth and ate it. As soon as he swallowed the green bean, all of his injuries were healed. The bruises were gone. The soreness, strain, and pain instantly went away as Izuku was back at 100%. Good as new. Senzu beans. Gotta love 'em. They really are lifesavers, Izuku said as he began flexing and throwing a couple of punches and kicks to the air to confirm that his body was all healed. Another thing that was inside the briefcase that Hisashi left for Izuku was a bag of senzu beans. Inside the bag was a piece of paper that explained how to plant senzu beans and make more supplies. Inner Deku explained that these senzu beans can heal almost any injury. It didn't matter if you are inches from death. As long as you swallow the senzu bean, you will be back in tip-top shape almost instantly. Inner Deku explained that senzu beans really saved a lot of lives back in the day. They were the difference between life and death on some occasions. It just made Izuku all the more grateful for his father and the fact that he practically thought of everything that he will need. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, but why do I somehow feel stronger every time I get healed after training or when I break my limbs or something? Izuku asked curiously. He already felt a good portion stronger than before he started training in the gravity chamber. He thought maybe it was just him feeling energized the first couple of times, BTU after a while. It started to get more and more apparent the greater the injury that he was healed from. It's called a Zenkai boost. Inner Deku replied. A what boost? Izuku asked, confusion clearly evident on his face. It is a genetic trait unique to the Saiyan race. It allows a Saiyan to become much more powerful after recovering a near-death state or any other kind of injury. The more fatal the wound, the stronger you'll get after recovering. This can also work in the middle of a battle. If you're going up against a foe of comparable or greater power than you're yourself, you will learn to adapt and evolve as both your mind and body will get stronger and more efficient due to injuries that you may receive in the battle. You will get stronger and better during the fight. This makes longer and drawn-out battles more in your favor. Zenkai boosts will increase after each use. And in your case, Zenkai boosts will be even greater than normal due to your Saiyan cells mutating after receiving one for all and making them much more powerful than ever before. Also, your analytical mind allows you to immediately identify the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent and think of numerous different strategies to find the best way to take them down. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard Inner Deku's answered. He had no idea that he has the ability to become so strong. An ability such as the Zenkai boost is a huge game changer. It can turn the tides of any battle in his favor. Even up against opponents that seem to be superior than him, he still had that ace in the hole that can allow him to make a surprise comeback in the middle of a fight when his opponent least expected it. It seemed like he was almost unbeatable. Don't start getting cocky and overconfident now. It doesn't make you invincible though. And you also still have a really long way to go until you can maximize your full potential. That gravity chamber training you just did is nothing but mere child's play compared to the training regime your own ancestors had to go through. The home planet of the Saiyans, which was formerly called Planet Vegeta, had a gravity that was 10 times that of Earth's gravity. The Saiyans were walked on that planet like it was second nature while you still struggle with it. Son Goku once trained at 100G on one of his many adventures. This is only the beginning of your training, so be ready for it. Inner Deku said as soon as he heard the thoughts of Izuku when thinking about the possibilities that Zenkai boosts allowed him. He did not need him to begin to get in over his head. Arrogance like that can cost him greatly one day. Izuku gulped when he heard Inner Deku. 100G. I can barely handle 10G as I am now. Man, I really have a lot of catching up to do. Oh well, I guess it just gives me more motivation to keep on training and getting stronger. Plus, it wouldn't be rewarding if it was too easy anyway. Izuku thought as he took off his clothes to go take a shower. Ever since Izuku began communicating with his inner self, he learned a lot about his origins. It is safe to say that he didn't expect to be a descendant of a warrior race called the Saiyans. He then began freaking out, asking if he was actually an alien instead of a human being. Inner Deku had to calm him down and reassure him that yes, he still had human blood running through his veins, but it was just mixed with Saiyan blood. Izuku then got curious and asked how much of him was human and Saiyan. Inner Deku explained that he was able to manipulate the cells and genes in Izuku's body to make it so that he was half Saiyan and half human instead of what he was supposed to be, which was barely Saiyan at all, since it has been so many years since the Saiyan race had died out. Inner Deku told Izuku that in order for him to have the most potential possible, it was necessary for him to be a perfect half-breed, since he will need the power from both his Saiyan side and human side. Izuku was just happy that he had a power that he could call his own, no matter if it came from an alien race. Even though it is technically not a quirk, it can still pass off as one. It still didn't matter to Izuku, since this power will allow him to become the hero he had always dreamed of becoming. It is the quirk he always wanted to have, to become a hero. When Izuku got out of the shower, he gathered all of his belongings and stepped out of the gravity chamber. He then took out his capsule and placed the large gravity chamber inside the capsule. "Hey, are you sure this is a safe place to come and train in the gravity chamber? I don't want anybody to come out of nowhere and see me training here," Izuku asked his inner self as he began to float up in the air and leave the area. "Don't worry, this island has not been inhabited or visited in millennia. The only people that know of its existence are us and your father. Plus, if anyone comes near it, I will be able to sense them immediately, so I'll just alert you as soon as possible if something like that ever happens, which it probably won't. So relax, big guy. We're good," Inner Deku replied. The island that Inner Deku was referring to was none other than Kame Island, the home of Turtle Hermit, Master Roshi. It still looked the same after all of the years that had gone by since his death. It still had a sunny beach, with many beautiful palm trees that circled around the entire island. The only difference being that the pink house that the Turtle Hermit used to live in has gained rust over the years due to being abandoned for so long. Inner Deku told Izuku to come exactly to this island when he decided to start training in the gravity chamber. The reason being, as stated above, that the island has been abandoned for many millennia up to this point. And back then, the only people who knew of its existence were Goku, his family, friends, and the rest of the Z-Fighters. But when they all passed away, the island was left alone, untouched, for many years. Humanity has no idea of its existence due to it being completely isolated from civilization, thus making it the perfect training spot for Izuku in the gravity chamber. Izuku sighs, "All right, whatever you say. Anyways, time to head home. It is getting late. I don't want Mom to be getting any more worried than she should." Izuku then flew back to his home, where he would prepare for the next day of UA High School. The next day, "Hey, did you guys watch the news last night?" The invisible girl, Toru, asked to her classmates, referring to the news coverage that was done about the USJ incident a couple of days ago. The USJ incident were made known to the public, and it immediately made headlines. It was a really big deal due to the prestige and high esteem that UA has garnered in Japan for being the #1 high school for heroes in training. It was an understatement to say that the general public was shocked. It was unheard of for a gang of villains to be able to sneak into a UA facility with all of the security measures that the school funds for the safety of its students. Nobody saw it coming at all, and it was all just an unfortunate turn of events. However, when it was reported that none of the students, minus Izuku, suffered major injuries, the press and general public didn't go too hard on UA and criticized to such a high degree. When the press asked for the identity of the student that was fatally injured during the invasion, UA refused to reveal that it was Izuku. Their reasoning was that the student didn't need all of that public attention on them, and it would be safer if their identity was not revealed. "Yeah, I saw it. What about it?" Ojiro replied as he turned his head to the invisible girl. "Did you see how everyone in class was on screen? I didn't stand out at all," Toru said as she whined at not making much of an impression on TV. "That's true," Shoji said as he added to the conversation. "Well, I wouldn't blame them. It is hard to stand out when they can't really see you." "Huh?" Ojiro said as he remembered when watching the news last night that the only way you could have really seen Toru is if you noticed a floating pair of gloves walking beside the rest of the girls in Class 1A. "But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it," Kaminari said as he turned his head behind him to talk to Kirishima. "Yeah, bro, I was surprised. It made the headlines everywhere. The entire country knows about it by now," Kirishima said as he didn't know he was going to be on TV so soon. "Can you really blame them, though? The hero course that keeps pumping out pro heroes was attacked by so many villains out of nowhere," Jiro said as she put herself into the conversation as she was twirling around her long earlobes. "Man, who knows what could have happened if the teachers had not come when they did," Zero said. Mineta then immediately stopped Zero from saying anything further. Stop that, Zero. Just thinking about it is making me wet myself. Shut the fuck up. Be quiet. Purple grapes. Nothing was going to happen. We had it all under control. Those villains were shit compared to us. You're lucky that Deku took care of the strongest one, or else it could have been a lot worse. Bakugo shouted as he got irritated at Mineta's childish crying. Yeah, I heard that Midoriya took care of the big guy with the beak. It was reported that guy had like multiple different quirks inside of him and stuff. He was really overpowered. Midoriya really saved our butts because I don't know if we would be able to take down such a villain, Sato said as he threw a couple punches to the air. Yes, it just makes you wonder of the true power that Midoriya possesses. Although the drawbacks of such strength seemed to take a massive toll on his body. He was the most injured out of all of us. What a strange quirk he has, Tokoyami said as she thought about what Izuku had to do to gain such power. I really hope Dekukuin is alright. Do you guys think he will be coming to school today? Achiko asked as she has been worried for the green-haired Saiyan for the whole weekend. I am not sure. His injuries were extremely severe. They were worse than Mr. Aizawa's and 13th's. He had to fight that huge villain all by himself. If only we could have came sooner, maybe we might have been able to help him, Momo said as she had a visibly sad look on her face. She was worried for her friend. She had tried contacting him over the weekend, but he didn't respond. For some reason, she found herself think more and more about the green-haired Saiyan more and more as time went on. Who knows? It would be a miracle if he can even walk after the injuries that I saw he had, Zero said. As if right on cue, the classroom door was opened, and in came the one and only Izuku Midoriya. He looked completely good as new without any sort of bandages or anything like that. He had a big smile on his face as he walked inside the class, happy to see that his classmates were all doing fine. Good morning, guys. Are all of you okay after that whole USJ thing? I haven't had the chance to see you guys since then, so I hope everything is going all right for all of you, Izuku said as he entered the classroom, only to find 19 pairs of eyes all on him. Ah, did I miss something? Why are all of you looking at me like that? And then total mayhem ensued. Bakugo ran up to the green-haired Saiyan and grabbed him by his shirt. Hey Deku, why didn't you reply to any of my texts? You bastard. You left me on delivered for like 3 days. Who does that? Were you ignoring me? Answer me now before I kill you. Izuku held up his hands in defense. Hey HY, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ignore you. Kakin, I swear. It's just that a lot of things happened these past couple of days, and I didn't really have the chance to go through my phone. Bullshit. I swear. How are you even here? Shouldn't you be in the hospital or something? You should not even be able to walk, much less be in school. Zero shouted as he couldn't believe that Izuku was actually in class all fine and dandy. Yo Midoriya, how did you beat that villain? I heard that it was really overpowered and those injuries you suffered from it were no joke. Are you sure you're fine? Sato asked as he was in disbelief just like Zero was, but was happy to find that his classmate seemed alright. Hey Midori, tell us about that villain you faced. I didn't know you were that strong. What other things are you hiding from us? Mina asked. How are you even alive right now? Mineta screeched. Man, if only we came in sooner. We could have teamed up and taken those villains down easily, Kirishima said excitedly as he bumped both of his fists together. That makes me wonder if it was Midoriya that roared that which shook the whole USJ. Jiro said as she contemplated on the possibility. DKU, you still haven't properly explained why you left me on deliver dash. Everyone, calm down. Morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats, Ida loudly exclaimed as he stood in front of the classroom. TSH** fine. We'll talk later. Bakugo finally let go of Izuku as they went to take their seats and settle down. Izuku whispered to Ida, Hey, thanks man. You saved my butt back there. No problem. Anything for the class president. You also deserve some space after what happened in the USJ. Tenya replied as he went to go take his own seat. Mina turned around to face Azui. Suchan, who's gonna teach homeroom today? Tsuyu placed her finger on her chin as she thought about Mina's question. Well, is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly the door to the classroom opened. Ribbit, good morning class. I hope you're all doing fine today. Aizawa greeted as his face and arms were completely wrapped in bandages. clearly the result of the wounds he suffered against Nomu and Shigaraki at the USJ. Mr. Aizawa, you're back too soon. Class 1A shouted out in unison. Man, you're too much of a pro, Kaminari stated, who admired the work ethic of his homeroom teacher. So you're all right, Mr. Aizawa? Tenya asked as he robotically raised his arm. Can you really call that all right? Achiko asked as she didn't think that Aizawa was in a suitable condition to be teaching right now. Aizawa made his way to the teacher's podium. My well-being does not matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. Fight? Bakugo asked, intrigued. Don't tell me, Izuku said as his eyes slowly widened. The villains again? Mineta said in panic with sweat trailing down his face. Aizawa took a moment to stare at all of his students. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. That's a super normal school event. The class yelled in unison as they were all relieved that they didn't have to fight villains again and can actually relax for a little bit. Hold on, wait a minute, Kaminari said as he calmed down the classroom. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Jiro asked curiously. What if they attack us again or something? Ojiro said, agreeing with Jiro's point of view. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It is not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Aizawa replied, answering the concerns of a few of his students. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It is just a festival of sports. Mineta said as he didn't want to be attacked by villains again. Huh? Mineta, you've never seen the UA Sports Festival? Izuku asked as he turned his head. Of course I have. That's not what I meant. Aizawa continued his announcement. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they are now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes, Momo said as she pumped her fist. She was determined to stand out in the festival. I know that, but Mineta said as he still had his doubts. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, Kaminari said as he held a thumbs up. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Jiro told the electric blonde bluntly. Kaminari's sweat dropped as he heard her words. Wow, that was totally uncalled for. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. The sports festival is a global event. The entire world will be watching you. So, don't screw it up, Aizawa exclaimed as he did his best to motivate his students. Yes, sir, the class shouted. Homeroom is dismissed. Izuku sat in thought as he processed his teacher's words. It seems like this sports festival event is a pretty big deal. Huh? Deku said as he also paid attention to Aizawa's speech. That's right. The sports festival is a major chance for you to jumpstart your career as hero before you even graduate. Can make or break your career. That's why it is important for you to make a good impression each and every time. You only get 3 chances, Izuku said mentally as he replied to his inner self. Deku told him that he didn't have to speak out loud when he wanted to communicate with him, since Deku existed inside Izuku's mind after all. And Izuku didn't want to look like a crazy retard talking to himself in public. When, listening to Aizawa speak, Izuku got more and more determined to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. Izuku wanted to become the #1 hero, so this is a vital opportunity to make good impression or else he might flop. Lunchtime, even though all of that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited, Kirishima exclaimed, pumped both of his fists up with adrenaline rushing through him. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro, Shiro said, who equally as excited as Kirishima. It was most definitely worth coming to UA, Sato said as Fist bumped his own hand. We will only receive a few chances. We cannot afford to miss this, Tokoyami said as he was sitting on top of a table. Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I need to stand out at the sports festival, Toru said energetically as she began dancing due to the excitement rushing through her. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard, Ojiro replied as he sweat dropped. Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Aoyama said as he pointed at Koji. Koji started sweating nervously and flailing his arms around. Right? Aoyama asked him again as he got closer to the animal talker. Koji earnestly nodded as he didn't want to hurt the blonde's feelings. You're so lucky, Shoji. Your brawn stands out on its own. Kaminari whined as he was envious of Shoji's impressive muscle mass. True, but there's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness. Shoji replied. I think you'll stand out too, Jiro said as she giggled thinking about Kaminari's retard mode after he overuses his quirk. Izuku glanced around the classroom, observing all of his peers and their conversations regarding the upcoming sports festival. Wow, everybody is so into it, Izuku said as he could tell everybody was really looking forward to the prestigious event. Are you not? We have enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up, Tenya said as he robotically waved his arms around. Ida, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It is weird, Tsuyu said bluntly. Midoriya, do you not feel the same? Tenya asked the green-haired Saiyan. Of course I do, but some things. Deku-kun, Ida, Izuku and Tenya both turned to the voice calling their names. Let's do our best at the sports festival, Achiko said with a bloodthirsty grin as a purple aura surrounded her figure. Izuku gulped at the sight. Uraraka-san, your face. What's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means, Mina said as she too was perplexed at Achiko's sudden 180 turn in personality. Achiko raised her fist up high. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Yeah, Izuku and the others yelled as they also raised their fists up high. Achiko turned around to her other classmates. I said, I'm going to do my best. Why yeah? They all replied with sweat drops. What's wrong? Your personality is all over the place. Izuku began thinking. Now that I think about it, I never asked Uraraka-san why she wants to be a hero. Izuku, Tenya, and Achiko were currently in the hallway walking towards the cafeteria for lunch. But Izuku had something he wanted to get off of his mind. Uraraka-san, can I ask you a question? Izuku said as the three walked side by side. Of course you can, Deku-kun. Ask away, Achiko cheerfully replied. Why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? Achiko's eyes widened as she didn't expect the green-haired Saiyan to ask her that. Huh? Because I want to become a hero to get a lot of money, Achiko said as her cheeks gained a slight tint of red due to the embarrassment she felt when giving her answer. Huh? For money? You want to become a hero for money? Izuku asked as he stopped walking due to the shock of her answer, as he wasn't really expecting that to be her reason for wanting to become a hero. Well, if you want to boil it down simply, then yes. Sorry, it is such an unwholesome reason. You two have such admirable motivations. It is embarrassing, Achiko said as she held her face with her hands to try to hide her small blush of embarrassment. Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Tenya asked as he flailed his arms around robotically as he usually does. Right, I agree with Ida. But it is unexpected, Izuku said as he knew there was more to her motivations to just simply money. Achiko sighed as she decided there was no harm in telling them. My family owns a construction company, but we have not gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This really is not something to tell other people though. Both Izuku and Tenya placed their hands under their chins as they began thinking. Construction. Suddenly a light bulb went off inside Izuku's head. Oh yeah, with her quirk, if she gets licensed, then it'd bring costs way down. Right? Yes, you're right. She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Ida followed up with Izuku's idea. Right? That's what I told my dad when I was little, Uraraka exclaimed as she jumped up when she heard Izuku and Tenya say what she has been trying to tell her parents for years. But, Achiko said as she remembered many years ago when she tried to explain that very same concept to her dad. You want to work for us? Yeah. When I get big and strong, I'll help you and mommy, Kid Achiko said with tears in her eyes as she desperately wanted to help. I appreciate the thought, Achiko. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you could achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii. Achiko gripped her skirt as the memory came back to her. I'll definitely become a hero and make a lot of money and let my parents live an easy life. Izuku's eyes widened as he could clearly see the determination in her eyes and feel the energy inside her become brighter and brighter as the resolve fueled her. It reminded him a lot of himself when he spoke about his own dream to become a hero. Bravo! Uraraka, bravo! Tenya exclaimed as he clapped earnestly above his head. He also commended Achiko for her admirable goal of becoming a hero and wanting to bring peace and tranquility into her parents' lives. She's not just aspiring to be a hero, she's also taken reality into consideration. Izuku thought as he smiled, genuinely happy for his friend to have such a commendable goal. Inner Deku was silently listening in the conversation. All of his attention focused on Achiko Uraraka and her reason for wanting to become a hero. Ho 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 ho! Young Midoriya is here! All Might yelled as he pointed towards his green-haired successor. All three students looked at the number 1 hero in shock as they didn't expect to find him there. All Might? Why are you here? Izuku asked as he was curious why his sensei would be here at that moment. Lunch. Wanna eat with me? Achiko started laughing. He's like a maiden. Well, how about it? Let's eat together. Ida nodded to Izuku, mentally telling him that it was fine and to go ahead. I'd love to, Izuku said as he made his way towards All Might. I wonder what's going on. I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku-kun. Achiko said as she and Ida were currently waiting in line to get lunch. I heard that when All Might was about to be attacked by one of the villains during the USJ incident, even with all of his injuries, he rushed out alone to help. Perhaps it's about that, Ida said as he gave his inference on why the symbol of peace requested the class president to have lunch with him. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Me and Yamamo were watching him while the rest of the class were fending off the villains. Then suddenly out of nowhere, we felt a strange amount of heat and energy coming from Deku-kun. And when we looked, he was gone. We then saw that he was right in front of All Might protecting him from the villain. And that's when the pro-heroes came. Wow, he moved faster than we could even blink, Achiko said as she was dumbfounded at the superhuman speeds that Izuku moved at. The boundless power they both have are similar too, so maybe All Might has taken a liking to him. He's truly amazing, Ida said. Unbeknownst to the two, a certain bi-colored hair teen named Shoto Todoroki was eavesdropping on their whole conversation. All Might and Izuku Midoriya, what are they hiding? What? You're running out of time, Izuku said as he was in disbelief. Toshinori was pouring 2 cups of tea. Yeah, apparently every time I use one for all, my time limit in my hero form keeps going down and down. I started to notice this ever since I passed the quirk on to you. My time limit used to be 3 hours, but now it's more like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I've overdone it too many times. Even at the USJ incident, I was pushing it a little since I had already used up all 3 hours that day. I was barely able to maintain the form. It was good thing the heroes arrived when they did. So if all of the villains were taken care of, then maybe you wouldn't have to slightly push yourself. I'm sore dash. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to apologize. Man, we really are alike, you and me, Toshinori said as he laughed and coughed out blood. Toshinori placed a cup of tea on the table. Here, have some tea, kid. Thanks, Izuku said as he took a sip. Before we talk about why I pulled you in here, I want to address something else that's really important. I want you to tell me what happened at the USJ. Specifically, how you took down Nomu, Toshinori said as he looked Izuku dead in the eye with a serious face. Izuku sighed. He knew that Toshinori would ask him about that sooner or later, but he didn't expect for him to ask while they were in school of all places. Well, to be honest with you, Toshinori-sensei, I don't remember much from it myself. After I told Mineta and Tsu to take Aizawa to safety, I stayed behind to buy them time in order for them to regroup with the others. After that, me and Nomu just started trading blows. I did my best to keep him at bay and not allow him or the other villains to go after my classmates. But he was just too strong. Everything I threw at him just didn't hurt him at all. He was a monster specifically designed to kill you. I stood no chance. I even combined both of my quirks into one blast and put all of my strength and pushed past my limits into that on attack. When the smoke cleared, I did do a number on him, but he just regenerated like nothing. No matter what I did, there was just no use. After that, My arms were completely broken and all of my energy was depleted. And right when Nomu was about to finish me off, I felt a strange heat going through my body. A yellow aura surrounded me. I felt so much more power than I ever felt before. I thought about you, my mother, my classmates, and everybody else, and I just roared with all of my might. And then, it all went black. Next thing, I knew I woke up in Recovery Girl's office. When Izuku finished his story, Toshinori stared at the boy's emerald and electric green eyes, only to find there was no hint of deceit or lies in his words. He was telling him the truth. Toshinori sighed. Well, that's what happened. Huh? I'm just happy that you are alive and well. Things could have gone much worse. And if anything happened to you, well, I don't think I could ever forgive myself. Toshinori said as his head faced the floor. Don't worry about it. I won't be going down that easily. I still have a duty as your successor, Izuku said as he gripped his hands. And that's what I like about you, kid, Toshinori thought as he smiled. Well, the reason I'm asking you about this is because me and the other staff members here in UA had a meeting here last night regarding the USJ incident and the villains that attacked us. It seems that their ringleader is named Tamura Shigaraki and has a quirk called Decay. Anything he touches turns to dust. They invaded because they wanted to kill me. Their plan to do that was have Nomu fight me and overwhelm me. But it seems that you took care of him for me, no problem. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. It really wasn't a big deal. I was just doing what I thought was right. Well, your actions as a hero caused some concern in the meeting last night. Izuku stopped smiling as he heard Toshinori's words. What do you mean? What did they say? Toshinori began to recall the events of last night. Well, apparently the other teachers were intrigued that a freshman had the power to beat a creature specifically designed to end my life. Not to mention, that same creature had multiple quirks put inside of him. They wanted to bring you in for questioning, but me and Principal Nedzu told them that wasn't necessary. I volunteered to keep an eye on you in case something like the USJ happens again. Nedzu knows about One for All and he knows I passed it on to you. So no need to worry. You can trust him. Phew, well that's a relief. I thought for a second that I was going to get in trouble. Thanks for backing me up, Izuku said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Don't mention it. Later we will talk more about this hidden power of yours and how to control it, but for now, let's move on to other matters. More importantly, the sports festival. You still can't regulate both quirks at the same time, can you? So what will you do? Toshinori asked as he was curious about Izuku's game plan going into the sports festival. Oh yeah, I remember there was this one time when I was fighting Nomu, I was able to focus the power of One for All on one arm and Ki on the other arm. I was constantly switching between the two powers and attacking with unpredictable strikes while also maintaining the power and not using too much strength that will break my bones. I also used a technique that multiplied my power and the effects of One for All while fighting against him, which gave me the edge at that certain point in the battle. Izuku said as he recalled when using Kaioken, it didn't break his bones or cause him to collapse like the other times when he combined both of his quirks. Oh really? That's interesting. So tell me what was different that time than all of the other times before. Different? Well, the biggest difference between that and all of the other times I tried to use both quirks simultaneously was that I didn't focus all of my power in one specific point. I wasn't trying to force the powers together and use brute force alone to succeed. Instead, I was using my powers tactically in a way so that I can get the most out of my attacks, while at the same time, not wasting all of my energy on one big blow that would surely put me out of commission for the rest of the fight. I was using my head, Izuku replied as he reflected back on the battle against Nomu. Toshinori placed his hand under his chin. Looks like you succeeded in putting on the brakes unconsciously. Anyway, that's amazing progress. I'm glad. Now drink your tea before it gets cold. Oh right, thank you, Izuku said as he began to drink the entire cup of tea. Toshinori stood up and walked to look outside the window. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. No way, Izuku whispered in disbelief. And some of those with built-up villainous intent are starting to realize. Toshinori turned around to face his successor. I granted you my power because I want you to succeed me. I want to be like you. I want to become the greatest hero in the world. Just like you. Saving people with a fearless smile. Toshinori remembered the words that the green-haired Saiyan spoke to him. You still feel the same as you did back then, don't you? Toshinori asked Izuku. Yes, of course I do. And when I say that, I truly mean it. Izuku said as his eyes glowed green and adopted a determined and serious look. Toshinori smirked. Then, the time has come for you to show that. The UA Sports Festival is something pro heroes know. The whole world is watching closely. It is a huge event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku began to get goosebumps as he could feel all of the energy and power behind Toshinori's words. In his eyes, the rainbow aura of One for All was getting stronger and stronger until it all cultivated inside Izuku's electric green eyes, as all of the colors turned into one massive green star. I want you to tell the world, I am here, I am here. Izuku whispered slowly as he repeated the words of All Might. But how? Izuku asked. You know the sports festival system, right? Toshinori asked as he went back to sit down on the couch. Yes, of course. The support, business, general studies, and hero courses come together and fight through preliminary games of different types by class year. The students who make it through face off in the finals. It is a round-robin tournament divided by grade. Izuku explained. That's right. In other words, you can sell yourself with everything you've got. Toshinori exclaimed as he pointed both of his index fingers at Izuku. Right? Toshinori then fell backward as the couch went with him towards the floor. I mean, what you say is absolutely correct. But honestly, it is kind of hard to get completely into it right after what just happened. Besides, All Might is already teaching me. Izuku kept on muttering and muttering until Toshinori had enough. No one is better at spouting nonsense than you. Nonsense? Toshinori looked at Izuku as said his next words. Those who are always aiming for the top and those who aren't. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out into society. I understand how you feel, and this is more for me than for you. I won't force you. However, I hope you won't forget how you felt back at the beach park. Izuku's eyes widened as he processed Toshinori's words. He was right. If Izuku truly did want to make an impact, then he had to go all out. He can't half-ass an event like the sports festival. If he did, then all of the hard work he has done up to this point would have been all for nothing. And with those thoughts in mind, Izuku made a decision. I have not forgotten how I felt at the beach, and I have made my decision. I vow to win the sports festival no matter what. I have to make a statement at the sports festival, and that is that I'm going to become the strongest hero in the world. And in order for that to be possible, I have to prove myself to the masses that I have what it takes to back up my words. Nobody remembers second place. Years from now, people are only going to remember the results. And I want them to remember that the following sports festival is when Izuku Midoriya told the world, I am here. Izuku finished his speech as now his aura emanated pride and confidence, which is a complete 180 from his usual nervous and low-confidence self. It seems like your Saiyan side is finally starting to come out. About time. Inner Deku commented, who has been paying attention to the whole conversation. Toshinori smirked as he heard his successor's words. Yes, now you finally understand Izuku. You must show why you will be the next symbol of peace. Classes had officially ended for the day and it was dismissal time. However, there was a slight problem. Achiko stood in front of the door as she tried to leave the classroom. But unfortunately, she couldn't get. What's going on? Achiko said nervously as she wasn't expecting to find herself in this kind of situation. Currently, there was a crowd of students from other classes blocking the doorway of Class 1A. What business do you have with Class A? Tenya asked sternly. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Mineta yelled, scouting out the enemy, purple grapes. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Bakugo said as he tried to walk through the crowd. Stop calling people extras, just because you don't know them. Tenya exclaimed. That's kakin for you. Izuku said with a sweat drop. I came to see what the famous Class A was like. But you seem pretty arrogant. Are all of the students in the hero course like this? Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. A student with gravity-defying purple hair and a worn-out and tired face that could give Aizawa a run for his money, said as he made his way to the front of the crowd to see all of the students of Class 1A. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The student asked Bakugo, who only grunted in response. The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it seems they may also transfer people out. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he heard the purple-haired student's words. Scouting out the enemy? I at least came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. A bold one, isn't he? Inner Deku said. Hey, I'm from Class B, next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. A student with silver hair shouted. Another bold person. If you bark too much, it will be embarrassing for you during the real fight. Bakugo simply walked past the crowd and went on his way. You ignoring me, bastard? The silver-haired student yelled, obviously not too pleased with Bakugo's behavior towards him. Wait a minute, Bakugo. What are you gonna do about all this? It is your fault that everyone's hating on us. Kirishima said. It doesn't matter. Bakugo replied. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. And with that, Bakugo walked off. Kirishima began shedding tears. That's so simple and manly. What? Kaminari said. You said it. Sato replied. The top, huh? There is truth in that. Tokoyami said, agreeing with what Bakugo said. Hang on. Don't be tricked. He just made more pointless enemies. Kaminari pleaded. That's right. We'll all just be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Mineta cried. Meanwhile, Izuku was pondering on what Bakugo said. Kaken, are you sure about this? You just barely got accustomed to Tenji. If you do this now, it could kill you. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. I don't have time to waste. I have to get stronger fast. If I take it easy, then it would cost me when I have no doubt that all of my competition are training to their absolute limit right now. I have to do the same or else I won't forgive myself if I lose because my opponent worked harder than me. Remember what you told me yesterday? That I have a lot of catching up to do well? Well, that just means I have to work 100 times harder than everybody else if I want to stand a chance at winning the sports festival. Izuku said as he put on his orange GI and was about to change the setting of the gravity chamber. Inner Deku sighed. I guess once you make your mind up about something, there's no point in arguing with you. Okay, fine, do what you want. But don't come crying to me when your body collapses. Izuku smirked. Thanks for understanding me. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Inner Deku said, obviously annoyed at Izuku's pun. Izuku then switched the setting of the gravity chamber. The display changed from 10G to 20G. Chapter 10. Let the games begin. The sun was slowly setting as the sky was lit in a beautiful orange hue. The day was almost over as evening and night was getting ready to take its place once the sun went down, and the moon will soon be visible in the night sky. It's a good day to relax before the sports festival tomorrow. A young, voluptuous, an attractive orange-haired girl said as she stared into the sunset. Itsuka Kendo took the chance to visit Dagoba Beach when she realized that she was in the area. She had spent the last few weeks training and honing her skills for the upcoming UA Sports Festival that will be taking place the very next day. The last 2 weeks have been quite stressful, to say the least. Everybody knew just how important an event like the sports festival is. Could make or break your career as a pro hero. It is a major chance to be scouted by other pro heroes who can take the students in as sidekicks once they graduate or even give them internships. It was basically a requirement if a person wanted to go pro. With that being said, such stakes come with an extreme amount of pressure. Students all over the school were being very anxious. Some were even crying, spouting things such as, what if I don't get noticed? Or, what if I don't even make it past the first round? It was even more stressful for Class 1B. They didn't want Class 1A, their rivals, to steal all of the spotlight. They understood that Class A may, more likely than not, get much more recognition in the sports festival, due to them surviving a whole villain attack weeks prior at the USJ. Itsuka even heard rumors that one of the students from Class A was able to beat one of the main villains while suffering serious injuries. They were speculations on the identity of said student, since the teachers didn't reveal who it was. Only the principal, teachers, and students of Class 1A know who it was. The rest of UA does know, and there aren't very accurate theories on who it was, since the rest of the school doesn't know what exactly happened at the USJ villain invasion. When Class 1B heard about this, there was of course an outrage. Many students deemed it as unfair that only Class A got to get some hands-on experience fighting against villains while the other freshman classes were stuck in a classroom reading textbooks. They passed the entrance exams as well, so why don't they get those special classes as well? The situation was even made worse when some of her classmates and other students crowded right in front of the Class 1A's door, supposedly scouting the competition. The animosity between the freshman classes is totally unnecessary in Kendo's opinion. They all go the same school, so shouldn't they look out for each other instead of going at each other's throats? Plus, they don't even know the students of Class 1A. Maybe they are nice people who only want friendly competition. Well, minus Bakugo, Kendo sighed as she thought about tomorrow. Honestly, all of this declaration of war shenanigans is just not needed. It will only cause more stress and unnecessary violence. It's just a sports festival. At the end of the day, we still got 2 more chances as sophomores and seniors, so it is not like it's the end of the world. Kendo is the class president for Class 1B, so she felt that it was her responsibility to keep her classmates under control. Seeing as though everyone else was just as anxious and stressed out, nobody was easing the tension, especially her white-haired classmate Tetsu and Monoma, who were easily the students who hated Class A the most and wanted nothing more than to completely destroy them in the sports festival. She does her best to calm them down and assert her authority as class rep, but those two are more hard-headed than a rock. Kendo shook her head, doing her best to ease her thoughts. She looked around the beach and couldn't help but admire just how beautiful it was. It used to be an absolute dump with trash littered all around the perimeter. The depths of garbage were so tall that one could wonder how such a romantic beach could be turned into a wasteland. Every time she passed by the beach, she always used scrunch up in disgust as the place smelled worse than onions. But when she heard that it was cleaned up by a mysterious person, she was interested to see how it turned out. And the orange-haired beauty's mind was blown at how clean it was. To think that it used to be a dump. So she thought it would be the perfect place to relax as the day of the sports festival loomed closer with each and every passing minute. She wondered who was able to clean up all of the trash. Ever since the trash disappeared a couple of months ago, absolutely no hero took credit for the service. It was a mystery, a very strange mystery. One would think that the person who cleaned the beach would immediately take the credit for it, as it would most likely lead to a lot of fame and popularity. But nope. As of this day, nobody has ever came forward. Very strange indeed. Itsuka stretched her arms and legs as she relaxed in the sunset. Well, whoever it was that took care of the beach, they did an amazing job. I wish I could meet the person that did it to commend them, but oh well. I guess they don't like being in the spotlight much, Itsuka said as she gazed upon the orange sunset. She was right. This is the perfect place to relax. Nothing can ruin her hey, look at that fine baby over there, boys. Damn, we caught ourselves a good one. Kendo huffed in annoyance. Oh, come on. And today was going so well too. Just my luck. She turned around to find 3 big and ugly men with the scent of alcohol reeking off of them. Their walking was slurred as they were clearly drunk. Each one had big blushes on their face as one could feel the lust and want emanating from them. They were clearly ogling at Itsuka lecherously as they approached the orange-haired student. Yeah, you're right, Billy. She got a really well-developed bottom and chest. Oh, and don't forget about those curves too. That really gets me excited, one of them said as he licked his lips hungrily. He had the features of a lizard-like reptile with scales and a really long tail. His tongue was abnormally long as it was like a lizard's. No doubt about it, Cole. She has such a cute face too. I can't wait to get my tentacles on her. The third one said as this guy had the features of an octopus. Kendo could barely hold in her vomit. These guys were not pleasant at all to look at. They stunk, were ugly, and were clearly drunk. They looked like old men who had nothing better to do than try to pick up women in the streets. She couldn't stand those type of men. She really hated perverts and could barely stand them, and the looks they were giving them did not make her feel at peace at all. Settle down, fellas. I saw her first, so I get to play with her first. Don't worry, you'll get your turn after I'm done with her. I'll give her the night of her life, Billy said as he stood in front of Cole and Jerry, staring down Kendo with more lust than the other two combined. He had the features of a hyena. Billy walked towards Kendo as he could barely contain his excitement. Come on, you pretty little thing. Let's have some fun, why don't we? I will rock your world. Kendo's eyes widened in horror as she listened to Billy's suggestive words. He's planning on doing that to her? And then he's gonna pass her on to his other 2 buddies like she was some kind of toy? These guys were the lowest of the low. Kendo got into her fighting stance as she was ready to activate her quirk at any moment. Stop right there, scumbag. Don't take one more step. You and your friends better get the hell on out of her or else. Kendo yelled as she really wanted to pound these damn degenerates. Or else what? You gonna try to fight me? Hate to break it to ya, but there are strict rules about quirk usage in public without a proper license. Or did you forget about that? My little princess, Billy said as laughed like a drunk hyena. Do not call me your princess, Kendo said as she grit her teeth in anger. The asshole was right. She had forgotten about the quirk laws that state that one could not use their quirks for violence without a proper license or authority. She didn't know how to defend herself now. These guys were obviously bigger and physically stronger than her, so they would most likely dominate her in a fight if she can't use her quirk. And there's 3 of us and only one of you. So what's it gonna be, my little princess? Either come quietly and have the best night of your life and shower you with our essence, or we take you by force and leave you in a shell of yourself as we enter inside of you. Choose wisely, Billy said as his ugly hyena face had stupid lecherous smile all over his face. Kendo began panicking inside. She didn't know what to do. If she used her quirk, then the 3 will snitch and tell the authorities that she broke one of the quirk regulation laws and used her powers to enact violence upon them. If she tried to fight them without her quirk, the 3 will easily outpower and outnumber her. If she tried to run, then she will most likely be caught since she is pretty sure she isn't faster than a hyena and lizard. She had no options. Tears threatened to leak out of her eyes as she thought about her fate. Is this really going to happen to her, right when the sports festival is less than 24 hours away? She said get away from her. She's clearly not interested. Didn't your mother teach you 3 that when a girl says no, she means no? Or am I going to have to teach you the definition myself? Itsuka's eyes widened as she heard a voice to her left. She turned her head only for her jaw to be dropped. Standing there was a young man that stood at 6 feet 2 inches with green spiky and curly hair and freckles. He had an orange and blue martial arts GI with blue wristbands and blue boots. Tied to his back was a long red staff, and there was also a brown bean bag tied to his waist. He also had a brown monkey tail, but what caught Kendo's attention the most was the boy's eyes. They were an electric emerald green that almost looked like they were glowing. The eyes indicated a sense of warmth, welcome, and pureness. But there was also a sense of power protection hidden in them. In her opinion, those green orbs were the most beautiful pair of eyes she has ever seen on a man or woman, for that matter. Wait a minute. He looks familiar. Oh right, I know him. He goes to UA as well. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's the class rep of Class 1A. But what is he doing here? And what is that outfit? Kendo thought in both relief and intrigue as she was glad to see a familiar face but also curious about what he was wearing and what was the purpose of the unique attire. She had never seen anything like that before, and it only made the green-haired Saiyan a lot more interesting to her. And who are you supposed to be? Mind your own damn business, kid. We saw her first, okay? So go on about your day and let us have our fun with this cutie, Billy said as he kept on eyeing Kendo. Then out of nowhere, Izuku appeared next to Itsuka and put his arm around her waist protectively. SS so fast. I didn't even see him move. Kendo thought in awe of the green-haired boy's speed, as she also had a slight tint of red on her cheeks due to the strong arm holding on to her around her waist. Izuku stared at all 3 of them intimidatingly. I'll say it again. She said get away from her. That means she is not interested in any of you, meaning that you don't have the right to touch her in any way, shape or form. You have 2 choices. Leave now on your own free will and we can all go home. Forget that this ever happened and we will all move on with our lives. Or you can stay and try to persist. However, I wouldn't recommend that choice. Things may not end well for you. The 3 animal-like men stared at the green-haired Saiyan for a good 3 seconds before all 3 of them engaged in ridiculous laughter. They were holding their stomachs as they were laughing hysterically. This guy was joking, right? Did you hear that, Cole? He said, things may not end well for you. Who does he think he is? Acting like he can take on all 3 of us. Jerry said as he wiggled his tentacles around. He obviously was not taking Izuku seriously. Yeah, I heard him. Looks like we're going to have to knock some sense into you, monkey boy, Cole exclaimed as he stuck out his long lizard tongue. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, monkey boy. I haven't heard that one before. Well, what do we have here? Somebody trying to play hero, huh? Well, let me make one thing clear to you, boy. In order to use your quirks in public, you need to have a hero license to have the proper authorization. especially if you use your quirk violently. So, do you honestly think you can take all three of us down without using a quirk? Billy asked as he continued to laugh like a hyena, which was really unpleasant for the ears of Izuku and Itsuka. Izuku merely smirked as he stared at the three hooligans in front of them. Who said anything about using a quirk? Ha! The three animal quirk users replied in unison. In a blink of an eye, Izuku reappeared behind Jerry, the octopus. What the? How are you so fast? Is that your quirk? Jerry asked as soon as he realized that Izuku was behind him. Nope, that's just how fast I am. Izuku said nonchalantly. Bullshit. No human being can be that fast naturally. Cut the crap. What are you? Trying to make me look like a fool? You already do a good job on that yourself. Izuku replied. Jerry grit his teeth as he raised his tentacles. Okay, that's it. I've had just about enough of you. Jerry launched his tentacles at Izuku, aiming to seriously hurt the young man. But Izuku casually dodged each strike as he slowly walked closer towards the octopus man. How are you so fast? How in the hell are you dodging all of my attacks like that? Jerry asked as he panted due to putting a lot of effort into trying to hit Izuku with his tentacles. Oh, that's easy. You're too slow, Izuku said as he had a smug look on his face. Jerry blew a gasket. You fucking piece of shit brat. I'll kill you. Jerry sluggishly and awkwardly rushed towards Izuku, who was looking at the octopus man with a bored look as to him. He was going in slow motion. With movements like that, you will never be able to kill me, Izuku yelled out as he easily dodged Jerry's attack and got into one of his martial arts fighting stances. This time, he decided to go with the turtle hermit. He then decided to go on the offensive and hit Jerry in the jaw with an uppercut. As the octopus flew up in the air, Izuku jumped up and followed up with a kick to the back of the head, which knocked him out cold. Wow, I have never seen a fighting style like that in my life. It looks like it's an ancient technique that I have never heard of before. His movements are swift and fluid, but deadly at the same time, Kendo thought as she was amazed at the strength and speed of Class 1A's president. And no way, he knocked out Jerry in only 2 moves, Cole said as he didn't realize the young man had power like that. Izuku then set his target to the lizard man as he walked towards him at a calm pace. Hee, think you can make short work of me like how you did to Jerry? Well, sorry to disappoint, but my scales are so hard. They are considered impenetrable. Try all you want, but you won't be able to make a dent in me, Cole said as flaunted about his scales. Izuku then stopped walking as he now looked at the lizard man in interest. You don't say? In a split second, Izuku could be seen with his elbow pushed deep into the lizard man's gut. What? Impossible. Cole spit out some saliva before he fell forward straight to the sand as he was now unconscious. Humph. So much for your scales being impenetrable, Izuku said, clearly not impressed as he walked towards the last guy. These guys are not proving well of a challenge. Was it that he was way too strong or that they were way too weak? Maybe both? Billy was now visibly shaking as sweat was trickling down his face. How did you do that? How did you beat them up just like that, without even trying? I didn't see you use any quirk. I already told you. Who said anything about a quirk? That's just how strong and fast I am in my base form, Izuku said in a neutral tone as he began walking towards the hyena. With each passing the step, the more intimidating the green-haired Saiyan became. It was as if he was an irresistible force that will destroy anything in its path. Base form? What kind of gibberish are speaking? Billy said as he began taking a couple steps backward due to the green-haired Saiyan getting closer and closer. It doesn't matter. Out of nowhere, Izuku was right behind Billy with only inches separating them. What matters is that you didn't listen and made the wrong choice. Izuku then chopped Billy's neck. The hyena then fell face first on the sand as he was effectively knocked out. Itsuka just watched all of it in silence. She had her mouth slightly open as she was in complete shock at the utter ease the green-eyed boy handled the 3 scumbags. She had never seen anything like that before. It was as if he was playing with children. And to think that she didn't even see him use his quirk once during that entire encounter. Meaning that was all just his base strength. Now, imagine what he's like when he does use his quirk. Just how strong is this guy? Kendo thought as said guy turned around to make eye contact with the orange-haired girl he just saved. Izuku's face then turned red as he finally got to take a good look at the girl he was defending. He didn't notice how attractive she was and her body proportions since he was focused on dealing with the 3 drunk thugs. But now that he got a good look at her, no wonder those 3 were hitting on her. She is freaking gorgeous. Izuku then began to rub the back of his head sheepishly as his shyness began to take over. You are okay. D did A-N-E-O of T those G guys H hurt you. Izuku said as stuttered through his whole sentence. Itsuka raised an eyebrow in confusion. He was acting all cool and like a total badass a minute ago when he was beating those 3 up. But now he is a stuttering mess that can barely get through a sentence as soon as he talks to a girl? Kendo smiled as she walked over towards her green-haired savior. Don't worry. I'm alright. Not a single one of them laid a finger on me thanks to you. Izuku sighed as he calmed down. That's a relief. Thank goodness. I came here when I did, or things could have been a lot worse. Kendo could only shudder at the thought of what would have happened if Izuku never came by. Yeah, thanks for that. You have my gratitude. You really saved my butt back there. They were going to corner me, and I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't stepped in. Huh? What do you mean? What about your quirk? Izuku asked in confusion. He thought that if she used her powers, she may have been able to handle them as well since they weren't really skilled at all. You can't use your quirk in public against other people in acts of violence, silly? Kendo giggled as she poked Izuku's chest, which happened to be as hard as rock. What the hell? Is he made of marble or something? I felt absolutely no bones. Just what in the world is he hiding under all of those clothes? Kendo thought as not-so-innocent thoughts began to circulate through her mind. And before she knew, her entire face resembled that as a tomato as steam blew from her ears. She comically collapsed onto the ground as her eyes turned into dizzy swirls. Whoa, what happened to you? Are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? Wow, you're really hot. Wait, no, not like that kind of hot. I mean burning hot, like boiling water. Oh crap, what am I saying? Izuku continued on rambling as he did his best to bring Itsuka back from her dirty and perverse fantasies. Sigh teenagers these days. They're always making a ruckus and something out of nothing. Deku said as watched the events from Izuku's eyes. While it was kind of annoying since he was trying to meditate and relax, Deku couldn't help but crack a smile and be amused at the scene happening in front of him. Seeing Izuku's social interactions was like watching something straight out of an anime or drama show, especially when he interacts with girls. The boy can knock out 3 grown men as if they were children but can't speak to a female his age properly. Oh, the irony. After a few minutes, the 2 adolescents were finally able to settle and calm down, although Kendo's cheeks were still tinted a little red. I'm really sorry. I don't know what came over me. I sincerely apologize for making you worry. Stuff like that doesn't usually happen to me. Itsuka said in embarrassment as she avoided making eye contact with her green-haired savior. The dirty thoughts were still fresh in her mind, and looking into his beautiful green eyes would not help her situation at all. It's no biggie. That happens to me too every so often. I'm still trying my best to get over that bad habit, Izuku said as he was a little embarrassed as well. He hoped she didn't misunderstand him when he said she was hot. Deku has tried to help him overcome his stuttering issues, especially for when he talks to girls. But alas, old habits die hard. Maybe one day he'll get over it. Oh, that's right. I still don't know your name, Miss Itsuka Kendo. But you can call me Itsuka if you want. There's no need to be formal with me. You deserve that much after saving me from those 3 drunken bastards over there, Itsuka said as she was still grateful over the fact that Izuku took care of the 3 potential molesters. No problem, Itsuka-san. I will help anyone in need. And those 3 definitely deserved that beating I gave them. I hope it knocked some sense into them. Oh yeah, I haven't introduced myself. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I've seen you at school before. You're the class rep for 1A. I'm the rep for class 1B. So I guess that makes us fellow student counselor members. I'm happy to have finally introduced ourselves to each other, although it probably could have happened in a more preferable circumstance than this, Itsuka said as she glanced over to the unconscious bodies of Billy, Cole, and Jerry. Wow, that's really cool. What are the odds that I get to find the class rep of the class next door on this beach on my way home? I'm just happy that I saw you when I did, Izuku said as he didn't expect to find one of his freshman peers on this beach. Me too. I still can't thank you enough for that. I also heard that some of my classmates gave your class some trouble a few weeks ago. I'm really sorry about that. It's just that with the sports festival coming tomorrow, many of the freshmen are getting really anxious. especially since it's their first ever sports festival. It has been a really stressful past 2 weeks with everybody having to complete their schoolwork and also sneak in some training for the tournament. And if I'm being honest, it has been really hard for me as well, with the responsibilities of being class rep and all. I'm just curious as to how you can get through it, especially with what happened at the USJ. Itsuka said as she looked Izuku up and down, and she could tell he has been getting a lot of training in due to the amazing physical shape he is in and how he was able to curb stomp Billy, Cole, and Jerry. Well, I have a lot to thank my vice president for that. She is a huge help when it comes to those things. She handles most of those responsibilities. So after school, I just have a lot of free time to train and hone my skills, Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly. He has told Momo before that she doesn't have to do most of the class rep work and that both of them could share half of the work, but she insisted on taking the load off of him. He was confused as to why the black-haired beauty liked helping him so much, but he just shrugged it off as her just being nice. Oh, that's nice to hear. My vice president is very diligent as well, so it's nice to have her around and help me as well. So are you ready for the sports festival tomorrow? Itsuka asked as she couldn't wait to see Izuku's full power at the festival. Izuku smirked as he got up and began stretching. Am I ready? You can bet your life I'm ready. I have been training nearly non-stop these past few weeks in preparation for tomorrow. I can't wait. Oh, just thinking about it is getting me excited, Izuku said enthusiastically as some of his Saiyan heritage is showing itself. Izuku then stopped moving as he thought of something. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you mind telling me what your quirk is? I'm just a little curious, that's all. Itsuka smiled as she nodded. Sure. No problem. It is the least I can do after what you did for me today. Her hands then increased their size tenfold as they were now gigantic. I call it Big Fist. It enlarges both of my hands to gigantic sizes, which enhances my melee power and range and grip strength, Kendo said as she swung her hands around to create mini gusts of winds. Incredible. So in close range, you obviously have an advantage due to your increased power and strength. But your striking speed has reduced, which may be a problem for opponents that are smaller, more agile, and quicker. The best possible use for a quirk such as yours would be medium to close range combat. It can also help in rescue operations if someone is needed to lift really heavy objects. Also, your fists seem to have the ability to create bursts of wind, which can help in flinching and distracting your opponent, as well as giving you the position advantage, as you can create the circumstances of the battle however you like. But you would need to work incorporating various martial arts fighting styles in order to bring the best out of your power, since mindless brawling and brute strength won't take you very far in the department of heroics. Yes, it is a very powerful quirk indeed, but there are still many things that can be improved on. For instance, Izuku kept on muttering and muttering as he scribbled earnestly onto the first page of his hero journal number 15, since he ran out of pages in his 14th notebook. Kendo only stood there in awe as she had no idea where he pulled a notebook and pen from. He was writing so fast, it almost made her dizzy. She took a peek at what he was writing in his notebook and almost collapsed in shock as Izuku had already filled up an entire page and a half filled with details about her quirk. Strengths, weaknesses, ways that can be applied and improved on, best and worst circumstances to use in. Basically anything that can be thought of about her quirk, Izuku had already written it down. He had also drawn a quick sketch of her as well, which was fairly accurate and realistic. She didn't know he was good at drawing as well. Hello? Earth to Izuku. Izuku looked up from his notebook as he began to realize what he had done. Oh, I'm sorry. You see, ever since I was a young child, I always had an interest in quirks and I studied them day and night. It just became a habit ever since then. I just get sucked into my own little world and I just go on all day. Sorry if I freaked you out or anything, Izuku said as he rubbed his head sheepishly in embarrassment. You know, man, sometimes I just think you're way too smart for your own good. I would not be surprised if one of these days you just completely fry your brain from an overload of information and overuse, Inner Deku said as he chuckled seeing Izuku embarrassing himself in front of the orange-haired girl. Itsuka immediately waved her arms around comically. No. It's fine. I actually think it is very commendable. Your ability to analyze a quirk so thoroughly just by seeing it once is an amazing trait to have. Do you mind sharing some of the information you wrote down? I am very interested to learn more about my own quirk and use it to the very best of my ability. Especially since the festival is tomorrow. Izuku gave her a genuine smile. I would love to, Itsuka-san. After about half an hour, the sky began to get darker as night was finally approaching. Oh man, it's getting late. I have to return home soon or my parents will begin to worry. Itsuka grumbled as she pouted. She was really enjoying her time talking about her quirk with Izuku. She wanted to get to know him a little more, but alas, it seems that their socializing will have to wait until a later day. Meh, it's no problem, Itsuka-san. We better get going anyways. We have to get good rest for the festival tomorrow. We would not want to be tired in a big event like that one. Itsuka sighed as she had no choice but to agree. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thank you for sharing all of that information with me. I learned a lot about my own quirk that I never even thought about. You have really opened my eyes. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. It really is no trouble at all. Remember, I will always help out anyone in need. Izuku then turned around and grabbed Billy, Cole, and Jerry. He threw 2 of them over his shoulder and carried the last one in his arms. I better turn these 3 in to the authorities. I don't want these bastards to hurt people anymore. They will be held accountable for their actions. Izuku said seriously as he turned around to look at Kendo once more. Are you sure you don't want me to escort you home? I don't want another incident like today to happen to you again on your way home. It's alright, Izuku-en. Just go ahead. I am a strong girl. I can defend myself. Plus, I know a safe route to my house where the area isn't as dangerous as this one. Itsuka said as she insisted on Izuku going on without her. Izuku smiled in response. Okay then, I guess I'll see you tomorrow at the festival. Good night and good luck. Izuku then proceeded to blast off into the night sky as he left a white milky trail of ki as he flew. Itsuka just stood there for a couple of seconds before what just happened in front of her dawned upon her. What the hell? He can fly. And crap. I didn't get his number before he left. Oh well. I guess maybe I can ask him tomorrow. The next day, Izuku. Be careful not to get hurt. I know, Mom. Izuku replied as he was tying his blue boots. I'll record it. Okay? In high resolution, Inko exclaimed. Okay, Izuku said as he got and grabbed his bag and other belongings. Do your best, Inko said as she gripped her fists tightly, showing just how excited she was for her son. Izuku nodded as he walked towards the front door. He triple-checked to make sure he had everything he needed and he had everything set. He was about to reach for the doorknob, but then stopped abruptly as he turned around to face Inko. Hey Mom, can I ask you something? Izuku asked as his eyes showed that something was troubling his mind. Sure, sweetie. What do you need? Izuku scratched his head. Well, do you think Dad will be watching? Do you think he will be watching the sports festival? Do you think he is going to be watching me? From wherever he is right now. Inko's eyes widened at her son's question before she smiled as she hugged her son. Yes, baby. I am positive he will be watching. He wouldn't miss the chance to see his son all grown up for anything in the world. That, I am sure of. Izuku smiled and hugged his mother back as his heart was filled with a sudden warmth. A warmth that he enjoyed. They then broke the hug a few seconds later. Go on, Izuku. I know you can win. I believe in you, Inko said with full confidence in her son. That's what I needed to hear from you all along, Mom. Thank you. I'm really grateful for you. I hope you know that. Izuku then opened the door as he stepped 1 foot out. I'm off. Wish me luck. Izuku then made his way to UA as he jumped from rooftop. He decided that a little warm-up workout wouldn't hurt as it would help to get his muscles and bones ready for the festival. He knew that the city would be bustling with traffic today due to everybody trying to get to the stadium. So there was absolutely no point in taking the train or attempting to walk there when he had a much faster method. As he leapt high in the air, he saw the busy streets of his hometown. Wow, it seems like everybody can't wait to see what will happen at the sports festival. I heard that the Freshman Sports Festival is the one that everybody was most anticipating thanks to the new and up-and-coming talent that we have and the fact that we're just recently attacked by villains. Izuku said as he made another high jump across a building. Yes, everybody's eyes will be on you and your peers. Are you ready for the upcoming challenges ahead? Of course I am. I didn't put myself through hell in that gravity chamber for nothing. During the last 2 weeks, Izuku has pushed himself to the brink while training in the gravity chamber. He pushed himself so far that now he was able to access 25% of one for all instead of only 20%. His ki control had gotten better as well as his ki blasts and energy waves didn't cost as much energy before and he was able to control the output of his power a little more. His overall stamina, strength and speed have also increased which will increase the effects of one for all even more. Remember to put our training to good use. Don't doubt yourself. You didn't come so far just to do average. You have to excel. Got it, got it. Izuku yelled as he could finally see the UA campus in his line of sight. Class 1A waiting room. Oh man, I wanted to wear my costume. Mina pouted as she preferred to wear her hero gear than the standard PE uniform. Well, to keep everything fair, we can't. It wouldn't be fair if our costumes provided advantages to us while the other freshmen don't have the privilege of doing so. If we all wear our PE uniforms, then it puts us all on an even playing field. Ojiro said as swung his tail back and forth, getting it ready for the sports festival. I wonder what the first round's gonna be, Sato said as the anticipation was killing him. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it, Tokoyami said in his monotone voice as he had his eyes closed and arms crossed. Yeah, you're right. We just have to overcome whatever obstacle gets thrown at us, Shoji said as he wholeheartedly agreed with what the bird-like student was trying to convey. Tenya then came barging in through the door. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon, Tenya exclaimed. Person. Mineta said as he counted something in his hand and proceeded to eat it. All right guys, prepare yourselves because there is no going back beyond this point, Izuku said as he finished up his warm-up stretches. He was currently wearing the standard UAPE uniform, but he was wearing his blue weighted shirt from his GI underneath along with the wristbands and blue shoes. Inner Deku suggested him to do that since he still wants Izuku to train his physical body unless a necessary time came where he had to take them off and get serious. Right? Most of the students in Class 1A shouted in unison in response to their class rep. Midoriya. Izuku turned his head in response to his name being called, and the person who called him was somebody who he wasn't expecting. It turned out to be none other than Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Todoroki? What is it? Izuku asked as he was curious on what the bicolored teen would want with him. Shoto was a very quiet and reserved kid as he kept to himself most of the time. He is an introvert just like Izuku, so he can understand why he was like that. So this is one of the rare instances where he actually witnessed Shoto directly starting up a conversation with somebody in the class. Everybody present in the room turned their heads to the two who were in the middle of the room, as they were also interested on what the half-hot and half-cold user wanted with the green-haired Saiyan. Even Bakugo decided to pay attention. Shoto stared at him for a few seconds before he decided to speak. If we were to look at things from an objective point of view, I think it is safe to say that you and me are the two strongest standing in this room right now, Shoto stated, blatantly not giving a damn about the other 18 people listening in on the conversation. Izuku tried to think of something to say while keeping in mind that the entire class is listening in. He didn't want to sound rude or hurt anyone's feelings, but with how things are right now, Izuku had no choice but to agree with the bicolored teen. You may be right. You do have a good argument to be made, but why are you saying this now? Izuku asked in curiosity as he wanted Shoto to just get to the point on why he is talking to him right now. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Shoto said as that honestly caught Izuku off guard. He didn't realize that Shoto is so perceptive. I'm not trying pry about that, but I'm going to beat you, Shoto finished as he gave Izuku the meanest mug that he could offer. Everybody wasn't expecting that as it came out so sudden. Oh? Is the hybrid prodigy making a declaration of war to the class president? Kaminari said as he was instigating. Kirishima stood up and placed his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Hey, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Not now. Come on, we're about to start the festival, Kirishima said as he did his best to ease the tension and try to prevent two of his strongest classmates from engaging into a brawl. Shoto pushed Kirishima's hand away from him as he continued to stare down Izuku. Izuku looked into his classmate's eyes before he smiled and stuck his hand out to him. I like the confidence, Todoroki. I welcome the competition. Let's both do our best. May the best man win, Izuku said in a positive tone as he waited for Shoto to shake his hand. Shoto stared at Izuku's hand before smacking it away. I'm not here to make friends, so what does it matter? I'm here to win. Shoto turned around and began walking towards the door. Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but I'm still going to give it my all and I'm going to go all the way. I think you're more capable than most people. Looking at it objectively, Izuku said as he looked at Shoto dead in the eyes as he was not backing down. Midoriya, let's not try to sour the mood, okay? Kirishima said as he once again attempted to ease the tension in the room. But everyone, The students from the other courses are aiming for the top with everything they've got. I cannot afford to fall behind. I'll be aiming to win with everything I have too, Izuku said as he finished his thoughts. Shoto listened to the green-haired Saiyan's words before replying with, "Yeah, may the best man win. Pay close attention to him. He is very strong and I can tell he is holding back a lot of power. There is also an aura of hate emanating from him. There is more to that boy than meets the eye," Inner Deku said. Bakugo listened in the entire conversation before turning his head and sucking his teeth. "Hey, pay attention audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It is time for the students to enter the first-year stage," President Mike announced as he was the commentator for the sports festival. Why did I let you talk me into doing this?" Aizawa groaned as he was still covered in bandages since his injuries still have not fully healed yet. He was sitting right beside President Mike. "Well, because who else will be my color commentator? Anyways, let's all wait patiently as the first years enter through the tunnel." All of the spectators looked towards the tunnel as they eagerly waited for the appearance of the participants. "Come on, Izuku," Inko said as she watched the event on her TV back at Izuku's house. Toshinori was watching from the teacher's box as he also was thinking about a certain green-haired Saiyan. "I want you to tell the world, I am here," Toshinori thought as he awaited the arrival of his successor. A few seconds later, Izuku could be seen coming out of the tunnel first with his classmates following closely behind. Roger that, All Might, the UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero course, Class 1A, right? President Mike announced as the entire crowd cheered at the entrance of Class 1A. As Izuku was walking, he couldn't help but sweat as his nerves began kicking in. There are so many people," Izuku stuttered. "Relax, they are only spectators. Pay no mind to them. Focus at the task at hand. Don't let yourself get distracted," Inner Deku said. Izuku took a deep breath as he calmed down. "Right, thanks for the tip. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero," Tenya said as he gazed up around the crowd. "Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Bakugo?" Kirishima asked the ash-blonde-haired boy walking in front of him. "Nope, I am just getting more into it," Katsuki said as a maniacal grin was plastered on his face. "They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero course, Class 1B," President Mike announced as the students of Class 1B began to enter through the tunnel. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support course, Classes F, G, and H are here, too. And Business course, Classes I, J, and K. All of the rest of the freshman classes came out through their respective tunnels. They didn't receive equal reception as the hero course, but they were still positively received nonetheless. "All of UA's first years are here now," President Mike exclaimed. "We're just here to make those guys look better." "Huh?" One of the students from the General Studies course said. "I'm not really feeling it," one of the other students replied. As all of the freshmen gathered at the middle of the stage, a loud whipping sound caught their attention. "Time for the player pledge," a feminine voice shouted. Nearly all of the males in the stadium had immediate blushes on their faces. "Oh, this year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero Midnight," one of the spectators said. "What about the principal?" "The principal is at the third-year stage every year." Most of the male students were flustered to say the least. "What is Ms. Midnight wearing?" Kirishima asked as the outfit Midnight was wearing was little revealing. "That's an R-rated hero for you," Kaminari said. "Is it really okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated?" Tokoyami asked. "Yes," Mineta exclaimed as he shot a big thumbs up. "Of course you would say yes to that," Kirishima said to the grape-haired freshman. "Quiet, everyone," Midnight yelled as she swiped her whip as it effectively got everybody's attention. Now representing the students is Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A. Midnight announced as all eyes turned to the green-haired Saiyan. "What? It's me. But why?" Izuku questioned in horror. Izuku was horrible at public speaking, and his shyness and nervous attitude didn't help the situation either. Well, you did get first in the entrance exams, and you are like the strongest person here, dude. Duh. Of course it's gonna be you, Shiro said as he, Kirishima, and Kaminari all pushed Izuku towards the stairs that lead to the microphone. Now hurry up. Don't keep us waiting, all three of them said in unison. As that was happening, a certain flaming hero watching from the stands was in a state of shock. Izuku Midoriya? No way. Could he be Hisashi's son? He had a son? Why didn't he tell me? He's the spitting image of him. He even has a tail just like him. What is going on here? Crap, 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 crap. What am I going to do? I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm going to be a stuttering mess. I'm going to make a fool of myself in global television. Everybody is going to laugh and make foo dash. Oh, will you please shut the fuck up? Damn, All Might was right. Nobody is better at speaking nonsense than you. What do you mean nonsense? Don't you realize how many people are watching me? What if I make a foo dash? The only possible way that you can make a fool of or embarrass yourself is if you let it happen. Remember what I told you like 5 freaking minutes ago. Focus at the task at hand. Don't let the large audience and pressure get to you. You already have all of the words you need to make the pledge. All you have to do is just bring it out. Say what you have been dying to say for years. This is your chance. Don't you remember what All Might said? Tell the world, I am here. Remember what you learned in our training. And trust yourself. It may feel like you are at your weakest point, but really what's draining your strength is your own doubt. Just don't listen to it. Okay? Inner Deku finished as Izuku was nearing the top of the stairs. Izuku's eyes widened as all of the memories of his life began rushing back to him. He now understood. He understood exactly what he needed to say. It is all starting to become clear to me. Thank you. I know what I have to do now. Izuku finally reached the top as he made his way to the microphone. He took a deep breath. Take your time, Midnight said as she winked at him. Izuku nodded as he then decided to begin. All men are not created equal. That is the reality I learned at the young age of 4. I learned that in reality the world isn't fair at all. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It is a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are. It will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or anybody for that matter are never going to hit as hard as life. Izuku paused as he saw he had everyone's attention and interest. One day I got one of those beatings. It hurt. It burned. It stung. I could have avoided the beating if I just minded my own business. But I decided that I wasn't just going to ignore when an innocent person was in danger. So I defended him and took the beating for him. But that was my first and last setback. I was always told by everyone around me that I should give up. I should quit. I could never be a hero is what they said. They called it a hopeless dream. I would get laughed at and picked on. And I kept on getting beaten to my knees. Each and every single day. The beatings kept on coming and coming. But I never stayed down. Why did I keep getting back up if I was just going to get beaten down again, you may ask? The answer is simple. It is because it ain't about hard you're hit. Now everybody in the stadium was watching in anticipation for what the green-haired Saiyan was going to say next. It is about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now if you know what you're worth, go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and nobody participating today is a coward. We're better than that. Izuku yelled out as his words were hitting home with everybody in the arena as they can only watch in silence as they were utterly speechless. Izuku took a deep breath as he chose his next words carefully. I am always going to continue to do my best no matter what. No matter what anybody else says. Why? Well, after 10 years of being put down by everybody I have ever met, one day I met a person. I remember asking him, can I become a hero? Unfortunately, he said no when I initially asked him. But later that day, I saw somebody who needed help. And believe it or not, this person who needed help was the same person who gave me all of those beatings. They were the epicenter of my sadness and sorrow. They always told me, you can't be a hero, no matter how hard you tried. They kept on beating me up and beating up, but I still kept on getting back up and getting back up for more. You may say that I didn't need to help him, that I should have minded my own business, or that person deserved what was coming to him. But it reminded me of the same situation 10 years prior that led to my first ever beating. I saw someone who needed help, so without thinking, my body just moved on its own, doing what it has always been doing. And that is protecting the innocent. And I was able to save that person's life. The same person who bullied me and tortured me for over a decade. The person who told me every day that I could not become a hero. Well, little did I know that the same certain somebody who I had asked earlier if I could become a hero was watching me the entire time. And as the sun was setting, he came to me, and he said that I did something that nobody else would have done. I risked it all to save a life, because it was the right thing to do, and that is the only damn reason you need. And next, he said the words that I will never ever forget for the rest of my life. Izuku stopped to take a breath. Now everybody was on the edge of their seats with one thought in their minds. What did he say? Izuku opened his eyes as his eyes began glowing green electricity. He said to me, "Young man, you too can become a hero." Toshinori nearly choked on his own blood as he realized what his successor was referring to. Izuku continued his speech. Mark Twain once said, "The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why." And on that fateful day, I find out that I, Izuku Midoriya, was indeed born to become a hero. And even if the whole world doubts me, even if the whole world is against me, I will still keep on getting back up and keep on fighting until my last breath. Why? Because someone out there believes in me, and because it is the right thing to do. And that is all of the motivation I need. Izuku then took one final breath before he ended his speech. Dreams can become a reality, no matter what they. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Izuku then bowed. Thank you all for your time, and may we have a sports festival that will be remembered through the ages. Izuku then walked back down the stairs and regrouped with his class. At first, there was a silence throughout the stadium as one could hear a pin drop. But then a few seconds later, one person began clapping. Then a second person began clapping. Then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. And so on and so forth until everybody was on their feet giving a round of applause to Izuku Midoriya. Nothing but absolute respect and admiration was present on their faces as they were truly moved by his words. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the applause was directed at him. Sniff so manly. I have never heard such words before. Those words hit harder than any punch I could ever throw. Thank you, Midoriya. You have inspired me to do my absolute best. Kirishima said as he wiped the tears from his eyes. Yeah, everybody give it up for Izuku Midoriya. That speech will definitely never be lost in time, as it will be repeated through the ages. President Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. I gotta hand it to you, kid. Respect is given when respect is earned. And you have both impressed me and earned my respect. That is something not a lot of characters have been able to accomplish. So consider yourself honored, Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa said through the speakers as he was proud to have a student like him. Endeavor smirked as the fire around him began increasing in heat and intensity. Yup, no doubt about it. You are definitely the son of Hisashi. Congratulations, kid. It seems as though you truly have taken after your father. Now let's see if you can back up what you say when the official sports festival begins. I can't wait to see what you are made of. Toshinori looked on in absolute pride as he couldn't get the smug smirk off of his face. Yes, Izuku, you have done it, my boy. You have officially told the world. You are here. Bakugo had his mouth open as he stared at Izuku, who was being congratulated by the students of Class 1A and even students from other classes. Deku. You. A sound of a whip was heard throughout the arena as it got everybody's attention. All right. Thank you, Midoriya, for that beautiful student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everybody in this arena, including mine, but we have to get back on track. While the speech was a work of art, we still have a schedule to follow. Midnight announced as now everybody was focused on the R-rated hero. All right, let's get this show on the road. President Mike announced as the cheer got all fired up now. Midnight smirked sadistically as she whipped the air. Now, let the games begin. And that's a wrap for Part 2, Legends. Things are heating up, and trust me, it's only gonna get crazier from here. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and if you're hyped for Part 3, smash that like button. 100 likes and it's coming your way. Big thanks to Mr. Narrative for the fire story. make sure to support them. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss what's next. See you in the next one.